To be
This is
fair,
no,
you
no,
kind of.
I got
be
confused
fair, you
too.
kind of
Like, I
set
thought we
yourself.
were scoring each other. I thought we were
We
scoring
did
each
that
other.
last
And I was
week,
like, oh,
and you
that's
set
not it.
yourself up for it.
I mean, we could do that.
We already did
Dude, I
that.
don't want y'all to judge me, dude.
Well, we already did that, didn't we?
No, we judged relationships. This is
That's
even
right.
worse.
No, yeah, we gotta judge.
Individually, man.
We gotta judge the people.
Yo, they're gonna
yeah.
be like, yo, Alex wasn't paying attention, like.
Yeah. Marks off of that. Yeah.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Wait,
You're
who
Oh,
made
yeah,
You are
everybody?
very robotic. You're very
You're a
tinny.
roboto-san again.
Oh my
Who
god.
made everybody tchotchkes so she gets extra credit? Like the 10-point AP bump.
I made everybody touch. Huh?
You
At
did
the,
all the little
at the
boxes
party.
and all this when we had the IRL meeting.
Yeah, you brought everybody gifts, so that gives you an extra
Oh.
AP
How about now?
point
Can I?
score.
Am I still
No,
rolling?
you're still
No.
roboto.
You're still
What-
listening.
Oh, dude.
What's going on?
Terminator up in here.
I was thinking about making you guys something for like the last meetup too, but I just don't have time, and I've been so sick. I feel
Don't
so
worry
bad.
about it. Just
I
come.
No,
wanted
we'll
to
be
make
fine.
something.
Look, think of it
Just
this
come
way.
as you are.
Check
We,
one, two.
the fact you did anything is already very much appreciated. You did not have
Exactly.
to.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
I'm
So-
a giver.
Yeah, and you
That's
have
right.
and you've given, so don't feel if you don't have
Yeah.
the time, you don't feel up to it. You don't have to feel push yourself.
We are happy with what we have.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll come up with something still though.
No.
I have an
Give something
idea.
for Brent.
Hello?
I already gave
Can I be
Brett
heard?
something.
Robot?
Yeah,
Robot,
robot.
yes, and I can hear
Oh,
myself.
wait a minute.
Terminator.
Echo.
Oh,
Uh,
he got it.
The Human Torch was denied a bank loan.
But I'm still a robot. Okay.
Not trust Brent. Trust you're a human, bro.
Brett
Jesus.
got rid of our penguin.
I think that's on the other.
Oh.
That was a this is the other map.
Yeah.
No,
this
no,
is-
Yeah,
no.
those under the other login is where the penguin is.
Oh. Okay.
Yep, we've had 3 of these.
Yeah, we have one that has a penguin, and then we have one that has the skull.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. How do I sound? Oh, we're still a robot?
Nope.
Yeah,
we're still
still-
robot.
Fuck. What the hell's going on?
Arigato. What is it? Arigato.
Oh, arigato,
robot?
Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, that.
Como.
Old
Como.
stick song.
People used to always say that to me because I was Asian. It was so fucking racist.
It
Oh, it is very racist.
Yeah, it is.
Check one, two. Oh yeah, robot. Okay. Check one, two. Okay, no. No. Hello. Check one, two. Oh, fuck this.
Coup or your because of coup or because of your last name?
No. My first name isn't Ku.
Oh.
Ku's my nickname, but it's spelled like this. So some people think it's Hawaiian.
I can.
Hello.
They're-
Check
They're,
one, two.
they're wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Check one, two. Okay. Check. Fuck. What is this? One. One, two. Check.
Like you said.
Check.
Sorry, my brain just
Check one,
automatically
two.
like.
Check one, two.
Oh,
Yep,
it's
better.
better.
Hey,
Alright,
you are
there
much
we go.
better.
There
Like
we go.
selective hearing, Arik isn't part of it. I don't know why. I'm sorry, Arik. But you are now. I actively listen
Why am
to
I
you now.
hearing an echo?
Well, to be honest, right? Like it's like our characters weren't that connected, and a lot of our scenes weren't together. So it's like whenever I was talking, you almost could assume that it wasn't a scene with your character in it. So
Yeah, but the thing about that is that like we're the players.
One.
Like that's no
True,
excuse
true.
to me. That's not an excuse to me at all because I actively seeked out roleplay with everybody else but Ragnar. I don't know why. I think Ragnar is just weird to puddle.
wow,
Check
I
one,
mean,
two.
I don't know.
Check.
deep cuts.
I'm sorry. No, it's not.
Yeah, I get that.
Check one, two.
I don't know. Like it's like
I think my majority of my scenes were with Cade, Alvarian, and Genesis.
Check one, two.
yeah.
Check
For
one,
a
two.
long time though, it wasn't just you. It was.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, my echo's gone. Great. All right. Fantastic. I'm sorry. Continue. All right.
It's like for a long time, I had to make a concerted effort to make sure I had scenes with Sven, because
Oh,
there was like
yeah.
there wasn't really a natural connection between Ragnar and Sven
Yeah,
until the storyline of like Ragnar's dad. But
Oh,
even
yeah.
then, I feel like it was in a weird state where I think I missed some sessions to where when those facts were revealed, that when I came back, I just heard them in recaps rather than being present in the session when that was
Oh yeah,
revealed.
that makes sense.
So even then, I feel like Ragnar and Sven never really had like more intimate scenes.
Dude, that makes me so sad though. Next time, Ark, next campaign, I'm not gonna ignore you. I feel so bad. I'm gonna actively seek out Ark's characters.
I mean, nah, come on. Like we had like what 6 people or 7 people in the campaign, and
Yeah,
you know,
but,
you
like,
can't have
you're-
like scenes with everybody. It's...
no, but you're like
Nah,
the
yeah.
only. You were the only 2 though. Everybody was above a 3.
For what?
The scoring of.
Oh,
You
but like,
guys,
I mean,
wait. Did you guys like rate yourselves on this scorecard?
No, it was after last week's game. There was a relationship comparison.
So like everybody rated like Arik and Scott made initial guesses, and then they would ask us, "Okay, Koo, how did you feel about Scott?"
Oh, you're
I mean,
talking about
Kate,
that grid
how did
that
you-
you guys
the
did.
grid.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or how did you
Yeah.
feel about your RP with like Ragnar? And then we would rate it, and then it would change. We would debate why it should change or why it shouldn't change.
I mean, I think it makes sense that
Yeah, being
There's
up
no
like 7
relationship
a.m. on
happening over there.
discussing those relationships.
They
Maybe.
pretty much- yeah.
Here's the character matrix again.
yeah, we were all kind of hard ass in the beginning, bro. Like dead ass. Like
I mean, to be fair, for this campaign especially, it really was a campaign of eclectic individuals with different goals coming together.
that's right. It was kind
Especially
of
more
like,
than some other ones.
But we were all like, we were very testosterone heavy. How to put it? Like I guess we were all like, in the beginning, the mesh was kind of it wasn't there until a little bit later. So I would say, kind of my opinion.
Yeah.
Alright. And yeah. Everybody's like, I'm a badass. I'm gonna fucking slay Oriole myself.
It was either I am the coolest thing since sliced bread, or the land is freezing and yet my stoicism's more frozen.
Yeah.
It was one or the other.
Oh my goodness, I could totally see
Hey,
that. you
no,
guys.
okay.
That's so
I take
funny.
exception to that. I definitely tried to play Ragnar as the golden retriever guy who tried to
You did.
I
You
think that's
100%
true.
hold the
did.
party together.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah, you
I-
100%
okay,
did.
guys, and I will contend that until Koo came to this campaign, I was the glue that held everybody together.
I agree.
And then when Koo came in, I'm like, oh, cool, I can be lazy.
I can,
Honey?
I can give that to you, Ark. I agree. I do agree about that. I will say that.
Yes.
I shouldn't have came. You should have worked hard.
Oh,
for the
no,
rest of the
Koo, it's-
campaign.
Dude, sometimes it's exhausting where you're like, oh shit.
You think?
All right. So hey,
I've talked about some people. Sometimes it's exhausting to be passionate.
what's up, stream? I hope you guys are doing great out there. Thank you
Yeah,
for
no.
thank you for my
No.
other one person subscribing. We got 22 people now. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Wow. Woo.
Wait, are they?
This shit is
Oh,
hot.
never mind.
No, I'm
That's
joking.
good.
Brent,
All
four
right.
of them are my college roommates.
Right. There's like everybody. It's all of us. and then like other random people that like we know. That's about it.
I'll go get my sisters to
There you
follow.
go.
Yeah, go follow.
That'd be like 7 more.
Yeah,
And my brother.
I told some people I know about it recently, but
Do it.
I've not been on top
Well,
of it.
actually, so for this stream, there may be actually something like to watch because the second half of this, we're gonna review the book. We're gonna review this book. We're gonna go over it and maybe help some people out who want to play it in the future. People like review videos, so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna talk everything about the game, our experiences, all that good stuff. But the first like hour and a half or so, we're gonna go ahead and tie up some loose ends of like what has happened since Yithrin flew out of the glacier and across the Dale. And everybody seeing its magnificence. But we're gonna go ahead and start off right actually with Yithrin flying across the Dale here. So let's get some victory music going here. Yes, victorious. Let's see. Hey.
Webcam thing again? Oh God, guys.
I can share my webcam thing. You guys.
The last time I'm gonna be
Copy.
seeing y'all.
Don't
For a
say
while, yeah.
that.
That's right. It's gonna be last time you see me for a while too.
Yeah.
Facts.
Oh please,
Guys.
you guys act like y'all got a bunch of shit to do. You ain't gonna be doing shit. You're gonna be doing the same old shit. You just ain't gonna be here. That's what's gonna
That's a
happen.
lie, Brick.
That's
Bro,
what's
you have
gonna
no idea
happen.
how many times I had
Facts.
to go away early from whatever
Yeah, bro.
social event I was doing.
I
to this
sacrificed so
campaign.
much for this game.
I did. Bro, I was in like having coffee with this chick.
Oh, you fumbled many bags
She was
because
like,
of this?
"Oh,
Oh
like-
please, you didn't fumble the bag because of this game. You
that's right.
fumbled the bag. You fumbled it yourself, son.
No. Let me tell you, bro. I need something to blame, and I'm blaming you guys.
Nani?
I'm just trolling.
I mean, next time you guys see me, I'm gonna be working out. I'm gonna regrow my hair. This game is what held me back all these years.
Blame that
Yo,
on the game.
yeah, I was this close, like, I mean, I was gonna buy a lottery ticket, I could have won, who knows. Damn Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, what the fuck. Oh, but okay, so let's go ahead and finish this up. So, you guys are, flying, careening across the Dale, right? The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out. Alvarian is controlling this monstrosity with his mind, and you could see like some Nothics that didn't escape are like falling off the edge, clambering into holes in the bowels of the ship. Imagine that maybe that'll have to be dealt with. Who knows? But it's a beautiful day out here across the Icewind Dale. You look down below, you're starting to see some of the animals are coming back out, walking across the Dale. As you guys move towards the area of 10 Towns.
Look at the blue sky.
The sun hurts your eyes. The weather's great. You feel warm in your jacket. You feel like you can actually take it off. And of course, you can hear the drum of the city as it flies. You guys all stare out. Maybe walk to the edge of the city. Does anybody do anything at this moment? You just got done watching an entire section of the main spire pretty much collapse and implode in on itself and vanish. The gate, the machinery, the spindle, Virgil, that fiendish presence by the name of Moloch, and Puddle along with it. And the bodies of those Levistus cultists that attacked you guys at the last minute. It just happened. What are you doing? What is everybody feeling?
I think we'd all. I mean, personally, I'm kind of just taking in like the whole adventure. I mean, also just the other sudden loss we just got. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're just quietly just like You know, when you just get after a long day of work, you know, it's super
I would
tired.
say similar. Like there's no. What's been a very hectic and very sprint paced last couple of months, especially with the last few things. There's nothing really forward. We're back, kind of in the 10 towns area. The sun is. We can actually see the sun in the sky. Puddle and Damien are no longer around.
And Pip is gone too.
Pip is also gone. It's just.
How many of us are left?
You look around and yeah.
5, yeah.
That's still a lot.
That is still one number above the recommended amount for the
Still a
game.
lot.
True.
Well, we have Puddle, Damien, Pip, and then I guess in Milzon's mind, Ragnar and Cade. So we essentially this group should have been double the number it currently is in Milzon's mind. Damn.
True.
Could have been.
So you can see, actually, let me go ahead and close out of my images here. And, huge chunks of ice is falling off of Yithrin as it flies, just careening to the ground. Hopefully nobody's down there. It's, just big schlags of, buildings and stuff is falling off. Occasionally the city dips a little bit. It's like its power is readjusting and whatnot. Certain buildings are crumbling now that this thing is moving and the kinetic weight is just making stuff fall. The whole city of Yithrin is still pretty much in ruins. It's just rubble all around you. But this city is huge. It's about the size of Bryn Shander as you guys, look through the rubble and whatnot. Alvarian, you realize that actually, you can control the gargoyles that is at the edges of the spires of this tower. You can command them to go hunt down the Nothics and get rid of them, if you so choose. You can see through their eyes. But the move is pretty, you guys are flying in a direct path across the glacier, but it's a pretty slow. After a good hour or two and whatnot, you leave the glacier, you find yourself moving across. It's probably going to take a good maybe 4 or 5 hours to get back to 10 towns. As you guys are maybe taking inventory of your stuff, figuring out what you got left here, also all the treasure maybe you guys have found along the way. Sven, in your bag, you find a small piece of paper that seems to be folded up into maybe the shape of a crane. It's a paper crane, why not? And it has your name on it. It looks like it's Puddle's handwriting.
I'm not ready.
Well, you'll step to the side and take the note out and unfold it.
You can tell it's a letter that is written to all of you. Probably in case something happened to her, which something did happen. And maybe you bring it to the rest of the group, maybe you read some of it first, but then you pass it around. And essentially this is what it says. So I had to take images of each page because
It's cutting along.
well, because the PDF upload shit didn't work right. So
Oh
it's all good. And let's get some sad music. Let's make Koo really cry.
no! I was just telling them there's been an emotional block all day. When I was rewriting this, I didn't have any feelings.
Alexa, lights on.
I think
All
that's
right.
how I cope with things. Oh no. Okay, I have to stay in character the whole time.
Gotta feel sad.
That's my
Feel
goal.
the sad.
I cry every time.
All right, so I'm gonna share the first page with you guys as Koo reads this, or Puddle reads this, and you guys are all
Show
looking
yourself,
at it.
coward. Show yourself.
Show yourself.
No, I can't!
Yeah, come on, Q. Come
Okay,
on.
okay. No, because I'm gonna be crying. Okay, okay.
Oh, whatever, bro.
Okay, you guys ready? I have to be in character. Okay, I'm switching to Puddle.
We gotta see. We gotta feel it. We gotta feel.
Okay.
Feel it.
So you hold this paper and you can see that it's like, it's not really crisp because she kind of like, she would have probably fumbled with it a lot. And it says, to my light bringers, the definition of resentment is bitter indignation at having been treated unfairly. I felt there were many things that I had to do as a light bringer that I did not want to do. I did these things while in full cognitive control, which I dare say makes these things more awful than the things that I did with the gifted. Do you guys know the worst thing about this? I did these things because I didn't want to let any of you down. As I sit here and write this, I think I've come to a realization that maybe resentment is a lot more complicated than I initially believed. The first person that comes to mind always is Cade. Even though he's not with you all now, I believe there's a way for someone to get these words to him. Cade, I'm sorry that I was not able to help you in any way. Words are not enough to help me even begin to express how I feel. You gave me so much during our time together. I wish I was better in telling you how I felt, that I could have conveyed what you did for me. Sorry, the accent's gone.
Here we go. I can feel the tears coming.
I know.
Keep going. Keep going.
I wish
Content.
I wish I could have gave you something in return. In this world of everyone walking fast and trying to get where they're going at the fastest pace that they can, you walk. When everyone is searching for a secret way in a building, you simply open the front door. You taught me that things can be straightforward, simple. When you almost died after blowing that stupid horn, you taught me that I need to do what I want to and say what I want now. It took me a long time to realize, but I think that was the beginning of learning to live with no regrets. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me, one who doesn't deserve to love you. I hope that eventually you realize that everything that has happened was not your fault. I know you believe you are not a hero and are just some regular dude, but I'm telling you, you are my hero. I wish for you, hero of my heart, an eternal guardian of my love, nothing but happiness.
Aww. All right, on to page 2. Let me share that.
I know it's so long. I'm so sorry. I regret writing so much now.
All right,
Hey,
page
one
2.
more.
Okay, page 2. So you flip the page, and at the top of it, you see your name, Sven. Sven, there are literally no words. I don't think there needs to be any words said between us. I still want to leave some words for you, and hopefully convey how I feel correctly. I mean, after all, when we're gone, this is all that's left. When I was first found by you all, I knew no one. I didn't even know myself. When we landed in that basement with Mother and needed a way out, I asked you for help. And without knowing me, who I am, how I work, there was no hesitation. You helped me right away. I knew right from that moment that I could depend on you. No matter what I need, no matter what I do, I could always come to you for help. Thank you for being my strength, for being the person I knew I always had behind me. With you as my strength, I knew I could do anything, be anyone, go anywhere. You gave me that courage. You taught me true trust in others when I had lost it. When I thought I would never have anyone that I could even begin to trust ever again, you broke through the shadows with your light and gave me that gift. I'm sorry that we couldn't save Mary, but know that I would have gone to the ends of all the planes of existences to help you find whoever do whatever, save whomever. I know you made that promise to the tree spirit, but I want happiness to find you.
Aww.
I'm so sad. Okay. Genesis, you were like my older brother. Thank you for always looking after me, for always worrying about my well-being. Even though we did not see eye to eye on revenge, you still took time to pause and listen to me. You taught me never to give up. You taught me that even someone like me can be forgiven. You taught me to believe in hope. I never known what real encouragement was before I met you. I can still hear you saying, "Do it," as I write this. You always washed away any shadow of doubt that I had, whether small or big. Your way with words has always amazed me. You speak to people, and they believe. More than a light bringer, I believe you're the bringer of hope. I wish for you that if there are any future vengeances to be taken, please remember me and don't let it consume you. Thank you for not allowing me to go to Thessalonica. Thank you for reaching out your hand when I needed it the most. Thank you for teaching me about hope, forgiveness, and life. I want nothing for you but happiness, hope bringer. Okay, page 3.
All right, hold on. Page 3. We getting there. Let's see.
Oh man.
All right. We close that and page 3. And
Man,
go.
sorry. Okay. Sorry, I broke character.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing
Okay.
great.
So on page 3, you see Alvarian's name, and Alvarian, you remember when you told me that I reminded you of Lily? I wish that Lily was alive today. Then she would have gotten to experience what I was lucky enough to have with you. She would have experienced the most protective, amazing brother, the better brother, the best brother. Thank you for worrying about me, for caring about me. I know you wanted to pretend you're stoic and have no care in the world, but I saw it.
Pretend.
I saw the beautiful fire of your soul when you tried your hardest to keep me and everyone else alive. Your fire sheds warmth on my face when you worry about me. It helps light the way to the right path when I'm lost. I regret that I was not more vocal in how thankful and how much I care about you. Actions speak tremendously louder than words, yes. But sometimes words also need to be said and heard. Thank you for teaching me never to give up. Thank you for teaching me about sacrifice. Thank you for waiting for me when I was slow, for trading places with me multiple times I could have died. You must be happy, brother. Only happy. Nothing else. I demand it. A sticker. I've never met anyone like you. We bickered and argued a lot. Even with bickering, I didn't think that I would, in my lifetime, meet someone that would be my shield. As an assassin, you are taught to infiltrate, get the job done, then get out. I didn't think that I would ever need a shield. You created a place for me where I was able to discover new sides of myself. Because there was a shield, I was able to let my own guards down. I never thought I'd be able to jest and tease someone. I never thought I'd be able to laugh out loud. You taught me to stand firm. You taught me not to back down from something I believe in. This was only possible because I have a shield, because I had you to protect me. Thank you for teaching me that it's okay to be me. Thank you for covering me from harm's way, whether physical or emotional. I was only able to discover these new parts of me because of you. May only happiness find you in the future. Oh my god.
You're almost there. Keep going.
I'm almost there. Nilsan. Why is there so many of us? Nilsan, even though our time together was short, I felt in you a sister that I never had. Instantly, I had a connection with you. I wanted to protect you. After Cade left, I was only able to smile and laugh more because of you. Even though we had our disagreements, when I wouldn't have reached out to you and just avoided the situation altogether, you approached me first. You taught me how to face my problems head on, to not be afraid. You showed me what loyalty to what you really love looks like. I am in awe of you. I know that ultimately you want to get revenge for Ragnar, and I am in no means saying that you shouldn't do what you want to do, but I hope that after you accomplish that, you find some peace. You deserve it. One such as yourself who brings laughter and good feelings. You definitely deserve it. I regret that I won't be there to help you achieve your goals. I wish you happiness, sister of my heart.
And
Pip.
let me catch up. Hold on.
Oh yeah. So
There
this
we go.
Puddle would have written this the last short rest, last long rest we had before we fought King Elurthar. So yeah. Anyways, Pip. Whenever I think of you, my heart automatically warms. Honestly, I don't care if whatever Genesis says is true and you betray us. Your actions till this point has and will always say otherwise to me, even if you betray us. I know deep down you are a good person, and there has to be a reason if you do. You know when the sun touches your face, it's warm? At first, you barely feel it at all. Then eventually, it'll heat up a bit and feel warmer. I'm not good with words, but you are like that to me in this cold place. You are like a warmth that melts the cold. You taught me things aren't always as they seem. There might be deeper meanings. You taught me that it's okay to be scared. Thank you for reaching out to me and consoling me in the treasure room at Zardarok. Thank you for trusting me with the key to the gate. Thank you for being the warmth when I needed it the most. I hope that whatever you're battling with, even if I'm no longer there, you see that anyone in our family would be willing to help you. You reached a hand out to me when I needed. So I know that you have done that for the others. I know that they would want to help you too. I want only happiness for you. Please someone tell Michaela thank you for me. Tell her I'm proud of her. I love her and I'm sorry. Thank you, Michaela, for being my first family. I need you to be happy too. I guess I should include that part that you should at the end. If you're reading this letter, it means that I have perished. Either that or I was unable to steal it back from Sven. Thank you for being the family that I never had, for teaching me how to be human again. I want you all to be happy. You must if I'm not there anymore. And then it's the last page.
Yep.
It's short. We're almost there. Oh my god. Are you ready, Brett?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Continue.
okay. It's my one true wish for my family. At the end of all of this, you guys know what I resent the Lightbringers the most for? I resent not being with you all now. Thank you for bringing the first dawn after the many dark nights of my life. With all my love, Puddle.
And with that, you guys, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was deep.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it! I didn't want us to have this letter. I wanted her to be here. No. Oh, we did our best. Fuck.
You guys look at each other. And does anybody?
Does Sven share
Does
this letter
Sven
with
share?
us?
I mean,
Well, of course. Yeah, of course. Like, you know.
okay. Do you share, Sven?
Yeah.
We're not
Who do you
gonna
give the letter
like,
first
we're gonna
to?
leave that up to Troy. We're not gonna be like, no, I keep it, I put it in my pocket. I walk away. Like, come on. Yeah. But yeah, he shares the letter, and you know.
If we were quiet before, I think now we're extra quiet after that.
Gonna be hard to say something following that.
I mean, yeah. Do y'all guys all look at each other?
I say in a very, very like hushed tone, like kind of like very determined, and I say, "We'll
Wait,
restore the
no,
day."
yeah, Lamar, we don't hear you.
Yeah, Lamar. If you're trying to talk, buddy, you sound like really distant. Is he there? Is he like talking? It sounds like he's talking with a bunch of people in the background.
Well,
No, that's me.
that's what
Oh.
Alex is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lamar, if you're trying to talk, bro, let me open up the camera feed.
Your thing's not lighting green at all.
Yeah, you gotta fix your
Hold on.
your thing.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. I've been talking this whole time. Nobody heard me. That was good. Jesus Christ.
What do you have to say, Genesis, after hearing
That was
that?
really good. You got me tearing up over here, you know. And I'm changing my character's name to Genesis Homebreaker. Done. Done.
No, it's not Homewrecker, bro. It's Hopebringer.
It's
I
what
said Homebreaker.
It's what yeah, you know what?
All right.
Okay.
I've already
So-
done it. I already changed his name to Genesis Homebreaker. And
I would
said
say,
that-
Brent, probably one thing I would say, kind of like under a very hushed tone, under all the silence, I would say, "We will restore the dead." And I say that like in a very hushed tone, you know, a very determined look is what I would have.
Got it.
I
All
said
right.
we're gonna find Puddle. We're gonna find where she went and bring her home. That's what we do. No man left behind.
Let's see here. Okay. So with that, let's see here.
That makes my epilogue even better, Puddle, for the record.
Same.
Like, you got me over here tearing up for real, yo. I'll never cry.
By the time the sun sets, Yithrin floats over the towns of 10 towns, starting with Caer Konig and down to Caer Dineval and East Haven, maybe even passing by Goodmead and Dugan's Hole, and up to, we'll say, Tourmaline and Lonely Wood, Bremen, you know, creating pretty much a huge buzz and a sight for everyone to go ahead and see, before it floats over Bryn Shander and casts a large shadow. Alvarian, you're able to go ahead and determine with the power of the Mythalar, you can pretty much teleport yourself or anybody else off of this thing to the ground, move around as necessary, and go ahead and return. Long as you're within like in a mile radius, we'll go ahead and say.
But they need to make DCs
No.
save.
I mean,
Oh.
if somebody resists, then yeah. But
Okay.
I imagine you guys want to get off this place and go ahead and walk into Bryn Shander and gloat about, look what we found, bitches. You guys march up to the gates of Bryn Shander, and the guards out there, you notice it's the same two dudes that you've seen in Bryn Shander that has been guarding the town hall, and it's asking for your autograph. You see they immediately look at each other, and then they look at you guys and go, oh shit! This is gonna be worth a lot of money! You know how many... You see they look at, I got 2 autographs, we need to get another! You see they call to open the gates, you know, they say the Lightbringer's a whore! And you see horns ring out. By this point, a bunch of people are outside looking at this city just outside of the edge of Bryn Shander. And when the gate opens, there's a bunch of people on the streets of Bryn Shander looking in. You know, the 2 guards come up to you guys and go, hey, You need an escort? Yeah, you're gonna need an escort. They're gonna. These people ain't gonna stay back. We got you. We got you. Hey! Move back for the Lightbringers! Move! You see, some people kind of carve a path that move back and carve a path for you. There's a bunch of shouting and jeering and, you know, it's so loud that you guys can barely hear each other. These two dudes are like trying their best to push people away as they march you towards the town hall. And when you get there, let's see here.
Is this a medieval version of Cream?
Yes! Good job. I don't know what
Thank the Westworld soundtracks.
Yes, they had a lot
Is
of.
it Westworld?
Yeah, they had a lot of good flips.
Westworld season 2.
And by the way, sorry anybody who watched that the stuff on Twitch. They finally muted my video for me playing music that belongs to the oligarchs. So, my bad.
The oligarchs.
Yeah.
We had a good run, bro. We had a good run.
They were like, we had to mute some of this shit, man. You're playing Star
Wait,
Wars
which
music.
video?
You know? The last one, I think it was probably the Star Wars music. They were like, Disney was like, no, sorry, bro. Not unless you're paying me. It ain't happening.
Bro. Fuck the mouse.
Yeah.
Bro, oh, that's anal. Oh, my bad.
You know, what I always hated about that is that they do realize that that's basically like, even though someone's using it, it's like free exposure. Who doesn't know your theme song and doesn't think Star Wars when they hear Star Wars theme?
That's what I'm saying, you know. I mean, but
Yeah, I can see if it was some smaller band.
Free marketing.
They got us, bro.
I can see if it was like a much smaller band that's like, yo, we need every dollar we can get. You got, come on, dog, you're Disney. You know, you're rich beyond rich. Quick, give it up.
so as the crowd parts and you guys come up to the town hall, you see standing there a familiar face.
Duvessa Shane!
You see she looks and a smile comes over her face. You
I
guys,
look at her,
yep.
I smile at her and I say, think we got enough money to resurrect a few people now?
We'll have to talk about that after the festivities. And she goes, "Hail the Lightbringers!" And of course, everyone shouts.
Hail the Victoria's dead!
All right. You can see it pretty much a fade to black here at this moment. And then imagine letters pop up. Wait a minute. I got something for us? I got something for us?
You're throwing yourself a puddle.
Oh yeah. Then
can
here we go.
Stop the city flight music.
Pew! Okay, I'll stop the fight music. Boom! No. But anyway, dramatic boom, and 5 years later, you can imagine appears in your brain. So first, let's go through and talk about each one of these towns, and just a few of the NPCs and stuff in them. Let's see. What do I want to play here? Let's do.
Wait, Brent, did you get my DM about my epilogue?
If you sent it to me like super late, then I probably didn't look at it. Today. Oh yeah, you just sent it to me. All right. What is this? Oh, boo. What is this? What is this?
I sent mine yesterday.
What is this?
Oh man, I didn't know we were. I mean,
I have no. Is this? Okay, I got you. Ha ha ha! Funny. All right.
What was it? Just tell us. What is that?
It's Lorem Ipsum.
Yeah, it's the placeholder text. Blah 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 blah. All right. So let's go ahead and start with let's see, what's first map here? Let's go to Bremen. So Bremen over these 5 years is very proud. They're sad that Ragnar did not return after news spread. But they're very proud to know that Ragnar Frostfall, the Frostfall family, went out into the Dale to bring the light back, and that happened, even though he has fallen. There was a bunch of festivities throughout the town of Bryn Shander. His house has been made kind of like a small historical site. They've dedicated somebody to go ahead and keeping up the house, and now that most of the ice has melted and the trade roads are open, people that come to Bremen can now stop by the Frost Falls house and hear a story about what had happened in Bremen. Of course, probably sanitized quite a bit, and the legacy of Ragnar Frostfall. Also, at Havens Hill, the house where Mother was being stored at, the house has been demolished. And in its place is a gigantic statue created by the clerics of the House of Triad. This is more of a concept art, but something kind of like this, you know? Of Ragnar himself standing looking out to sea.
Yeah.
Statue.
Inside is a temple that's dedicated to the goddess Saloon. And there is an increase in population of acolytes and people interested in the Silver Lady now coming to Bremen and staying, and of course increasing the wealth.
My boy Saint Ragnar did it.
Actually,
My
Brent,
boy Saint Ragnar made it. You know.
this is funny, Brent. I have something similar to Nilzan's backstory, or not backstory, but epilogue. Regarding this. So when it comes my turn to tell you what happens to Nilzan, I hope you let me riff off of this.
Sure, 100%. Go for it. This is you guys' story. There is a dark side that happens to Bremen, though. Let's see. The town speaker, Thurdine. She spent a while delaying the statue and temple to Saloon in Haven Hill. It didn't seem like she was really interested in having that built, but the populace was so dedicated to it that eventually it got done. There are rumors, though, that in the bowels of the hill, where there was this dwarven mine where Mother was at, that has been converted to a temple dedicated to Umberlee. And from
Thurdine
there,
was the geriatric
yes,
dwarf, wasn't she?
she wasn't no, not the dwarf, but she was an old lady that lived at Wet Rock that you guys spoke with briefly, and eventually you guys let be speaker of Bremen.
Oh, okay.
And I shared a picture of her to jog the memory.
Yo, she was the lady that used to have a bunch of balls in her front lawn because the kids. Was that the lady where like
Yeah,
where,
like the
Ragnar
witch
said, like,
lady.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
hey.
The house.
Yeah. No
Yeah.
kid would like try to retrieve their ball from her front lawn. Yeah.
And in recent times, there has been some conflict between some of the clerics of Saloon and those of Umberlee in this area here. And that continues to go on. Let's go ahead and move on. Bryn Shander. Bryn Shander was spared a lot of damage from the Chardalian dragon, and it did eventually, over 5 years, they've rebuilt different parts of the town, of course made it better. You guys never interacted with it, but to the south here on the map, there is a memorial, and this memorial is dedicated to a drow.
Is it?
No.
Jordan?
No, what was the name of the book where, the Waterdeep. Waterdeep. Let me see. And, what's his name? Yeah, let's see here. What is this guy's? I don't know why this guy's name. He's super famous drow. I keep forgetting. Why can't I remember his name? No. He's in Dragon Ice Waterdeep. It's one of the guild.
Jurlaxel Benray.
Yes,
Oh,
Jurlax. There it is.
It's because he's a drow. You just remember drow.
Pretty much.
So, with that being said, let's see here. There is a statue of him outside of Bryn Shander, with him like defeating some type of monstrous demon monster. This happened apparently prior to the events of the Frostwind Dale and whatnot, and that statue has been demolished, and in its place is a commemorative statue to the Lightbringers right outside of the south gate here. Duvessa Shane, she maintains her position as the speaker of Bryn Shander. With Bowden Nile and of course Flosum being lost, Old Claw is the only cleric left to head the House of Triad. Ragnar was supposed to return and actually be the council leader, but since he perished, that slot remained unfilled.
Oh.
Yes.
That's sad.
Old Claw continues to run the House of Triad by herself. Her and actually the House of the Morning Lord has combined together, and they've taken Lathander, the god of the sun, the morning, and put it into the House of the Triad, renaming it the House of the Quad, in which now there's 4 gods that kind of service Bryn Shander in 10 towns. There was a beautiful memorial service and funeral for Speaker Markham Southwell. He was laid to rest at Heroes Rest outside of the burnt city of East Haven, right next to Ildra, who was the sheriff or the leader in East Haven, who of course perished in the prisons before you guys arrived to East Haven to find her body. Apparently they had a fling and stuff together, which was widely known, but kept hush hush. But unfortunately, since they both did not make it, they were laid to rest there, along with Bowden Nile, who has his own statue outside of the House of the Triad. Flosum, his stuff has been quietly removed from the House of the Quad now, and his body is, well, the remains that was left of him is housed in the catacombs of the House of the Quad and has been sealed off and magically warded. Nobody talks about the monster that roamed down there in Alvarian Sanctum. People have just go hush hush. We don't discuss those things anymore. But Flosum legacy has essentially been erased from Bryn Shander, and Duvessa Shane has ensured that that happened. The Gildan Stag, where your good old friend Myrtle was at, the place remains open, and it's been taken over by another appropriate person with money. Actually, where is his name? The guy who ran pretty much the red light district. I think it was Bo. What was that guy's name? Rindaril pays for the estate there and keeps it open, and allows. Am I gonna find this guy's name? Yeah, here's Rindaril. This guy, you remember him. What is this show? It's gonna show. There we go. That sneaky guy there.
Yeah, he was a jerk.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I kind of remember him.
Barton, the guy that, the Barton Sven, the guy that owned what was it called? The hooked knucklehead.
Yeah.
Oops. Let me show that. He runs it under the direction of Rindaril. And there is rumors and talk that prices are inflated there at the Gelden Stag, and some of that stuff goes directly into the pockets of Rindaril, who there are rumors that he has strong connections with the Zentarum. And Zentarum agents from Luskan come in and occasionally use the place for all types of goods and whatnot. But the statue outside of the southwest gate, Rindaril put up the money for that, and it maintains a powerful position in Bryn Shander. Moving on. Caer Dineval. This place was pretty much destroyed and leveled by the Tridalian dragon, and most of the people has fled and has not since returned. But the care of Caer Dineval remained untouched and still stood. As you remember, there was an interesting tiefling that lived there. And can I get his image? Let's see.
The dude with the damn blue thing on him? The dude with the blue...
Rather the portly tiefling that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow I knew he would manage to escape. Fat bastard.
Yeah, guys. Here we go. Kaddaroth.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
guy
but I think
here.
all of his cultists got conscripted by avarice.
Yeah, but still, it's a fat bastard.
Rumor has it, though, that there has been a large influx of migrants from across the spine of the world, looking to come to Caer Dineval for suspect reasons. Most of them live at the Caer, and many of them have been assigned to build Caer Dineval. And over the past 5 years, rumor has it that the place is infested with cultists of Levistus, of the Black Swords. Money somehow comes to this place and comes in and out, and the Caer Dineval has been developed into a massive castle where Kaddaroth lives and is now the speaker of Caer Dineval. Of course, he has all type of all type of stuff going on that he's doing undercover. Who knows? And in a side note, you guys would have heard that the Arcane Brotherhood has a poster, a wanted poster, or a bounty out for a tiefling by the name of Avarice. This is spread out through the Icewind Dale and large cities throughout the Sword Coast. And the only thing on the bounty paper talks about is, pretty much grand theft. You guys get a sense that whatever she took from Yithrin never made its way to the Arcane Brotherhood. There's been rumors across the Sword Coast of churches of Levistus popping up, and cultist leaders seeming to have some amazing powers, and some interesting magical artifacts that they use. There is rumor from Bryn Shander that some of these cultists that they were able to catch in Bryn Shander, snooping around and spying, that Avarice has returned to the Dale occasionally, and she's been seen in talks with Kaddaroth undercover. But if you ask him about it, he has no idea what you're talking about. Never seen her. Last time he heard about her was when Ariel was around, and so there's nothing really known about that.
Damn.
Moving on.
We left that off.
Caer Konig.
Oh,
And I don't know if Sven does anything with this place, but the entire town itself was demolished. And unless Sven or somebody comes back and actively recruits people to return here, it's just left in ruins. There was a commemorative site at the center or I should say, kind of this area here in Caer Konig, where the statue of Trovis was built. And those who remember losing a lot of family and stuff in Caer Konig from the dragon attack will come up here once a year and leave bouquets and goods and coins for good luck at the statue. And there is a sentinel that guards the statue who's paid on Rindaril's stipend or behalf to go up there and guard the place and make sure nothing happens to it.
The only thing Sven would have done was the site of the village that was the extension that was being
Yes.
built up north, northeast northwest of the place. There is now a massive forest on that location.
Love it.
That is completely overgrown, and the only way to get into the village are secret pathways that very few know.
In that case, several adventurers travel up hearing about this strange forest and the legends behind it, and they regularly try to pierce the forest to find out why it's there, what's in the center of it, what maybe could be taken, and of course get themselves lost and come back with nothing to show for it. Unless, of course, you specifically intervene. With that, moving on. Dugan's Hole. Dugan's Hole actually is rebuilt, and the speaker of Dugan's Hole, who you never met, was a lady. I can't remember her name at the moment. She returns and has it built up. Oddly enough, a bunch of kobolds from the mountains have come down and helped rebuild the city. And to Tin Town's distaste, they're allowed to go ahead and live at Dugan's Hold and create a small society and stuff there. But rumors out of Dugan's Hole comes that the speaker is not who she claims to be, and those who challenge her authority end up in the speaker's house and never return. There is rumors of strange brain-like creatures with 4 legs running around Dugan's Hole. And adventurers who end up trying to go there to do something about it never return. Or they leave Dugan's Hole but seem to be a completely different person. And that's because you guys never dealt with, you remember the kobolds up there with the, they migrate down to Tin Towns and start doing their thing.
I like how Brett's like, yeah, you guys beat the game, but you really didn't.
Yeah, but here's all the unresolved stuff that you
Achievements you
killed.
didn't.
Yeah, here's,
By the way,
here's the
Icewind
shit
Dale
you
still
fucked up.
But you know what? As we said at the beginning, this campaign was always a bad or badder situation. So it's kind of like
there's a certain sort of
but you're right.
sort of equilibrium of bad in the Icewind Dale. We can't change things too much.
You're
You gotta
right,
say
Dennis.
kind of crap.
You're right.
East Haven was obliterated
Brent,
off the map.
Brent, can I,
Yeah.
Nice. Do you have? I was hoping to get involved with East Haven.
Okay, what do you do? What did you do?
So I wouldn't end up blowing up. I know it's part of my backstory. Probably gets into it, so I don't know. But I know it's kind of like this is the best place to put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't blow up Ythrun right away, because Ythrun is my best asset for like getting resources from the other towns, and also my best asset for getting like skilled laborers and technicians from other parts of the Forgotten Realms or the Swords Coast. So I would essentially sell a lot of magical items that I found in Ythrun, including that staff that I got, the legendary one from the Netherese.
You sell
from
that?
Aldarian. Because I would need to fund the reparations for East Haven. So, because it costs money to do things, that's why. So I would essentially basically I'm getting as much money as I can, so I can go ahead and fund the reparation of most of East Haven. Not most of East Haven, but to at least get it started really well. Okay.
So let me fast forward to then something. So the Ythrun, what I had here is before you destroyed it, word spreads out through the Sword Coast really fast that there is a Netherlese enclave that was dug up from a glacier by a bunch of adventurers called the Lightbringers. And you start after like a year or so just very wealthy and powerful figures begin to contact you. They seem to find out where the city's at. You get kites messages that fly to you. You get all types of people coming, asking for your permission to explore the city for whatever reason, for grabbing artifacts or inscribing stuff in Candle Keep. There's just a bunch of people, very powerful folks. We're talking about people. We're talking about the Black Staff of Waterdeep. We're talking about the kings of the emissaries from for the kings of Baldur's Gate. People come out of the woodwork, looking for your permission to go ahead and look through this city.
You don't have to sell that stuff then. You could turn it into Disney World.
And
Premium.
with that, if
Yeah,
you
honestly, pretty
offer
much.
some of these people, if you bring out that staff and let's say in one of these instances you're talking with one of the merchant princes from Port Nanzaru or something like that, and you're like, I'm looking to sell it, they're like, sure, what do you want for it? I mean, they're not going to give you 1,000,000 gold pieces, but it'll probably fetch for something for a good 20K. They're willing to go ahead and take this off of your hands easily, and many of the other things that linger around Yithrin. So you're able to get that money without a problem.
Yeah. Okay. And I would essentially have the specific schematic is for repairing the city. I would find clerics to fund for the food, level 1 clerics. I would try to get other skilled laborers to help repair East Haven.
Everybody
And I'd
wants
go
to be a
around
part of it. Yeah, you got no problem finding people who want to be there, want to help, want to do stuff. Yeah.
And then essentially after the town gets to a very good point where it's pretty well established and all of that, I would use Gilded Tower, the 3rd level spell where a big tower comes up every single time.
Mm-hmm.
I would use that on the same location for around a year for it to be permanent. And then I would basically set up shop at East Haven once it's been kind of built. But I wouldn't destroy Yithrin. I would put it in some very obscure corner of the world.
Got it. You fly across the planet, across the ocean, and find some place to just go ahead and
I use magic circles, so I'll be able to get back there. But I don't destroy Yithrin in case I would need it again.
Got it. And I'm glad you said that. Because what happens with East Haven is the orcs of the spine of the world was going to come in and just loot it for anything that's left there and just constantly attack it and demolish it until nothing was left. But with a massive floating city above it, they decide that's probably not a good move and just let it be.
What? That's so crazy.
I have a question. I have a question on that though. Wouldn't my epilogue help serve as a vanguard there for that, if you would?
I wouldn't mind any help. So any.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to?
Well, if you, in my epilogue, did you read what I sent you?
I did.
Oh, we're supposed to send you the epilogue?
No, you didn't
Okay,
have
good.
to. You didn't have to send me anything. Just we're gonna do it live.
Just a good children's sentence.
Because we're all kind of we're all filling in the dots together.
Exactly. So what do you do?
Okay.
Well, I would part of my back. I don't know. Should I just explain it? Go into it? Jump into
Well,
it?
no,
Do
not
it?
your backstory, but did you want to do something specific with East Haven? Because your backstory, I mean, your send off didn't say anything about East Haven, but
No,
yeah.
well, I mean, my city would establish trade with them, and because he has those scholars and people looking for him there, they would be free to camp out in my city, do trade there. Because what I eventually do is, of course, attempt to establish my own sort of kingdom and scholarly locations there. So trade would be abundant with them. And the scholars and the
I would work with King Genesis.
Nani?
Lord, my Lord Genesis, thank you very much.
Lord Genesis. Okay.
My Lord Genesis, thank you very much.
My lord.
All right, sure.
My Lord.
East Haven grows with the help of Genesis's city-state that's in the spine of the world mountains. And over 5 years, the city was so leveled that you rebuild maybe about a third of it, but it still has a long way to go. But there's activity there, and there's a bunch of commerce coming now in from the trade route south, looking to go ahead and get in. You would note a variant that Renderil has several different people buying property in East Haven on his behalf, and trying to gobble up the city. All those type of like economic stuff is going on here in East Haven at this point. Heroes Rest gets pretty much rebuilt. Umgar's grave, if you would like, he has a mausoleum. So does what's his face?
Cut
Markham
off?
Southwell.
No, just kidding.
So does Idra. I don't know if nobody talks about Named Wayland. He just is like not mentioned. Like people just that's in the past. We're just gonna
Very
let
much in
that
the past.
go. And there then is the question about the statue of the that was made of Chardalin, or the black ice. I guess you could, if you want, have it removed and tossed somewhere.
I would recommend moving that onto Yithrin.
Oh, I was thinking that too.
Oh.
Yeah, and honestly, my efforts, I would be very transparent about my efforts to everyone before I would go. So
Wait.
like anyone else that would want to like advise me or help me out, I would definitely let them help me.
Got it.
We would just take it to that Duergar fortress and have it destroyed where it was created.
So,
I
speaking
think we can easily move Yithrin over that and just beam the shit out of that place.
I mean, yeah.
So,
It's-
it's a Netherese enclave. It's got a death beam.
So unless you
Does it
guys
have
do something about Sunblight, does anybody want to?
I mean, does it have a death beam, Brent? Would I eventually find that
It
out?
does not have a death beam. It is a floating city. I mean, it's like, it doesn't have it. It's not. It's
My scroll will
not a
come
death.
with I'm gonna use the scroll on the city, not the city, but the sunblight.
Oh,
Sunblight.
so
Alright, well, let me-
you fully star
Jeez.
Sunblight?
We can use.
Do you copy that scroll into your spell book, or you just use it and just let it
Yes,
go?
I
Okay,
would.
how about it? All right.
100%
Yeah,
would.
you make sure you keep that as a record. And not too long after your expeditions into East Haven, rebuilding it, you start to get word from travelers and stuff that or adventurers saying that they've heard of this abandoned fortress called Sunblight, and several adventurers have gone inside of there just to leave maddened by the black ice and Chardalin in that place. The whole place is contaminated. And with that, you decide to just go over and pretty much level it and destroy it.
No letters for
Yes.
this place. Stop! He's already dead.
Fuck the Durgar.
Goodmead.
Completely destroy the place.
Goodmead, it was in rubble. There was efforts by Shander, the speaker, slick-talking dwarf that you guys kind of never met, to rebuild. Here we go. Shander Froth. This guy. Rebuild
Shander?
good mead. But one day, he just vanished. And, like, all his stuff was gone. Also, a group of people that hung around him that was rumored to be Zentarum, they all just left. And this was not too long after Targos. Targos was spared a lot of damage from the Chardalin dragon. Just some superficial damage and stuff going on here. Let me turn that background. I hate that it does that now. There we go. Targos, almost, you guys would have talked with Duvessa Shane after landing, getting an update on the cities, and Duvessa would have told you that soon as the sun appeared in the sky and all the festivities, they tried to track down Speaker Maxwell Denaire and found that, interrogating some of his Zentarum thugs, that when the sun rose, he grabbed all his money, and including the cauldron of plenty, and took a private ship up to Rebel's End and then left for Luskin to not be seen again.
What a
Wait.
coward.
The Maxwell Denaire, that's the speaker of
Targus. Yeah, he's out of there. You
Yeah,
get a
the
sense.
first Zet.
Yeah, you get a sense that he knew if he was gonna be here when you guys were here, it was game over. He was like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, and also any leverage he had disappeared when the sun rose.
But see, why did he take the cauldron? That's
Because it's a powerful magic artifact.
Yeah, regardless, because it's a endless source of food if you know how to use it. It doesn't regardless, that is a very useful item, especially for a crook like him.
Yeah.
You guys better hunt him down
any
and
place
kill him.
where there's food scarcity or expeditions into places where food scarcity is an issue, like going into the jungles of Cholt, a ready source of food is important.
Yeah, no, he can try this shit again, basically.
Bro, he can create Doctors Without Borders, but he won't.
These meals on wheels.
Yeah.
Well, ain't no money in the disease cure, just the disease.
Prisoner 237 or Valish Gant also has not been found, and Duvessa under interrogation says that what the Zemtarum told them is that two drow pretty much whisked him away for whatever fate.
No.
And
Well,
he
we
hasn't
did
been
kill
heard
all of his bodyguards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes.
why
Except
drow?
that one.
Wait, who was captured and tied up?
You remember there were two drow from the airship that you occasionally interacted with?
Yep,
and
I spotted them both in Lonelywood later.
Yes, and you guys found a letter in the Caves of Hunger talking about some machinations or some deals between the Drow sending sending items from Yithrin up through Targos and then out into the wider world. But obviously that ain't happening anymore. And you also guys found out that the Drow were going to probably double cross Baelish Gant to begin with. So you can probably imagine his fate. It's not good. But nobody's seen from him or heard from him again.
Yeah. He is a Durham loose end.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Moving on here. Let's get some music going. All right. Lonelywood.
Lonelywood.
Actually, I'm gonna do Lonelywood last because it'll help with something.
Every time I see
Terminal.
this guy's picture, I always think of the first time he showed it to us and we were laughing and you were like, that's why he's a villain.
Yo, he looks like a dirtbag. Look at him. He's like, you look at you saw that guy on the street, wouldn't trust him. Lonelywood rebuilds. They were mostly spared to. Oh, I went to Tourmaline. That's right.
Yeah, you said you were going to hold Lonelywood
I'm
last.
gonna do yeah.
Well, hell no, you
Tourmaline,
wouldn't trust that guy.
it suffered some damage because you guys fought the dragon there. The speaker also disappeared shortly, just like Shander. Shortly after Maxar, he just
Wait, the speaker was
vanished.
like that jock guy, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he like freaking leave us in mid-fight with the dragon?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
Yeah, he dipped out, and he showed back up during the council election too to vote for Baelish Gant.
We should have killed these people.
He's
Why did we kill them?
gone. He
Yeah,
dipped out.
he's another Zet loose end.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Curiously though, there was a mine outside of Tourmaline that was inhabited by kobolds. Eventually, the Tourmaline people were able to flood them out, but there's now a group of people in Tourmaline that says that when they went into the mine, something called to them in a strange language they never heard before.
Right.
And regularly now, these people get together and talk about this strange voice. And all of them believe now a ship one day is going to arrive and pick them up and carry them off into the skies. And about 4 years later, a ship did arrive. A ship flies across Tourmaline and then stops above it to everybody's amazement. and all these people vanished. And this ship looked like a conch shell with squids and stuff coming out the end of it, and they're all gone.
Baldur's Gate 3, bro.
I know, that's what I keep thinking every time Brett talks
Right?
about Mind Flayers.
So in the mine, there was an object in there that was lost from one of the Mind Flayer's ships. And if you guys went there, you guys would have got it, and you guys would have interacted with a whole bunch of other people.
Oh.
No, it was a militant beacon.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is another. Oh, you guys thought you won? Nah, you didn't.
Nah, nah.
I think that's everybody besides
Baruch.
Lonely.
Oh, there was no way with places.
Lonelywood.
Oh, okay.
This is where he's gonna kick off what happens with each of you guys. So first, I want everybody to just go around and over these past 5 years, before I get into Lonelywood, tell me what have you guys doing in the past 5 years? Let's start off with Sven.
Okay, one sec. Let me pull up my notes. Over the past 5 years, Sven is like almost weekly traveling all over Icewind Dale, and every day that he passes through certain areas, he is casting the 8-hour version of plant growth. So he is increasing the yields of every farmstead, every plant in the region.
You are a legend among these people, people, when they go out loggers and stuff, they go like, hey, maybe we'll see Sven out here, who knows? Maybe he's planning something again, maybe not. Some people lie, say that, oh yeah, I saw that happen, he was out there, he raised an entire, forest, with the snap of his fingers. Some people lie, but occasionally some people, they catch you, in your business and stuff, and they definitely want autographs, they want to hear all about it. How do you react to that?
He'll react quietly, saying that he was just doing his duty for the Dale.
All right, but continue on. What else have you been doing?
And like I said, he erected that huge forest north of Kirkconnell, in which pretty much what's left of that village is shattered foundations where trees sprouted through it, except for one location where he completely rebuilt the family home. And next to that home is a grove of 8 trees that sprout purple fruit.
Ah, yes, the seeds. And
yes,
over time, you will see emerge from the tree that dryad. And it is quite thankful to have a grove. It looks over the house for you when you're not there.
And every full moon, he will show up at the ramshackle right after sunset.
Nice.
And leaving a small bag of coin for the upkeep of the place.
Got it. So actually, I'm gonna go into what I have planned now. Some people's send off, this RP moment I have is a bit longer than others. Still love all you guys, but some people it's just time limitations, stuff like that. But let me go ahead and do Sven here. One of these days, you're at your family home, and you emerge from the forest, you come up to the grove. You note that the dryad there has really manicured the place around this home. It looks amazing. And whenever you show up, of course, she offers you a fruit.
And I graciously accept.
She leaves you to your business, and you come into this nice rustic house, created just the way you remembered it as a child and maybe the last time you saw your family. You're just stopping by. You take a bite of your fruit, and then you think you hear a shimmering noise. And you see footsteps under, the gap under the front door. What do you do?
I'll set the fruit on the plate and go to the door and open it.
You open the front door. You look, and you see it's your mother.
Oh shit.
Standing a little bit behind her, you see. Oop, there we go. Mary. She looks dirty, exasperated, and tired. So does Mary, and her hair is short now, by the way. It looks like she's dressed in some armor and some fitments. You two lock eyes. If she doesn't say a word, she just grabs you and gives you the biggest hug.
Which Sven will definitely return, and the first time in a very long time, Sven starts to cry.
After a moment, she lets you go and she holds your shoulders. You see there's tears in her eyes. And in her gruff voice, you're not sure what she's been through all this time, what she's seen. There's obviously items that she's gathered from the Tomb of the Nine Gods, and some of the stuff that she's found from Undermountain. You notice that she begins to kind of blink in and out of existence a little bit. She says, "I'm so proud of you. I need you to know that. I've seen what you've done. Mary, I found her in Undermountain." You see Mary looks at you. You can see there's like a sadness in her eyes. "I looked for you for so long. Mary, she said she knew you. And you had a connection." You see she begins to blink as she looks at her hands. She goes, "I'm in Undermountain, but I won't be there long. You need to find David, a David Silversmith. He's in the City of Doors. I will look for you there." And then she vanishes, along with Mary.
On to the next adventure.
With that, what would Sven do?
You look at that, run into the house, grab a pack, grab his sword, grab his bow, step outside, tell the Dryad that he'll be gone for a long time, but keep an eye on things.
She nods, looking at you worried.
Then he transforms into a bird and flies off.
All right.
Yo, that was so
Wait,
that thing
how
with the
he
Dryad
transformed
was
into a
so book worthy. Oh
Yes.
my
So
god!
in
I
the
feel
last
like that
5
was-
years, he transitioned into a druid.
Oh my god, that is so badass. Oh, dude, I love that end. I fucking love it.
Cade! What is Cade doing?
Bro, okay. Oh man.
So actually, let me start with this. You, against all odds, make it back to 10 Towns after leaving the party. But you're like falling apart in pieces as you are losing cohesion, being a production of the Deep Spawn. You stumble into Ramshackle and see that it's a completely different place since you guys have been gone. I don't have a bunch of people on here, but What you immediately notice is that all the logs and stuff gone. The place is cleaned up. There's patrons and stuff everywhere. And there's a small area here in the center. It's a stage. And you see Spellix. Good old Spellix. The gnome you guys found. And Karkaloth.
Oh.
He has a comedy show that he regularly does, that he's working on. And unfortunately, most of the time it falls flat. You come in here and you see inside. Sitting at a table with a bunch of empty drinks would be good old Barug.
Damn.
One last drink with the bro.
Boy.
The show stops as you come inside and people gasp, recognizing who you are.
Pause.
Spellix runs over to you, and so does Barug. After a few days of rest, and I can show you actually, if you scroll over to the other side of the map, the second floor looks completely different too. Which I'll go ahead and switch out here. The whole place is done up. It's nice. Everything looks great. After a few days, you wake up and you see Spellix is standing in the room with you. And he's like, "Oh, you sleep like the dead. Get it?"
Yeah, I should be dead. A couple things though, real quick.
Yes.
Can I not be like dying when I get there?
Well, what do you want to do?
All right. Well, if I like heard like there's like a lot of people and shit going on inside, well, Cade like go invisible and he tap Barug on the shoulder and tell him to like meet him like upstairs or something.
Got it. Okay.
And you know, I'd tell Barug, or Cade would tell Barug, or try to convince him to like kind of travel with them, like one last adventure, to his parents, and like kind of explain everything to them, 'cause they deserve to know.
As you recover, you explain your situation to Barug. You see that he sits on a small stool, and he kind of has his elbows on his knees. He goes, "I spent a lot of money keeping your body together, Spawn. And I'm going to make sure you
Appreciate
pay it back."
I'll pay it back and more, guarantee you, buddy.
The people here think of you as a hero, so I'm pretty sure they'll give us a wagon.
Just gotta make it a Neverwinter. Shouldn't be too far.
You guys gather your things. Say goodbye to Spellix. You also know in Lonelywood that Nimsy Huddle is once again back as speaker.
You know what's faster than
Yes,
wagons,
Huddle.
though? Chardalin snowmobiles.
All my life.
I mean, like, Cade would keep like a super low profile. Like, I think Barug would probably be the only person who knows that he's back.
Got it. But you will find out that Nimsy Hustle runs, Lonelywood as before. The strange lady that worked at that bar, she's gone. Rumor has it that she packed up her stuff and left as soon as the sun came out.
Interesting.
You guys trek back south across the Spine of the World Mountains to Luskin. And is there anything else you've done in those 5 years before you hit Luskin, or
Oh, I was thinking, okay.
Water
So I was thinking like within a week, he's like gone from the Dale, right? Him and Barug, Cade and Barug go down to Neverwinter to find Cade's parents. And
Luskin.
Oh, Luskin. Okay.
That's
Luskin.
that's where I thought it was, at least.
Can we make it Neverwinter instead?
Sure.
All right, because we're going home. We're going home. Anyways, so I imagine like by the time like they like get to Neverwinter, like Kay's like falling apart. Like Baru kind of has to carry him or whatever, and he meets up with his parents, who are currently staying with Damien's parents, and they're they used to be like an adventuring party and all. And with Damien's parents is Damien's younger sister, who like kind of fixes them up for now. Kay tells real Kate's parents like all the stuff that went down.
You tell them
And
the
they eventually
truth?
come. I tell them the truth, like everything. They see me like falling apart and dying, like I can't really deny that.
They listen, but then they tell you to get out. You monster!
Oh god, that's fair enough. So, god. I guess like as he's leaving, the sister like pulls him to the side, knowing that like hearing the story he's like kind of adventure, asks him and Baruch to go kind of into the Undermountain to find. It's like rumors of like her brother was found, or sighted, or someone like him was going down the Undermountain. So he goes off there. I don't know how long is it? Is that still going on right now?
It's 5 years later, so probably not.
Okay, cool.
But
So,
you
like,
don't know that as a character. I mean, shit.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I mean,
I've made like, dude, can I just like copy and paste this and then you just kind of like read it? It can take like 30 minutes to explain.
No,
sure.
bro.
No,
No.
explain
No.
it. Give us the cliff notes. You could do it.
No, bro,
I believe
we
in you.
need We need you to recite the whole thing like Koo did.
Okay. So all right. So Kay's not really. He doesn't really want to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So he doesn't really want to go off, but like he feels like this obligation towards like real Kay's parents and like like Damien's parents at least for like keeping his family in. But he does eventually go off to it, even though he thinks that adventuring is a combination of being cold, tired, hungry, watching all your friends die or almost die, and like what you get out of it is just not worth it. But like they eventually go to Waterdeep towards the Yawning Portal, and they meet up with an Arthur Greatsmord, who was Damien's rival back in Neverwinter Academy. And he's also heard like the similar rumors. So these four clowns go into the Undermountain.
Wait, which four clowns? Baruch,
Baruch, Flit, the sister of Damien, Cade, and Arthur.
Okay.
Head into the Undermountain
Ooh,
from the Yawning Portal. So like Arthur is like kind of like Damien's like polar opposite. He's like very like calculating. He a lot of his like strengths come from like training instead of just like he's just that good. But he respects Cade or Damien as like a rival. So
Got
goes
it.
in to find him. So they go through the Yawning portal. They do like the adventuring stuff, and they eventually they get to the floor where they hear like another party like fighting like this like mechanical worm or something.
Oh yeah, yep. Okay.
Yeah. So that's when Cade like parts ways with the party. He did his job. He found Damien, and he goes back to Ten Towns actually, at like a crazy level now, knowing a couple of pretty big stuff. Okay, anyways, he kind of using invisibility. He'll kind of show up with like the money that he has, and like convince some of the workers who worked on the ramshackle to like build this like basement type of deal. And
Okay.
they built a door there, and he uses a demiplane to like kind of construct his own like fortress type of deal. So like if the Lightbringers ever need help, or if like anybody in there, if anyone's ever in trouble, like he has a place to help them, right? It's like just like a safe sanctum type of deal.
Yeah. Baruch travels with you.
Oh, I fucking love that story too. Oh my god,
Bro.
Yes.
This is
So-
like every 80s buddy cop movie.
Yeah, you need a sidekick. I mean, like if once you leave Undermountain and stuff, he's like, nah, I'm coming.
So ironically, he actually clones himself. Like he makes like more clones of himself. So like if he does ever die, he comes back, the unstoppable like whatever.
Well, we're not
Unstoppable
gonna say
anti-hero.
that you get to that level.
Okay. I mean, okay. No, but I mean, okay,
You
I'm saying,
prepare.
like,
You prepare to make
yeah,
clones
yeah,
of yourself
sure.
when you get to that level. Yes.
But then like once he's back, maybe a year and a half, there's like these like rumors, maybe like legends that there's like some type of spirit that's like protecting Ten Town.
Mm-hmm.
So like maybe it's like a syndicate, maybe it's like the druids, maybe it's something. But like all they know is that like sometimes at night, just like across 10 towns, there's like screams or like just like there's like sounds of violence or whatever, and then it just like instantly disappears. People like go in to check, but there's nothing ever there. But it's Cade. He's in the background. Like if you're like beating your kids, he's gonna find you.
He's like
You know, you
Batman,
rob a
like
store,
looking-
he's gonna find
The
you.
Cade signal.
You know,
The Cade
you're
signal.
like price gouging. Oh, he's gonna find you.
Do you
He's
tell
the
the
person that locked the
speaker
door.
about this, Nimsy Huddle?
He's the Baba Yaga.
But like, yeah, he's
John
like
Wick.
little. He just be like chilling, like pretty much in the basement.
Because if you don't tell Nimsy Huddle about it, she sends like she gets like adventures to go find like granted, it's doing a good thing, but like people are scared as shit as
Vigilantism,
like.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
they should be. Yeah. But I mean, like, Cade will like never ever show himself. If he ever does, he's like disguised as he has disguised self. He's gonna be a different person.
Got
They
it.
ask him if he's Cade. He's gonna lie with his plus 18 or whatever.
Well, yeah, adventurers come
yeah.
to 10 towns looking for a ghost, you know, that's haunting, and they're just never able to find it. And if they do get close to you, you deal with them, you know.
I mean, and so pretty much like cap it all off. Like he still doesn't see himself as a hero, but he knows that he's strong enough to like affect the world and the people around him. So instead of waiting for like justice to like take control, because like he's seen how well that's worked out so far in the past with like Flowsome and everything, he's just gonna do it himself. He's seen
Got
like
it.
a whole bunch of different monsters in the Underdark, Undermountain. And, like he's consistently like comparing himself to them. Like they're kind of mindless.
Occasionally,
They're just
um,
like pure evil, all
mhm.
that. But he knows like he comes more to terms with his nature as like kind of like an aberration type of deal.
Mm.
He realizes that like actions determine the person instead of like the person determines their actions. And he doesn't want to be the conventional like hero who's just like bright shining and like on the side of good and justice. Like he's gonna take justice in his own hands, like vigilante style.
Got
And
it.
he's just watching over 10 towns like that.
Occasionally, that troll you saved, you know, over the years, maybe you let it go one time, and he's able to find you, and he just says, "What's up?" That's all. He's like, "Yo,
Oh,
what's up?
that's
How you
cute.
doing? Yeah, what's up?"
Hey, what's up, troll guy?
Yeah. Anytime you need a bridge to cross, he's got one.
Nice.
Hell yeah, troll
I
guy.
love that idea.
At one point in all this, Baruch says to you, "We need to go back
Back?
to your family house. Not the one where your parents are staying at with Damien and stuff. Where you grew up at."
Okay.
You guys get
Why?
your things together. And along the way, you ask him why. He goes, "There's some unfinished business there."
Let's go.
You land back in Neverwinter. And you're at this nice row house that you remember growing up in. Your mom, your father, cousin Ragnar would come over sometimes. He comes up to the front door, and he steps out of the way, and he looks for you to open it.
Up to the door. Open the door, yeah.
You can hear, like, what sounds like something going on the other side. You open
Still
it.
open the door.
You see your family living room, and then there's a kitchen area. Inside the kitchen, you see yourself cooking what looks to be some eggs. He has an apron
There's still
on.
some left.
You see, he looks at you, goes, "Oh shit, it's Cade! Hey, it's
Oh,
Cade!"
shit.
You see some heads pop out of the side of the doorway. You see there's 3 other Cades.
Oh,
Oh my god.
they're alive. They're doing okay for themselves. Cade kind of like tears up at that. He breaks into like the first smile in maybe like years. So he
Baruch
thought all of
comes
them
in
died.
and Baruch comes in and shuts the door behind you. You see the Cades look at each other and goes, "This is not good though. This means you failed." One of the other Cades goes, Yeah, I mean, you weren't supposed to come back.
I kind of found my own way in life, I guess.
Baru goes,
No.
yeah, he failed,
Damn.
but we're gonna start again.
Look at Barug, like kind of side eye, like, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's still out there.
Baru puts his
Yo.
hand on your shoulder and goes, Mother consumed me back in Bremen before you even got there.
Oh. Oh.
Damn.
But I have a piece of her,
Oh.
and we're gonna do it right this time.
Oh.
See the other Cades in the room look at each other? You see
Can I
Baru
make like a
grab your
like
shoulder
a-
tight. Ain't that right?
No.
Is there like a? Do I know if I could like raise this thing to be like not terrible? Like, is there a possibility, like maybe like a 5% chance that like it wouldn't be horrible?
But that's where we end your story.
Oh,
Maybe,
God.
maybe not.
Oh
You
my
know, we'll see. Yeah.
Oh God!
Who knows?
Yo, wait a second. So Baruch's dead?
He's been
Yeah.
dead since Bremen.
He died in Bremen. He's a plant person.
Oh,
So he's been dead.
God.
How long has he been dead? Like
He's
ever
been
since
a
we met him?
doppelganger the
Ever
whole
since then.
time.
So the
Baruch.
Baruch that I fought the polar bear with was a clone?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh,
God.
no wonder he was so. It makes sense.
The guy we fought Mother with was a clone.
Well,
Ever
he's
since
better.
we
Well,
fought him,
whatever. He's still the same.
Oh my god. Mind
I've been a
blown.
sleeper agent this
My
entire
God.
time, waiting for this.
Holy
Bro, honestly,
Oh my God!
As someone who's had an identity crisis as a clone, honestly, he's the same Baruch to me now.
He was-
I get it. I get it now.
Nilzan!
Oh,
What does
God.
Nilzan do?
I think okay.
We don't have to
So
do
I
Nilzan.
think-
We can do Ragnar. I mean, I was just putting that out there.
Oh no, I have some stuff for Nilzan.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have any stuff for Ragnar because he's dead, but
I can't hear you.
so. Oh, can you not hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Lamar, testing. Lamar.
No, I can't hear him.
Lamar, you
Leave
need to
and come
unmute me,
back.
bro.
Yeah, unmute
Wait, no
yourself
están
or
peleando?
whatever. Anyway, let's keep it going. Yeah, Lamar, somebody drop something in the general channel for him to, like, I don't know, leave the chat and come back or do something.
Is it-
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Hear me.
you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Can
Okay.
you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Now I can hear you. There you go.
All right. Nilzan. What has Nilzan
Yes.
do in these past 5 years?
So, okay. Nilzan initially is consumed by hatred. All she wants to do is train up, get good, maybe delve into the Netherese crash to find a way to reawaken the portal, so she can get a one-way ticket to Arl's home base, because she has a score to settle with the Ice Queen. But upon reflecting on Puddle's words, specifically about vengeance, right? Nilzan maybe finds some peace and decides to start up maybe a temple for Saluna.
Ah.
You can do it in my city.
Can you do it in East Haven?
No, there was a statue built in Bremen. And we could say you started the temple inside of that statue.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, maybe she starts the seed for that, because I know that there's like a whole storyline between Umberly and Saluna. I'll let you dictate that, Brett. I'll say maybe Nilzan helped found that site where Ragnar's statue might be.
Got it.
And then I guess she wanted to catch up with some of her Harper buddies from back in the day, because she's really thinking of, who does she know in here? The Lightbringers, yes, but she has a whole other past life that
Yeah.
who knows if these people exist or not. So maybe she goes to find her Harper friends. Now, she's heard that east of or southeast of the Dale, there's been a push for Harpers to investigate darkness, very similar to Icewind Dale. And Nilzan thinks that she might be uniquely qualified to aid in ridding the world of this darkness. Before she knows it, she finds herself stuck in a village besotted by darkness. If you try to light torches, the torches peter out, and only certain paths are available for you to travel upon. The further you go into the woods, the darker it gets, and the more voices you hear. You see visions of people you think have already passed, and if you go into try to talk to them, it's bad for you. So, Nilzan finds herself in an inn with a priestess of Saluna.
In this town that's full of darkness.
Yes.
Oh, got it. Okay, continue.
It's called the Last Light Inn. And there she stays, helping to protect this priestess of Saloon, who's the only person with high enough magics to stow away the darkness. But the last we learn of Nilzan and the last end of the 5-year term is there seems to be a group of adventurers with odd powers that enter this village, or specifically this inn, the Last Light Inn. And maybe there's hope. They bring word of odd movements, an assembling army, a new cult of what appears to be called the Absolute.
Huh.
Who knows?
Interesting. I like it.
Thank you. I came up with
Absolutely.
all by
Oh, I
yourself,
see what
dude.
you're-
Plagiarism!
No, get the fuck out of here, Art.
Is that Baldur's Gate? Is that Baldur's Gate?
Oh my god.
I like it though. Still though, yeah, I haven't played through it all. So, all right, bet. I saved my good stuff for Ragnar though. So we're gonna move on from Nilzan, and let's see here. Let's get to.
This is bigger.
Let's get to Stigger.
All right.
What have you been doing the past 5 years?
Stigger would probably stay in 10 towns for a little bit. Probably go to the Ramshackle once. Share a drink. Maybe try to share some drinks with those that are left before everyone kind of splits apart. And then he would go back out to the wilderness where the Regid tribes still are, because in his actions he became the leader of a new tribe. And
Yes.
he would go back victorious, show them that he not beating the final remnant of the previous rulers' reign and goal with the dispersion of the Rime. And he would try, after seeing so many examples of leadership from Wayland, from Duvessa, from Bodin Nile, from Flosum, even from other people such as Ariel Irilafaris, both Alvarians, the better one and the one that did not succeed. He would try to be a leader himself. He would try to probably get into some negotiations with Duvessa and in Bryn Shander mostly, and try to lower some of the hostilities between the Regid tribe and them and Ten Towns. We'll keep to our side. We'll kind of keep to the outer lands, and now that the rhyme is done, you should have more food. But if people start invading, they will be repelled. We will try not to kill them, but they will be repelled. And in return, we would try to probably, because the orcs are out there, be a sort of outer defense against incursions from the orcs and other such things from outside.
All right, I like
But
it.
he would also have one other thing. He would try to find Michaela and tell her about what happened to Puddle.
After the festivities, initially, like, you know, when you guys arrive to Bryn Shander dies down and you guys kind of sort yourselves, Michaela would probably visit you guys in Bryn Shander, expecting that would probably be where you would go with this floating city, and probably putting 2 and 2 together. And when she arrives on the scene and connects with you first, Stigger, yeah, she looks at you expectingly, like, where's she at?
I'm sorry. She fought. She got almost to the very end, but between what was literally an angel of the highest order and a demon of the greatest evils, she disappeared. She disappeared in a flash of light. And we don't know where she is or if she's all right. And if I would be allowed, I would also have the message, and I would show her, and I would let her, and tell her that she was grateful to Michaela at the very end, and one of her biggest regrets is probably not coming back.
As she reads the letter, you see her face harden. She hands it back to you, and she just looks you in your eyes without saying anything. And then you see she leaves, just out the door.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the Regid camp, you eventually, you have control of all of these tribes. And what do you prefer them to call you? King Stigger? You're maybe muted. Are you muted?
No, I'm.
Oh, okay, you're thinking. Got it.
I will go. Call me.
People go.
Before I was called
the little
Stigger
one.
Palebeak.
Yeah.
Stigger Palebeak, the Sunraiser.
And dutifully, people call you as such.
Mhm.
There's a few challengers here and there that, you know, you'll get word that they say stuff when you're not around, like, well, we can move off and we could do our own thing and stuff like that. But when confronted with you, there's nothing to be said. You know, people suddenly forget all that stuff. Yeah, yeah.
No, I will. If they say that, I
one.
will challenge.
Got it.
I will challenge them. I'll show them the strength it takes to lead, and I will tell them that if they truly think they can survive, they will have no support from the clans and have good luck in the cold.
They immediately back down. As soon as you're like, come here, they're like,
Bet, let's go.
Bet.
They after hearing all the rumors, the legends, and everything, and seeing you, you know, deal with Bjornhild and the leader of the Wolf tribe, they're not even trying to have that smoke. The Bear tribe, unfortunately, dies out of famine as they ran away, and you know, nobody ever connected with them and stuff like that. They just kind of petered out. But the rest of the group coalesces together under your banner, and several other of the Uthgard tribes out of the mountains begin to coalesce into a really large group. You try to talk with these people about maybe building some relationships with 10 towns, but you get a sense that that's like a non-starter. Um, People often evoke that they literally rode on a horse, rode back one of their members with the skin of the head of Oya Minartok. You can see that, like, even pushing that, they're like, no, we don't want to deal with them at all.
I wouldn't. Oh, that's not my intent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intending to make this to just be a non-aggression pact. We've shown that pushing them is only going to lead to us losing something. We have our lands and we will defend it. There's no reason to leave them to their husk.
They agree with that.
Yeah. So basically, I'm gonna maneuver my words because I know their rage. I felt their rage. So I'm going to say, and I'm gonna again with Juvesa, we will keep to our lands. There's no need to continue the campaign, but as far as being friendly, that's probably not going to happen.
Yes.
And I'm not going to push for it.
And the tribe never likes it when they feel like you're probably talking with these 10 towners, but of course they respect you. And Devesa definitely respects you and tries to honor that agreement as such. And pretty much all the area close to the Ragged Glacier, you guys roam, and all the caribou and stuff, and all the different all the elk come back out, and yeah, the whole tribe thrives. You also get some requests from people, the sages, and we'll go ahead and say that King Elkark of the Elk tribe unified with you, and he wants to be your advisor if you would let him do such a thing. Gerund Elkark, this guy.
I would allow that, yeah.
He would suggest to you to rebuild the Temple of the Bear. And the druids and stuff can come together and maybe start another dynasty of different tribes with new masks. Bring back the old gods.
I would definitely I would agree with that.
Okay, you agree to that then, and in that mountain range, you guys build a large temple over the original one, dedicated. It's called the Temple of the Bear. It takes years to go ahead and build this with everyone working together. But at some point, some people run to you while you're overseeing the building of this temple. A group of folks. And they're screaming, "Wolfgar! Wolfgar, he's here! It's Wolfgar!" And that name spreads like wildfire. You would know who Wolfgar is. He's part of, I forget what it's called, the League of Champions or some shit like that. Carl, you may know. Of the Realms. One of the people who saved the world countless times with the Drizzt Duerden. A single horse rides into the area, and on top of it is a burly, swole man with the most sunny disposition you can think of. Looks like that. Big hammer over his shoulder. People pay him, if not the same, even more so respect. This is like a legend of the realms.
Mm-hmm.
He comes up and hops off of... He has a horse with him. Well armored. This guy looks like he's made of money at this point. He comes over to you. He's like easily 6'2" or something. And he goes, "This is the Pale Peak I've been hearing about south. Is it not?"
That would be I.
He reaches out a massive hand to shake yours.
I will do so. I will absolutely shake his hand.
You know he grips it extremely tight. Like, this dude is beyond strong. and almost purposeful to make a statement.
Yep.
He lets your hand down.
I will give him a firm handshake.
He looks around, and he goes, I'm here for business, not pleasure. The Elk Tribe. I was king of the Elk Tribe. You know this?
Well, I'll admit I did not.
Well, now you do.
Now I do.
You see, he looks over at Gerund Elkhart. He goes, I'm surprised you let it get to this point. You see, Gerund goes, you were gone a long time, Wolfgar. Last time I saw you, I was your age. You look like you haven't changed. You see, he looks back at you, Stigger, and goes, I believe the Elk Tribe should roam free. In my experiences, when one person gets too much power, awful things start to happen. And he just stares at you.
If you think that I am some tyrant keeping the tribes to me, then you are mistaken. My hope is to create a herd that can move through these lands without outside interference. Where breaking off is free, but also free to come back. If you believe that the Elk Tribe is free, should be free, I hold nothing against that.
He stares at you a long time, his blue eyes.
I have been under the dominion and chains of others. If there's one kind of lord, ruler, or chieftain, what you call it, that I can be, it would not be that one. I worked too hard to break my own chains to bind someone else.
You see, he nods. I expected a challenge. But I see that the rumors only half true. You're a man, not just a killer. You see, he looks around at the others and goes, he's to shout, and his voice seems to magically echo out through the entire place. Hear me, brothers! If you wish to stay under the banner of King Stigger here, I respect that. But what I respect even more is several tribes with their own identities and their own experiences moving across the realm. North, south, west, east. I would encourage all of you to use the temple. Find your leader. And then find your own way. With that, everyone is suddenly distracted though with a flash in the sky. In this kind of explosive concussive force that hits your chest. All of you look up. Look up. And you see what looks to be a small comet burst through the clouds and land in an explosion in the spine of the world's mountains, not too far away. You see Wolfgar looks in that direction and then looks at you and goes, I guess you have some work to do.
Pity that we couldn't show about, but perhaps I can show you my skills this way.
Maybe another time, brother. I will listen out for word from you. You see, he hops back on his horse, and then he just leaves.
Safe travels. And if he is left, I will try to call the tribes to not have anyone panic and to get people prepared for it, and get a small party with me to go investigate what crash was.
Some of your best warriors come and flank, move up to you, and you guys head up to the mountains. Genesis! What are you doing over these 5 years?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll just read what I wrote here. I'll add a little too. Genesis leaves Yithrin, trudges back to the mountains to find his love, his Olivia. Cold as she had become, she agrees to return home with him, and together they set about finding a way to save Puddle. He knew that he would need an army also to clear the escaped Nothics, and his adventures had taught him well. He gathered his gold and returned to the spine of the world. Slowly but surely he gathers people, and the small village grows into a burgeoning city. A city that prospers in magic and attracts scholars of all magic types, including Planier. His queen, although sometimes as cold as winter ice, cares for the people at the city, and at its center sits a man who was once a child in his heart, a man who grew to understand the evils of the world and knew that he had to rule with dignity and strength to guide his people to a greater future. From Puddle he learned compassion, from Spin he learned heart, from Alvarian strategy, from Stigger fighting, from Cade, love. From everyone in his travels, he learned something different. That there was a king within, the care for the people, the determination that God can put into a man. Something that Ragnar's legacy showed him constantly. High Lord Genesis, king of the spine of the world. And every day he presses mages for more information in hopes of one day finding Puddle and resurrecting his friend Saint Ragnar. Years have passed, but Genesis never gives up. That's what I'm.
Nice. In this image I show is kind of a concept of maybe the snowy town you build in the spine of the world. Travelers from refugees that were in 10 towns move into this area and help build it up, looking for your strong leadership. Maybe in this large house that sits here in the mountains, that's where you sit, ruling over your town, of course, with Olivia. One day.
Oh wow, the spine of the world is not too far from East Haven.
I know, we do trade.
Yeah, I like
You
that.
and Olivia are sitting in a room with a long table with some traders that came from the south, and you guys are looking to maybe strike a deal. After everything's spoken, you dismiss them from the room. It is just you and Olivia left to go ahead and make the final call. You note that she seems a bit distracted from the going-ons of what's happening in the village and the town. And you've been doing a lot of the work lately. You see she plays with a dagger in her hands.
I ask her what's bothering her. What's got you so distracted?
She looks up at you and goes, "There's something left on the table that we didn't deal with."
2 white dragons?
She shakes her head looking at you and goes, What are we waiting for? This is
An army.
all great, Genesis. But an army on the ground is not going to do anything to Avaratoris.
The way that they killed our father was by throwing hundreds of troops at them. I intend to do the same, but with less. We will defeat Avaratus. That will come to pass. But we first need our army. And we have a secondary objective of course, finding allies who can help.
What if
And
we
our
just...
friends.
You have done so much for the Dale, you and your friends. I mean, look how strong you've became. And I and my dragon friend, we're strong too. What if we just contact Avaratoris? Bring her to a location, and me and you together, we could put it all into the past.
You think we could beat her?
She just stares at you with eyes of like, I know we can.
I'll take that challenge. But who do we leave in our stead? We do not abandon our people.
We're not abandoning them. We'll be back with the head of that dragon.
That sounds.
Suddenly,
No.
you see Olivia's head snap. You hear in the distance screams and a muted explosion.
Grab my hammer. And I say, well, we need some
My
practice
dragon,
first."
no! She shouts. You see, she immediately gets up.
Go. We go outside.
You guys rush out the front door.
Hammer.
Hammer in your hand. You see. Let me go ahead and... Anybody know where this song's from? You gamers.
Sounds like Final Fantasy.
Hey!
I don't know
Which
which
one?
though. I have no idea, but it definitely sounds like Final Fantasy.
Bro 7.
Hurry!
Dude, no.
It's just an intro.
That's,
I don't
that's the
know.
only one I know, man.
You see, he landed in the center of your village on top of a collapsed building. Is Avaratoris with
Oh,
this
goodbye,
dead
kids.
rider
Yes,
on its
yeah.
back.
Oh shit.
Yes,
Who?
it's toast.
The dragon, the white worm.
Yeah.
Bro, it's a
Wait, who-
geriatric dragon.
You
bro.
see,
Let's
in its claw is the dragon that Olivia rode. Neck pinned down, blood gushing out.
No, we go attack immediately.
You
Get
see
it
the
off.
dragon look in your direction as you guys begin to run up. And you hear kind of a dark voice. We'll just do this. You called me?
Oh, that's a good voice, bro.
I'll point my hammer at her and I'll look at Olivia and I say, vengeance is here.
You get a sense that she called this dragon to the town that you guys built.
Oh hell no.
Wait, Olivia
Brother.
called the dragon there?
Yeah,
to kill her.
Olivia did.
Because we were going to kill her.
The
Oh my
dragon
God.
immediately exhales a blast of ice, just wiping out several buildings, covering several dozens of townspeople as they run in all directions.
I knew I didn't like that bitch.
I don't like it. Okay.
A big sweat bead appears on Genesis's like forehead, like
Dude, from like the Key and Peele sketch.
That's Oh my gosh.
You suddenly see a flash in the sky, Genesis. And with that flash, you hear an explosion. You see something come out of the mountain, out of the sky, and lands in the mountains with an explosion. The dragon looks in that direction, but then focuses back on you and goes, "You thought I forgot? I forget nothing." It then begins to take to the sky and circle around the town, looking to demolish everything that you've built.
Oh my god.
You look at Olivia, and you see she's only focused on this white worm.
And let's do it. We combine our forces and go after it, gathering any warriors in the village. Because as I said, we've been waiting to get all this stuff together and pulling the army together for these Nothics anyway. So anybody who's prepared to fight, I call them together as the king, and we go after this dragon, launching aerial attacks, taking cover, and of course doing what we can to take her down. Since she is a white dragon, we use a lot of noisemakers. Distract her, disorient her. And try
Got
to
it.
kill her.
You know, arrive with her are two smaller dragons.
Ooh, you know
Isn't
what?
hers dragon?
You wouldn't remember these two as the dragons that was at
Got
the
away.
tribe of the bear that got away, and yeah.
They ran back to mommy.
Right. Yeah.
We could try to focus on one of the smaller ones and kill it. Potentially.
Ooh,
You
killing
see
dragons
Olivia
did.
almost. She looks at the dead dragon on the ground.
Is there any way I can heal it? I couldn't heal it in time?
You run up, it's already bleeding out. It's done.
Well, I used that preserve. I used the one that lets you preserve the dragon's soul. Maybe we'll be able to bring it back as a spell slot thing.
And you guys get ready to fight for your village.
Yeah, we fight.
Now,
Don't go down without a fight. And we send out help for Lord Alvarian and for Stigger to help.
Oh.
maybe they come, maybe they don't.
Uh,
But alright, let's get.
Damn, bro.
My kingdom! I will get vengeance.
Puddle.
Quest of vengeance lives
Oh
on.
no.
Huddle.
Oh
Welcome to your new home. You got reincarnated as a maid.
You open your eyes, and you see you're in a small room made of smooth stone wall, blocks of stone, that has a dismal gray gradient, excuse me. The room has kind of a sphere embedded in the ceiling that gives off a soft fluorescent white glow, illuminating this sterile room. You lay in a simple cot that has a wooden frame and a thin mattress and pillow. You hear cop sirens in the distance.
Woke up in New York.
Yo, Brett, are you isekaiing her?
You
I
can
love it.
feel a slight
no.
vibration, as if there's some type of machine somewhere, making the whole place vibrate. There's also this hum coming from an anonymous source. A window is on one wall, and it's circular, almost like the porthole of like a ship window. You can see an amberish color gas rolling by. You find yourself dressed in a simple tunic that is an off-white color. It smells like soap, and it's kind of stiff. And then you hear a small squeal in the room. Your head snaps in that direction as you're sitting in this cot. And you see a small wooden table Sitting on it is a cage, and in the cage is that mole you found in
Oh, yeah.
Tessalaka's
Aw.
mansion. And
Can't
it's
agree.
looks like it's in the process of kicking up a bunch of wood chips in a heap. Next to the cage is your clothes, neatly folded. They look clean. All of your items are neatly packed into utility belts in your backpack. And next to this table is a door where white light bleeds from its edges. What do you do?
I get what do we call him, Mr. Tilly something? I get him
Tiddlywinks.
first.
Tiddlywinks.
Yeah, Tiddlywinks out first, and then I guess she would get dressed and put her gear on because she doesn't know where she is. And I listen.
Tiddlywinks says, "You're in your mind."
Wake up.
Huh?
You're in your mind.
Oh, what are you doing here then?
I'm here to make you feel safe.
How do I get out?
You see the mole look at the door and begin to wiggle its nose.
Okay, I guess after like getting her clothes on and her stuff on to feel somewhat safe, she'll go open the door.
You open the door, and white light floods. You see a white void, and in the distance, it looks like there's a humanoid figure sitting at the table. And the room that you were in, I didn't grab these pictures for no reason. I'll go ahead and show it. It kind of looks something like this, you know? Just a cot inside, a table, and a door at the far end. In this void, you see there's a table in the distance, and a humanoid figure that seems to be sitting at the table. You hear a voice in your mind. Hello, Puddle. Come join me.
She would. I don't know who that is, but
You walk up to the table, and this you see at it is a strange humanoid creature. It's dressed in bluish robes, exotic flares you have never seen before. It has tawny colors. Its skin, at least, is kind of a tawny color, like a tannish. Long face, flat nose, long pointy ears that could be elven or goblinoid. Essentially, it kind of looks like this. And you note that
Oh.
it's not sitting in a chair. It seems to be sitting cross-legged, hovering at the height of the table. Sitting on the table is a massive book bound in a cover that looks to be like a metallic alloy. The pages look Bible thin. Easily could be like 3,000 pages. In front of this figure is a neat stack of white paper, an inkwell, and a white feathered ink pen. You hear a voice in your mind. No need to talk, unless this makes you uncomfortable.
no, it doesn't. She'll think.
This creature just looks at you. Just stares. Doesn't say a word.
Puddle would just look at him too. Like, what do you want from me?
It just stares at you.
Really?
You don't say anything. It just stares at you.
I guess she would say, it doesn't make me feel uncomfortable, because that's how I talk to my friends, but I guess you don't hear me back?
I hear you.
Where am I?
You are in the city-state of Sharkildor, a realm of limbo.
Who doesn't know what that is? So Puddle doesn't
That's what
know
it says.
Yeah, she's just kind of, oh, okay. Is there a way for me to get home?
What is home to you?
I suppose it'd be where I am happy with my friends.
You see it grabs the ink pen and begins to write that down on a paper in front of it in a language you don't recognize.
One of our ships felt a mental pulse that was distressed and found and acquired your body. If it wasn't for your psionic mind, you probably would still be floating in limbo until something hit you or something preyed upon you. You were very lucky.
Puddle would kind of, I don't know, bow, I guess? Thank you for saving me.
His face is expressionless. It doesn't say it. It just looks at you.
Do you need something from me? Or is there a way for me to get home?
Where's home?
Do I know this, Brett?
You tell me.
Where's 10 Towns located? She would give him that place. In is it
You
Faerun?
Faerun,
Then-
material plane, yes.
In the
Yeah,
Icewind
Faerun,
Dale in the
the-
northern part of
Yeah,
Faerun. That is
That's what
part
I
of the
say.
world. Did that help? Did that help?
Yes, thank you.
On
Is
the
that
world
your
tour.
home?
It wasn't before, but it became my home. Yes.
You see it writes that down. It then looks at you and goes,
This book it is everything about you.
Honey.
You've been in our possession for the past 5 years. We've kept you unconscious and probed your mind. We could not risk having you act without understanding who you are and what happened to you. But there's a difference between what your mind tells us and what you tell us here now. And we look to corroborate the differences or understand them.
I think some mind and the heart are two different things.
In Sunblight, you came across an Elith that was tortured by the Dwugar. Why did you save him?
Because it was the right thing to do. Because he was hurt.
Do you know what an Elithid is?
Out of game question, would she?
roll me a history.
Oh, I'm rolling dice. Hold on, let me pull Puddle up. I didn't think
Just
you'd be
roll a
rolling.
d20 and roll and
Oh, okay.
and yeah, it doesn't matter that much.
Roll d20. 19.
Okay. You know Elithids are mind flayers. They enslave people, torture them, take over their mind, control them. They're awful creatures, and a lot of people are scared as shit of them.
You misunderstood, bro.
That's a cool thing, but okay, she would say, I suppose I saw myself in this being, and
You would murder and torture people for your own gain. You would control people's minds. Is that what you saw inside yourself?
I mean, that's what I remembered.
You see the creature narrows its eyes and writes down something on the piece of paper.
What is your feelings about your father?
I don't know. I don't know him.
You see he writes something on the paper.
Oh my god! I would have to see him and talk to him, and I don't know.
Michaela, despite what she's done to you, do you trust her?
Yes.
So you write something down on the paper. The creature looks up at you, and in your mind you hear,
Here. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
We have spent a lot of time attempting to find someone who would take you. And we were successful. Unfortunately, your answers indicate that you are not welcome here. You can go now.
Go where?
You see the creature fades. And so does the table and the book.
Oh no!
You just stand in a white void. You look behind you, and you see the door from which you came.
I go back to the door.
Tiddlywinks looks at you and goes, "How was it?"
What do you mean? I'm so confused right now.
Do you feel good about yourself?
I guess.
Interesting.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Suddenly, you feel a falling sensation.
Oh no.
And then you wake up. In the same cot, in the same room. Dressed in this simple white tunic. The only difference is that there's no door. Instead, you don't see any of your belongings.
Oh,
But on the table, you see that there is a simple bottle with a cork in it. And you see that the bottle seems to be filled with water.
And there's something else in the room?
You see no door. You see no tiddlywinks. You don't see any of your things.
Oh. Am I supposed to drink this? Can
You
I
just
roll
look-
something?
What do you roll? I mean, like, what were you trying to do?
I guess I take it and I uncork it and I smell it to see if there's shape water out of it and like kind of play with the water and see what it looks like.
Got it.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Maybach music.
Another one. No. You uncork the bottle and water, like a geyser, like a hose under pressure, shoots into your face, like almost snapping your neck back.
Ow!
With such pressure, the bottle flies out of your hand and bounces around the room with water shooting out in all directions.
That's fine. I can breathe underwater.
You see, even though this is a small bottle, endless water begins to pour out, filling up the room. The cot begins to float, and so does the table. You begin to float as this bottle just shoots out water until the whole room is filled. You breathe in the water, and you see the walls around you begin to fade. A tingling sensation comes over your skin for a minute, then dissipates. And the color of the water changes to a deep blue. You can feel a saltiness to it, like you're in an ocean. Your eyes adjust. And you see in the distance a vast metropolis underwater. Lights glowing. Large caverns kind of around it. You float there looking at this. And then, after a moment, you see in the water a female humanoid materialize.
This is so weird.
It is weird.
It's super weird.
It's super weird.
I just want to go home.
Well,
You see, she looks something like this.
Ooh.
Her eyes are full of suspicion, though. You see several other female figures. Looks kind of similar. Different ages appear in the water and look at you. Then you see a vortex, and in the vortex appears an upper torso of what looks to be a humanoid figure. Long black beard, glowing white eyes. Looks something like this, except underwater. The 6 women separate into pairs of 3 and kind of float at its side. You see a toothy smile look at you, but you get a sense that there's almost like a slight sinisterness to it.
Oh no, of course there is.
You hear Dear Puddle. Excuse me. My firstborn.
Nani?
What?
oh man.
I'm glad you came home. We have a lot to talk about. These are your sisters.
Now go play.
And you see all of them look at you almost with like suspicion.
She's looking at them with suspicions too.
And with that, we cut to Ragnar.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit, hold on, I need to suit up. Also,
Hey,
Red, could I get worldwide steppers, please? May I request worldwide steppers?
Do I have that? You don't even know what's about to happen. Let me see.
Hey, if I die in style, bro.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
Yes, we do this. We do this at D&D.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait.
I got
Ugh.
my +1 wizard hat of don't give a fuck. Let's go.
Go ahead on my rainbow bandana.
All right.
All right, I'm ready. So,
That's right, bro. Dude, don't hate. Make me flex.
Ragnar,
yes.
the last thing you remember is stepping into a small kind of like enclave area and asking Ariel for her blessing, and then feeling yourself freeze into a statue. You open your eyes, and immediately you see a ceiling above you made of wood, wooden walls to your left and right. You lay in a bed, still dressed in your armor, although it's all clean.
I look around.
You sit up, you look around. You see a simple room. Looks kind of like this here. You can hear the bustle of what sounds like a city or something outside of a window to your left.
I scramble out of the bed, go over to the blinds, and look out.
You immediately hop out of bed. You check yourself. You walk over to the blinds, pull them down. It looks like you're in some type of city. But what's weird is that you expect maybe to see a bunch of humans. You see a vast smattering of humanoids around. You even think you see a devil walking down the street.
I find the door. Well, I check my equipment. Is everything that I expect to be there?
You think about your friends and everything. You check in your bag. You feel the Ouija board. You feel all of your stuff. And you begin to head towards the door.
Yeah.
When you do, the door opens. And you see a dark-skinned humanoid standing at the door. You're easily way taller than he is. You know that he looks to be dressed in priest vestments almost, and he has a clasp on his chest that has a lightning bolt symbol.
Do I recognize this lightning bolt symbol?
Roll me a religion.
Second. Did I delete Ragnar? No. Oof.
I hope not.
Okay, I have it. Sorry, what do I have to roll?
A religion.
I rolled it. Let me grab a token, I guess.
Or you can just roll a d20 in the thing. It's up to you. And then you can just tell me whatever you're supposed to add to it. And
Yeah,
where
I'll do that.
Okay, there we go. You recognize it. This is an obscure clerical faith that you've heard in passing, but it seems to be some god by the name of Zeus. This guy looks you up and down and goes, "Whoa, Tiger, calm down. Everything's all right."
Wait,
You see, he kind of looks like this.
where am I?
He goes, he thumbs his nose. That's a good question. I think we're in somebody's house, to put it simply. Hey, how about this? You see he brings up a tray? You gotta be hungry, dog. You see there's some meats and there's some eggs. It smells good. Take a seat, man. Relax. Brother?
I squint my eyes, take the tray, go over to a table, sit down, start eating. How hungry am I?
Well,
Do I
you
get a
taste...
sense of how long I've been out?
When you taste the food, you feel ravenous. But how long you've been out, it feels like maybe a few hours, you know?
I was with my party. We were in the Icewind Dale. Where is this? Who are you?
Yeah, man. Trust me, I get it. You got a lot of questions, brother. Yeah, you were with your party, Lightbringers, they call themselves, right?
Mid shovel, I stop. I'm like, who are you?
I'm sorry. My name's Jesse. You see, he looks like he goes, "Hey, Watts! Hey, Watts, man! You're missing it!" You hear some feet steps coming, and you see enter into the room, dressed very similar to this guy, Jesse. A tall, pale guy. He kind of looks like this. He goes, oh shit, man, he's awake. Jesse goes, I told you he started to turn. He's gonna wake up any time. You see, this guy Watts looks at you and goes, Sacred Flame. No, man, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh.
I flinch a bit, and then I'm like, hold on, clerics?
Yeah.
Hey, I go up and give them the cleric dap.
That's what I'm talking about. You see, Jesse goes, for a minute I thought he was gonna try to attack me. You know, we have to get down on that. Zeus does not tolerate that. Watts goes, that's fucking right. Zeus does not tolerate that mess. Hey, man. Glad that you did go ahead and get yourself killed waking up, you know?
So, how did I get here? Are you guys my minders? What's going on?
Minders? I guess so. You see Jesse goes, well, big man, I mean, he did tell us to watch him until he gets back. Watts goes, yeah, oh, yeah. You're gonna like this guy. He's fucking amazing. I mean, bro, we were lost in the jungle for fucking who knows how long, man. Well, I wasn't really lost. Actually, we were important in Zaru, and then he came back, and then these thugs was gonna go ahead and jack us up, and boom, out of the sky from nowhere, who shows up? You see, he points at Watts. Watts goes, you already know who shows up. You see, he does prayer hands. Zeus! That's right, Zeus shows up, transports us the hell fucking out of there. Safe, just like that. Big man, he has Zeus's ear.
Is this big man the reason I'm here?
Oh yeah, 100%, man. I mean, like, shit. Huh. Your ass would have been fucking fighting with spiders for the rest of your life if it wasn't for, big man. Rest of your afterlife, that is.
Afterlife?
Yeah. Watts goes, yeah, man, you're fucking dead, dude. It's all good, though.
Wait, hold on. I run past them into the city. Am I in Elysium? Where am I?
You drop the tray and go, hey, where you going? And you push past them, you go down the hall, and you enter into what looks to be a nice kitchen. You note that all the pots and pans and stuff, like, it seems to be like managing itself, maybe like unseen servants. You come to the front door and you open it. You see a vast metropolis comes out before you. You look up and you see that at some point, walking through this metropolis, it wraps around onto itself, almost like the movie Inception, and you can see buildings and whatnot directly above you.
I'm gonna fall to my knees with like a little bit of vertigo, I guess, I assume. Like, oh!
You hear hands grab you and drag you back in, and Shentago goes, hey man, you need to chill, dude. You're gonna get us fucking caught, bro.
Hold on, this... And I almost throw up the food they gave me.
Jesse goes,
what's going on? Where am I?
Look, it's alright. Everything's okay. You then hear another voice. Deeper. You've seen this person before as they emerge from another hallway, maybe the living room. You hear, well, we're all here now. Where's my son? Where's my wife? And you see a drow, quite burly, dressed like this. It looks to be Sven's dad you remember from the village. Watts goes, man, we're losing control of this situation quick, bro.
Is this the big man?
Jesse goes, no. This is another guy we saved from utter doom, you know? I mean, actually, he's the one that's going to be fighting spiders for the rest of his life. You are the one that I guess would be chilling in a pool somewhere. You know, chilling out in wherever Saloon chills out at, something like that. But hey, guys, how about this? Look, let's calm down. Let's take it down a notch. How about we just sit down and, you know, you want some tea? You thirsty? You see Duncan goes, where's my son?
I get off of my knees, get to my full height, take a step towards him, and I say,
This drow looks you up and down with his amber eyes, like he doesn't even know you.
oh, so he was asking other people where his son is?
Looks like he was directing it towards these two clerics.
I call out, Duncan?
He gives you a side eye. He goes, do I know you?
No, but I know you. And I run to him and I say, your son, he's okay. He's magnificent.
You see he looks flabbergasted. He goes, you look familiar, but I'm not sure. You know my son.
Yes.
Have you seen my wife, Praga? She's human.
No, but your son, he did it. He killed Tessalaka. I kind of try to grab onto him, like I'm sweating. I get
What?
to tell this father how proud he should be of his son.
Watts goes, hey guys, you know, good. It's a reunion. How about we take a seat? You know, how about we just chill?
Duncan, he did it! And I try to hug him.
He stands there and lets you do it, but then he takes a strong hand and pushes you back and goes, this is not the person we're waiting for that knows what happened with my wife and my son. But he knows of my son. You see Jesse goes, yeah, we're waiting on Big Man. He should be back here any minute. Just chill, guys. I mean, look, you don't want to cause trouble out on the streets. I mean, it's dangerous out there.
Now, I'll try to cozy up to Duncan the same way I patronizingly tried to cozy up to Sven. So I'll go to his side and I'll be like, hey, do you know who this big man is?
He shakes his head. You see Duncan begin to pace back and forth.
I'm like, classic Sven. All right.
You see Duncan goes, you told me before that you saved me from some horrible afterlife for a reason. And the only person who knows this is this big man you're waiting on. You won't tell me who he is, what's his name, or any details of why I am here or why he's here. You see, he points at you, Ragnar.
As I comprehend what Duncan is saying, it hits me that I'm dead. Part of me thinks that I should stand up next to Duncan and be like, yeah, who is this big man? But at this point, I think Ragnar would be a little gobsmacked and try to just look around his body, maybe check his parents' wedding rings,
You feel a burning sensation actually on your upper left shoulder.
Shit, I try to check it. I go underneath my armor? What's going on?
You look and you see what looks to be seared into your skin, the symbol of what looks to be like a lightning bolt.
I do a little a Saloonite cross. I'm like, oh god.
Duncan looks at you and goes, I have one too. And he shows you his shoulder. If you're not going to tell us the meaning of this right now, I'm leaving. And at that moment, the front door opens. And you see march in a man. Average height, brown hair down to his shoulders, beautiful blue vestments. You see a robe that's clasped at his chest with a beautiful platinum lightning bolt. He looks kind of like this.
What a throwback.
Is that big man?
He goes, I have returned. And you see Watts and Jesse drop a quick knee and stand back up.
Bro, he's not even big. He just has boots of flying. He's just like floating in the air. Come on now.
You see he looks at you guys, and you know that this guy looks out the door behind him, almost like somebody maybe he's trying to follow him, and he shuts the door behind him. And he goes, good job, Jesse. Watts. You see to go, bro, they were totally about to leave. He goes, they wouldn't leave. Zeus wouldn't let them leave.
Are you big man?
You see this guy looks around and goes, I am David Silversmith, cleric of Zeus. Conqueror
Ragnar Frostfall, cleric
of the
of
tomb
Saloon.
of 9 gods. Champion in Undermountain. And a bunch
Hold
of
on,
other
pause.
accolades.
One sec. Wait, Alex, Brent, was David Silversmith in Tomb of Annihilation? I thought he was just in.
He was, but you didn't play in that campaign. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh shit, I forgot. I guess. Okay.
He ported that character over basically.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, it made sense for a sequel, right? Because it was only a year after the TOS. So I was like,
David comes up to you and puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, it's good to meet another brother in faith. Although different, and slightly superior, but
Yo, height
good
check,
enough.
height check. How tall is this fucker?
Ah, you're tall. I mean, you're a really tall guy. You're taller than him. Yeah.
All right. I'll stand up full height and put my hand on his shoulder. I'm like, of course, little brother. In faith.
He goes, if anything, you should be calling me. I'm not sure what you should be calling me, but you should be thankful, because you would be dead if it was not for Zeus. And me. And Jesse and Watts.
right on.
You mean this burning rash that your god gave me?
Ah, yes. That.
What is your god? The god of STIs? STDs?
Jeez, bro.
Technically, yeah, sure.
Zeus is one that is very good with various women, and I'm pretty sure mortals that he interacts with probably has diseases, but he's a god, which does nothing to him. Which gives those women actually lots of pleasure because they couldn't find anybody else so, to do anything else.
I mean,
because
you
Zeus
know
is all
that
powerful.
divine dick sometime heal.
Oh
Look,
my god.
that symbol
Hold on,
there
yeah.
is protecting
I'm gonna,
you.
Okay, I'm gonna back off a bit because I just thought about it. Me and Alex did have a conversation of how our characters would be into each other. So I'm going to backtrack on some of the hostility that Ragnar's showing, and he's gonna chill a bit. So he's gonna be more amenable.
David
to
sees you calm down and goes, see? You're here with a champion of Zeus. Nothing is going to happen to you long as I'm around. Isn't that right, Jesse? Watts. They go, of course! And they drop a knee to stand back up.
I kind of lean into David Silversmith and be like, it's kind of neat. And I point my head to the two supplicants.
What are you talking about? They love it. Isn't that right, Jesse? Jesse goes, of course! Watts goes, you know it, boss. You see,
somehow
I
I
saved
think
them
of-
from other doom. Important in Zaru and
somehow I
Chult.
think of Alvarian's protege. I'm like, you remind me of someone.
Zeus? Because that's who I aspire to be.
Oh my god.
Who was Alvarian's protege again? I forget.
Proctor.
Proctor,
Proctor.
yeah. Them kneeling over and over. I'm like, man, that reminds
But
me of
hey,
Proctor.
we waste time.
Yes, sorry.
We
yes.
can catch up. Because we have a long journey ahead of us. But like I said, that symbol there, my god, the god, as I should say, Zeus, is protecting you.
I see.
If it was not for
So-
him, you would literally be dead. And so would you see, looking at Duncan. But
So,
Zeus
I
pulled
kind of-
you from the grave
Yeah.
to serve a greater purpose.
Yeah.
I'm
Mind
on a
telling us
mission.
What that is? Big
Of
guy?
course. Sit down, please.
I check to see if Duncan sits down.
No, he doesn't. He just stands there.
I'm not gonna sit.
You see, David goes, please, I'd hate to use a spell. You see,
I look at
Duncan sighs and, like, he sits down. He doesn't want to, but he does it just for sakes.
All right, I'll go in and sit next to Duncan.
Good, thank you. You see Jesse and Watt sits down, but David doesn't. He stands over the table and he puts his hands on it. You've been called by the greatest god that any mortal has ever seen. One that has literally taken you from the clutches of utter doom. Duncan goes, we get it. Get on with it. Where's my son? Where's my wife? See, David goes, very well then. Fine. I just want you to let you know who you should be thankful for.
Oh my god.
There is something out there called a spindle. It's an artifact, part of the primordial weave.
Ragnar's ears perk up, yeah.
It has disappeared over the past 5 years since the Lightbringers defeated a King Eriolitharis and some other wizard.
Fuck. If I was sitting on the table, I stand up so violently the table flips over. 5 years?
Yes. But time doesn't really matter in Limbo. And then coming here. Duncan, for you it's been even longer. Duncan goes, you haven't answered my question. Well, there is a gnome by the name of Pip Clockmort that all of you know. He's probably dead, but with him he carried a crystal key that had the aura, or part of the magical signature of this spindle. Zeus wishes to find it. We will find the key, and then we will find the spindle. And in that, we will need allies. Which means we need to get the old team back together again. You see, he looks at Duncan and goes, we need to get your son, Sven, over here to this realm. And maybe his mother too. That's a more difficult case.
This realm being...
This place is called the City of Doors. It's a place between places. It's a city... Look, I just got here, okay?
David, you did?
Yeah,
Where were you
like,
before?
is that really important?
No. Arik wants to know, but Ragnar would think that's important. Is this pre or post Hallister, David?
5 years, probably post.
Okay.
I have done incredible things in my life. I have fought a Chronomancer. I have defeated Acerak. You know who Acerak is?
I've heard the
God
name.
damn.
A blasphemous name.
Well, if you heard him, he's gone. Because of me. And my friends. And Jesse and Watts, of course. And Zeus. Anyway.
Are you a saint?
Nani.
I am
Good, bro.
eventually.
I see. Eventually. Okay.
Zeus is a hard
Don't
god
worry.
to please.
Don't worry,
A
little
hard-
brother. Don't worry, little bro. You'll get there. And I pat him.
You see, he shrugs off your arm. He goes, Zeus is a hard god to please. You have to really, really demonstrate yourself. You just can't exist. You see, looking at you up and down.
I
Anyway.
don't know. I've heard from what I've heard, he pleases a lot of people.
You see, David actually smiles and goes, that's true too. Good for him, as he should. Anyway,
Yes.
we need to get the team back together.
So Sven, who else?
Well,
Ragnar seems hopeful.
Stigger, I believe is his name. Maybe
And?
an Alberian, a wizard. Or maybe some of the others I used to know. Praga? There was a strange wizard or sorcerer of some sort that was traveling with me in Underdark, but I'm sorry, in Undermountain, but I can't remember his name right now. Because I'm the main character, but that's beside the point. Anyway, I'm glad all of you are on board for this mission. You see, Duncan goes, wait a second. I'm not on board for any mission until I see, and David goes, I get it, you see your son. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go ahead and find him. Or he's gonna find us, one of the two.
Actually, this is important. Like Duncan, and I then look over to David. Does getting the team back together entail them having to perish?
You see, he smiles and goes, no. I have a way back to the material.
For us?
I can bring them here. Unfortunately, you are dead. You can't go back. That would cause lots of problems. Ask Zeus about it. We will get them
Yeah,
here
Ragnar's shoulders kind of drop. Yeah.
in a place where we can meet them neutrally. I have an idea of where this gnome pit may be. And maybe we'll have everybody there. At this moment, you see the front door open, and you see an older guy with some suitcases comes in and goes, "Oh, it's great to be." You see, he looks around and he goes, "Who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house?"
Oh my god.
Who's that?
You see
Guardians.
David look at Jesse and Watts. You see David turn and look at this older man and goes, "Zeus, thanks you for your place of meeting." You see David raises a finger, and then from his side pouch, grabs a small emblem of Zeus and puts it in his hands, and goes, "Pray, and Zeus will pay you."
Yo,
You
in
see
the
Zeus
background,
looks at all of you
Ragnar's
and
gonna-
goes, "Let's go."
In the background, Ragnar's gonna try to unseemly flip the table back over. Just to look at
Oh crap! I didn't realize this wasn't okay. I didn't realize we were renting this
No,
place.
no,
Shit.
Brett, let me tell you.
Yep.
I'm about to do something. I'm about to message you something.
Let's see.
Dude, I think you might
That's
have
fucking
made
hilarious, bro.
your
Oh
choice
my
too early,
God.
Auric. Maybe Ragnar really doesn't like
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
I got it. All of you like leave out. This guy looks confused. He goes, "My food!" And all of you leave outside, and then you see Silversmith raises a finger up and turns around and comes to them and goes.
Also, by the way,
He goes, "Wait a minute." He goes, "This is from Zeus." You see, he takes out a copper piece and puts it in the guy's pocket. Don't spend it all in one place.
Oh.
Yeah.
have money?
You have all your stuff.
I'm
But you
gonna
see
take
David
out,
like
10 gold.
grabs you and pulls. He goes, "We need to go."
I'll throw like 10 gold pieces.
You
at
throw
him.
it at him.
Pelt him with money as you leave.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Also,
god.
Brent,
And with that, you come into
Hey,
this city where it wraps up on itself, and David Silversmith goes, "Welcome to Sigil, the city of doors."
That sounds like an adventure. I wanna go. I wanna go.
Dude,
it's
I want to
crazy
somewhere this wizard / sorcerer that
Yep.
David doesn't remember the name of. is
Fifth
gonna
edition
cast-
version comes out next month.
Oh shit! Really,
Let's go. Let's
Wednesday.
go.
bro? How dare David forget Melik's name? Alright.
Hold on.
Ooh.
I was like,
To be
Malik,
fair, to be
Malik.
fair, he didn't even mention the fighter, the warlock, or the ranger.
No, it's
so-
about him. Because he's about
It's always
he's-
It was
about
pretty
him.
tight with the
Mention-
fighter, bro.
Dude, you at least gotta mention.
Oh
Take that.
my god. I want to play with David now.
well, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to do that campaign just so I can
Yeah,
return to Pip and see what happened and everything.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I kinda wanna, like with this window.
Search
It's
of
like
Pip?
I kind of wish
Cutscene.
there was like a whole campaign. to
Saving
chase-
Private
guys.
Lopez.
Guys,
Really quick, cutscene. Stigger, you and your team come through the mountains to a smoking crater. And sitting inside of that crater, you see something rectangular, golden in color. The people look at you, your men, and they look at the object.
give a hand to have him stand back a little while I go to inspect it.
You march down to the crater. You see something familiar. A golden box with dials on it, and a compass embedded in it. You pick it up. You open its lid. And inside it, you see there's a small piece of paper. You unroll it. And in a handwriting that's familiar, it says, "Come find me." At the bottom it says, "Pip."
Son of a bitch.
You close the lid and you see the dial on the top of it rotate and then point in a certain direction. And you look up to the sky, wondering what to do next.
It starts again.
Let's
You know
run
it.
it back. 3 more years.
And that's
You know what
where
to
we
do.
fade to black. And we roll credits. Always got to leave a campaign on a cliffhanger. Who knows if
Yeah.
we'll ever return to this? Maybe never. But if we do,
No.
if there is a Planescape, something worth running for a 1-shot or 2-shot, maybe we will. We'll see. But that's where we leave the end of this adventure. And
Oh, that's
all
so
of
good.
our folks. Hey!
Oh my god.
Hey! And you guys can imagine.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
What
We
happened?
could,
Wait, what,
we can
what did you say
imagine.
about Madden?
I like
But I just said we can imagine what the heroes
okay.
are gonna do next with their situations. They live on in your memories and fight battles in your in your mind. I don't know when you're about to go to
Across the
sleep.
plains, across the city of doors, and who knows where else.
Yes. Now I know I'm late, guys, but I really want to finish this up so we don't got to return to this. Can we do our scorecard? Can we stick around for like an hour and do that? Can we just go through that?
Sure.
All right. I really appreciate it. I know it's late. I'm sorry. If you need to bounce, I
Wait,
get it.
the recap.
Nah, bruh.
What happened
And-
with
Oh, good.
what happened with Genesis and the Dragon? Did that not get resolved? Or-
No, that's just like the cliffhanger.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm out. Maybe Genesis defeats the dragon. Maybe the dragon wins. Who knows?
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, that's
The point
that's what.
is,
Oh,
Genesis-
I almost forgot.
Genesis-
Wait. I almost forgot. I forgot Alvarian. Oh, ooh, shit. I almost forgot Alvarian. My bad. Alvarian. let's finish. Let me do this real quick. I almost forgot.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I forgot too.
No. What did you do in the past 5 years besides East Haven putting the city off into a place where nobody can find?
Besides, I mean, how long did it take to get to a
Well,
point?
you said though a third of the city has been rebuilt. You've got your tower.
Yeah.
Oh, everything's already done.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You know, this is ongoing.
I would build like an academy for wizards. That's what
Got
I would
it.
do. And I would erect statues of the fallen people of our adventuring group in front of like my little wizard tower. And that's about it. Now I would have like new wizards, new wizards come around, just try to teach them magic. And we will call them I don't know, maybe
But you keep the city far away.
Yeah, I would keep it far. I wouldn't destroy it, largely because I might need it again one day. And I want to make sure that I have a teleportation circle set up so I could go back to it when I need to. But it's like hidden. It's like
Got
One Piece,
So one of these days, you've sold all your belongings. You don't have like any ties or attachments to the items you found. And you find yourself standing on this broken down city across the ocean, and in the distance you could see the coastline of the Sword's Coast. You could see Waterdeep, almost like New York City, lit up, and you're just watching, thinking about everything you've been through. And in that moment, you hear a voice behind you of an old man, but the voice is kind of strong. You hear, what happens next for the Lion River?
Alexa.
You turn around and you see this figure standing with a long pipe in his hands.
What?
I look back at him and I say, not even questioning just the weirdness of how he got here or anything. Is this a guy that, well, I would know it's not. The one that took
You'll recognize him though. Famous, world-renowned wizard, demigod, Elminster.
If I would know right away, then I would look at him. And, with I don't have a beard anymore. I'm clean shaven, regular red hair, a light expression on my eyes, and I say, probably a meek life, Elminster. I don't have any ideals of glory, just ideas of rebuilding.
You see, he says, biting on his pipe. There's no meek life once you've done things that are nowhere close to meek.
I appreciate the commentary.
How about this? You have a whole city at your disposal. You have memories of Netherly's magic, which can help the realms. I could link you up with some people that's going to need help in the future.
Who are they?
He just smiles at you and bites, and he goes, it's better if you just see them. Or you can try to live your meek life out here. I can tell you it's not going to end well.
I raise one eyebrow and I say, with all the magic I've heard you're able to do, are you also able to peruse the future?
No. But I do have an eye on what's happening in the present. And there's someone who wants to speak with you. And they will be here shortly.
Then allow me to speak with them then. Whatever it is that apparently brings upon your audience where I can't live the meek life I'm looking to get.
Well, he shrugs. You see he reaches in a kind of chest pocket he has. And he takes out a small, what looks to be cube. And he comes up to you. and he puts it in your pocket. That's gonna save your life. Hold it. It will plane shift you.
I'll do just that then.
Are you sure you just don't want to come with me now?
Let's go. Let's see what else awaits then.
He smiles and reaches back in your pocket and takes the cube.
But I do want to ask for your advice. Is this the furthest out that Yithrin could be hidden?
He sighs heavily. This world is huge, but also this here sticks out quite magnificently in the sky. I think any creature or anybody with power definitely would be looking for this place. I don't know if you're going to be able to hide it, maybe for a little while, but eventually somebody's going to come.
Well then. Well, I hope it'll last some time. Now take me where I need to go.
He puts a hand on your shoulder. And both of you vanish. The city sits there and floats in the sky, rotating by its lonesome. And that's it then. If you stayed there, Larlock would have showed up and like grilled your ass, but
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Larlock? Oh my god, he's still alive?
Yeah. He's fucking he's still alive. He's just doing his thing.
Oh my god, well. I'm glad I left then.
All right. So I'm gonna use the.
What would the cube have done?
The cube, the plane shifts.
Oh, okay. Well,
There would have been a conversation. Larlock would have been like, look, you're gonna work for me, right? And you probably would have been like, no. And he was like, all right, I guess I gotta kill you then. And, and then you either you get the hell out of Dodge or he just kills you. That's pretty much what happens. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad Minister showed up before then. Thank God.
All right. So let's do our scorecard. I know, Lamar, you gotta work in the morning, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't go to work till 2:45 tomorrow. I'm good.
All right, let's try to wrap this up in an hour. Ask all of our questions, talk about the game and stuff with our scorecard. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go ahead and share the scorecard with you guys on the screen. And I'm gonna share it in Google Drive so you guys can see it as I mark it, and we're gonna do it. So,
guys, how accurate did Brent play David Silversmith? Y'all tell me.
That's about right. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how I remember it.
Nah, bro, nah.
Just probably wrap up because now we finish everybody's up along.
That's funny.
It's funny that I don't. Oh, never mind.
What?
I was gonna say like, Ragnar was automatically hostile, and then he was like, "Never mind, we talked about it. I'm not anymore." And I was like, "Are you sure about that?"
Coming in pretty.
Well, I think
hot.
Well,
I
it's Brent playing Alex's character versus Alex playing Alex's character. Brent was saying way more aggro shit than Alex would have. So I'm like,
The David Silversmith, that was more. It was more on the money, if you ask me.
that's not the David Silversmith I know, okay?
That's because you were his ally. The whole time, David Silversmith is a fucking jelly.
Also, I guess like it's different when like a cleric and a wizard link up versus when a cleric and a cleric link up, because there's always this inherent like, oh,
it's always
your god is cool. Nah, bro, my god is cool.
It's always swinging balls. You know who has the bigger balls.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
So
by
I guess-
default, you know.
That was a natural cadence to fall into. Honestly, yeah, I guess in their first meeting, Ragnar and David would not be friends. I think it's more of a like, after they've been in the ship together, it start to develop like.
But also, like you gotta admit, like the totem, like at that point in time, apparently we beat Hallister. I think I'm the shit. So like,
Honestly, yeah. Like, what level are you? Because like Ragnar, if Ragnar died at level
level
9,
20, dude. If I'm
Yeah,
casting Gate or
if
something,
you-
level 17 or something. At least
yeah,
level 17.
so you're way higher level. Okay, I guess so.
Well,
Damn.
how I imagined it is that something happened in Undermountain to where you didn't necessarily defeat Hallister, but you got pretty, you got close. That's kind of how I
Gotcha.
imagined it.
We got asked to beat too many times. You know.
All right. So
Damn.
we got our
That was hella fun.
scorecard, and
I hope we do come back to it. That sounds fun.
let's
Yeah, the
see
quest for
here.
vengeance continues.
One day.
Oh,
One day.
So I'm gonna share I'm gonna copy a link and drop it into the general channel for our scorecard, and there we go. Let me know if for some reason somebody can't access or see it. Then let's grab this window here.
Ooh,
Okay.
Google sheet. Okay.
I already have mine like set up, but
And yes, so hold on a second. Look at that. And let's see here.
all I need is one mic.
No.
Do you want us
that's
to fill it in right away, or do you? Want
No, we're just gonna go. Everybody's gonna speak their piece. So, and then we're gonna go down the list in rows. But there we go. All right. So let me expand this out, and why is this like this? What is it? Alt? Yeah, it's Alt. Okay. There we go. Oh, why is it upside down? What is this? I'll transform, rotate 180. There we go. Alright. Alright. So we got our scorecard up on the stream. And let's go ahead and stop this music.
Are we on the
And,
second stream now?
No,
Are we doing it?
I'm
'cause we got this
showing I'm showing the scorecard right now on the stream. And
Yeah.
can I
I'm gonna
just-
switch from roll 20 to watching your stream.
Yes. Can I cam unlock? And
So is it gonna be
and,
like-
and you can use the link that I put in the general channel to kind of, because the stream lags. So you can use the link to see the scorecard as we go along,
Yeah. it
and we
actually
talk
opens
about
it.
this. And
Oh my God,
order.
I wish I had another monitor. I have so many.
So
things
is it gonna be
open.
like private one-on-one or like we're gonna
Oh.
be everyone?
So what we're gonna do? All right. So let me intro this segment. All right. So I'm gonna cut this from the stream, and this will be a separate video, which I'm gonna go ahead and dress up a bit. But right now, all right, folks, we have completed this book, Rime of the Frost Maiden. I don't know if you can see it. It has kind of a glare on it. All of us, we played through huge segments of this book. The only thing we really didn't touch was the Goliaths in the spine of the world and the Verbeegs, but everything else we pretty much covered. We ran the fuck out of this book, folks. And what we're gonna go ahead and do here is give you guys our review, players, DM perspective. I've actually had the opportunity to not just run this with this group, but also play in it with another group. And thank you, Austin, as a DM, for running a great game for that. So I have a player
You
perspective and a DM perspective. Yes, we finished, even though we did cut out the last part with Yithrin, but we did everything up to that point. So so we played through a huge segment of this book, and of course our track through the adventure was different than what we experienced here. So we're gonna go ahead and give you a review of Rime of the Frost Maiden. As players, how we felt about it. As a DM, how I felt about it. And then there's some other folks here who've played, who DM, and I'm pretty sure even though they may have not run it as from a DM perspective, they can go ahead and give some insight and some feedback. And after we do the scorecard, we're going to go ahead and give a final group review of this book and tell you pretty much what we think about this great long adventure. And in this, we're going to be talking about just what's in the book. There were some homebrew elements that I've added along the way that we've experienced, but we're going to try not to touch too much into that because that's kind of irrelevant to what maybe you as a player or a DM is going to go ahead and experience in this adventure here. So, everybody's camera shy. You know, we're kind of trying to keep private. So, we're not going to have people's faces. But we do have at the bottom of your screen, you see a list of characters, and they light up when they talk. Those are everybody who's played. So you see at the top, it says Alvarian. If you look at the bottom left corner, his token is an Alvarian token when he goes ahead and speaks about at least this aspect of the adventure. So we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 categories that we're going to go ahead and go through, and we're going to talk about with this adventure here. And we're going to go ahead and start with the theme. So what we're going to do, everybody, is we are going to go one by one, pretty much down each column, right? I'm going to ask Alvarian. He can tell me what he thinks about the theme and give us his score. The scoring system is a 1 to 10, 5 being average, 1 being this shit sucks, 10 being this is fucking amazing. So we're going to hear it from everybody, and hopefully you can take this feedback and you could use it as a player or as a DM in figuring out whether you want to go ahead and run or play Rime of the Frost Maiden, all right? This is DIY shit. This is not a huge stream. I don't have a bunch of editors sitting here making sure this shit looks perfect. But I can tell you this much, we played the hell out of this book, and I think you're going to go ahead and get a lot of good information if you plan on running or you plan on playing in it. So, all right, with that being said, shit, let's go ahead and go. So, all right, Rime of the Frost Maiden. Where is my sheet? What's so funny? What's so funny? Ain't nothing funny. Ain't nothing funny about any of this. This is serious.
Just
No,
like, I've
this
heard
was
a
not
couple
a funny
opinions.
I will say
So,
that this
we've
was
had-
not a funny.
Yeah, I mean, there's opinions galore. What I want to say from the jump, guys, is that in running this adventure, this is not the worst adventure, okay? We put a lot of work in to make this fun. All right? Look, it's not. And look, and if, I don't know. If
Wait,
Chris
what is the
Perkins,
worst? What is the worst? What is the worst? then?
That's a discussion for
that's
later.
another. Oh, you know what? I will put out there that Elemental Evil probably ranks way below this.
Yeah, Prince of the Apocalypse is way at the bottom.
Yeah. I would put that.
I could see that actually.
I would even put Tiamat. You know, the Rise of. I'll even put that probably below this from what I've read and seen. I think that adventure has problems and can be boring, but we're gonna rank it. We're gonna go through here and we're gonna see whatever everybody thinks, and we're gonna come up with a combined score. But you know what? Just because quote unquote an adventure is not like the best 100% amazing, it's really what you make it, right? It's like what the DM does, what the players do.
100%.
And we had fun. We had fun,
Yes,
I think, playing this adventure. I'm not going to sit here and say that this adventure's trash and I wish I never ran it, wish I never played it, because I don't believe that at all. I still think that this was fun. So if, like, you know, Chris Perkins comes in, who knows? He's sitting on the toilet, you know, trying to crank one out, and he like decides, let me see what people think about my adventures. And he runs across this video. We're gonna give it to you straight, but we're gonna say that it was still fun. It was still a great time. And if you want to see what we did in the adventure, go back and look at the live streams that we have, because the last third of this campaign we live streamed. The first 2/3 of this campaign, we did it almost as a podcast, which I'm going to be uploading episodes later on, trickling them in. So anyway, all right. With all that being said, y'all ready? You're ready to give some feedback?
Yep.
All right,
Oh,
all right,
man.
let's do it.
Going.
Get some feedback. For
So-
sure.
Are you ready?
No.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready. We're gonna start with the theme, and what I mean by theme is that this book presents itself as a modern horror. It uses modern horror, not gothic horror like Curse of Strahd, to kind of present this book. It's supposed to be a horror campaign with a smattering of like modern themes. So Alex, kick us off. You played
Okay.
Albarian. His token's in the bottom left corner. What's your opinion?
So I want to start off by saying that I'm not very familiar with horror-themed role-playing games or horror-based campaigns. I will state that in throughout the overall tone of the campaign, it is dark. There's like ambience of like tragedy and horror around there. But I would state that me personally, kind of playing throughout the campaign, and maybe it's just because maybe 5e as a system is hard to have horror in it. But based on the book itself, I didn't really feel that afraid throughout a lot of the book. I mean, I would say probably what brought fear for me was probably so I would say that what probably brought fear for me was some encounters that we did have. Um, the highlight of kind of like the fear aspect for me was when we had to go ahead and talk with an ancient white dragon in front of our face.
Mm.
I would say that for me definitely proved horror for me as like we were like, oh my god, caught off guard. But and also I guess in the earlier parts of the campaign where we go ahead and have to deal with the caves itself, I would say I guess I did feel some type of fear being out of our level and dealing with skeletal giants and things like that. But kind of like the rest throughout most of it, I would say horror wasn't really something I felt in a repeated fashion. Like it was very one off. And in all honesty, I mean, when you told me the theme was horror, I mean, the theme was maybe tragedy
Mm.
or something like that. I mean, the theme was tragedy. I would give it a because Icewind Dale has a lot of those. But in terms of horror, I didn't feel any horror. I'm just being point blank with you. So I would give it like just because I don't just because horror itself feels like a distant concept for me in the Dale. And maybe it's because we're playing adventures and heroes who have to deal with like those type of situations, so our mindset's kind of different, right? But I would give it like a 3.
Desensitized to it.
All right, we
I would
got a
give it a
3. We got a 3 on the board. Can you? I can enter it, or you can enter it. It's up to you. If you're, I don't know if you're.
I'll enter it, but I would give
Got
like
it.
horror like a 3.
Or
All
maybe
right.
you became desensitized to it as you played.
True. I mean, it wasn't like, or to give context to anybody who watched this, we played this over almost a 3-year period. And, we went from another horror modern campaign, which I still find hilarious, that I ran that so troubling that Kevo Sticker's character killed himself. He was like, I'm fucking out. But anyway, we came
Yeah.
out of that zombie apocalypse game into this horror game towards the end of COVID, and kind of played through it. So,
Not my brightest moment, I'll admit.
yo, I'm still working on that. I still I still have hope that one day I can pull off a good zombie apocalypse game. And shout out to the people who did what is the book? Ultra Modern 5. Yeah.
Yeah, Ultra Modern 5e.
You went
It's still a
5e?
good book. It's still a good book.
Yeah.
But all right, moving
Nerf the
on.
medic in that book. If anyone from that book, like writers, they hear that, nerf the medic. That is too much. It's way too
Nerf
much.
the medic. All right. So Sven, what's your
There's an Ultra
opinion?
Modern 1.
What's your opinion about this the theme, Sven?
Oh.
Or Carl? Yes.
Sven.
I can see like they're like going for like the survival horror bent and all that, but I didn't really feel like the survival horror. I guess just didn't feel like it hit all that hard. Maybe because the system's very hard to deal with those kinds of situations. Like most of the horror situations came from the addition of the homebrew stuff, I feel.
Got it.
So
All right.
I would say like probably like I guess a 5 because it was like average, but it didn't really like hit that hard.
Got it. All right. Moving on. Arik or Ragnar / Nilzan. What is your opinion on the theme?
All right. So here's the thing. I feel like the stuff that you made up, Brent, was a lot more horror centric than the stuff in the book. And I think it's because the book is balanced around 4 people and we had 7 people. And I still contend that a big part of horror is isolation. like if you play a horror campaign or a horror session with 2 or 3 players, they're going to feel very alone and it's going to enhance the experience versus if you have 7 people, it always feels like even if you feel a little creeped out, the safety in numbers aspect of it does lower the horror effect. So theme wise, based off of the number of players we had, I would give it a 2 because
Ooh.
because I never felt the desperation and the kind of uh horror of a cold dark Icewind Dale because I always had buddies to speak to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. Actually, I didn't even think about that. That like the bigger the party, the more you have resources you can rely on, and so like yeah, like that definitely would affect. Do you feel like you're really in danger? But all right, but yeah, what's your score?
It's a 2.
Ooh. All right, moving on down our list here. I can put it in, or you can put it in. 2.
Sure. Now, we're reviewing the book, not your homebrew stuff, right? You
No, we're
specifically
leaving
said?
out the homebrew stuff I put in the channel. I know that's hard, but like try to like think, exclude
We
that
might
stuff.
again disclaimer. We might mention the homebrew stuff in comparison, but this is about the book itself. So
Got it.
keep that
All
in mind
right.
while listening.
Cool. Puddle.
So this is like my first experience in a module or a whole campaign. So take anything I say with a grain of salt because I have nothing else to compare it to. Alex really hit on what I was thinking too. Like, I remember when I was gonna join, you were like, "Oh, it's a horror D&D game," and I was like scared because I hate horror things, but I wasn't scared at all. Like, I gave it a 3 initially, but then I thought about it after I was looking at the encounters. I added a 1 for the sole fact that the fights made you feel like, shit, what do I do? Like, in that feeling, I feel would be it ties in with horror. So, I feel like that plays into the feeling of quote unquote hopelessness. So, yeah, I give it a 4.
Got it. All right. Stigger or Kevo? Kevin, what's your rating? Tell
So
us
I
about
think
it.
a lot of people have gotten good points. Ragnar Arik really did mention the inclusion of when, like, you think of aliens versus alien, like when a group of Marines versus a group of like like a quarter of just scientists, like it changes the way the movie is completely. So we have like every great survival horror is like one person against the odds with limited resources, but here we are with 7 with renewable resources. And like again, as previously mentioned, the 5e is you could do horror in 5e. I've seen it done, but I've also seen played better systems for it, like Call of Cthulhu, and it's definitely a lot harder when you have the elements of epic heroes fighting with each other through the stuff, through everything. There's the best way I think I can put it is that there's a lot of survival here. The area, it's bleak, it's depressing, there's a lot of trauma going on. And as a gritty survival kind of game, it definitely has that in spades. You could probably even give it like maybe a 5 in that regard because of just how hard it is to go through the Icewind Dale. But when it comes to, horror, not as much. There's trouble with the combat, but nothing that really strikes into your heart or gives you a fright or makes you really fear for your character as much as anything in other campaigns. So I'm gonna give it a 3, but yeah, I don't think as a horror game I can't give it more than that.
Got it. All right.
But I would say like as a survival game, like with the elements, I'd probably give it like a 5, but in this case a 3.
Got it. You can mark it down, or I can put it in there. It's up to you.
I'll get it.
Got it. All right, Lamar or Genesis, our Dragonborn Paladin. What's your thoughts on the theme?
Okay, so I will say number 1 to me, the homebrew was definitely a lot scarier in some aspects as far as horror goes. But then I would also qualify that by saying, as a person who's written a campaign from scratch, consistency to me is something that is really difficult to maintain across multiple scenarios, right? Like, how scary can you make the same person be in 10 different ways? You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, as a horror campaign, for its consistency, that is always finding a way to make the Icewind Dale just escalate in danger somehow, whether it's from travel or the monster scope or from something that's hidden so deeply for a horrible reason, whatever the case may be, and being consistent on that, I kind of give it overall a 5, average.
Okay.
I give it average, but I will say that the strength of it is its consistency, whereas its weakness is that it's not really horror scary. It's not scary like a horror would be. It's scary if the theme were hopelessness and if the theme were survival, then I would give this like a 8 or 8.9. I would even go so far as to say, as far as that, it might even be a 10 for that theme. But if the theme being horror, it's not really as scary. And I don't think it's the strength of numbers. I think it's the fact that adventurers in their minds routinely face horror. Like, if me and you walked into the room with Mother, we'd be like, yo, this is fucking crazy. We gotta go. If we walked into that several different times as average people, we always would think, as average people, our reactions would eventually become traumatized. But I feel like as heroes, not so much. So maybe it lacks like the element of mounting trauma on as a stat of some sort that kind of adds to your characters forcibly in a way. But other than that, like I said, my rating would just be average, 5.
Got it. I can put it in, or you can.
I'll put it in for you. I
Got it. All right. Cade, Damien, or Scott, what's your opinion?
All right. So I remember at like session 0, Brent was all like, "All right, we're playing like a horror, it's gonna be kind of horror survival, all this type of stuff." I forgot that it was horror until like 2 days ago when Brent posted in the Discord that like, "Oh yeah, the theme's modern horror." I was like, "Oh, I remember him saying that like 2.5 years ago."
Yeah.
All right. So like the concept of 10 towns is really cool, right? It's like all the towns are kind of isolated from each other, and then you spend a lot of time out and about in the wilderness. But when you think of horror, I think of like what's scary comes from like the unknown.
Mm.
But kind of like in this campaign, there were things that you didn't know, sure, but it was not like that the things you didn't know would hurt you or could cause harm, right? And like I'll talk later about like the encounters and like the monsters they put in the module, but like those also don't really fit. Like, what part of horror is assaulting a full ass Dorgar fortress and just killing all of them? That is the
Oh,
least
no.
horror I have ever like. That's not horror.
You guys got him
That's
started.
And then
that's
not
well
only
said.
that, when you're traveling like throughout all
That's
this like
real
tundra
said.
and stuff, there's like we met a dragon once. That was pretty scary, right? But like imagine if there was like a worm or some shit that like just burrow up, shoot from like the snow, and then like drop down, and like everyone shit in their pants. But dude, there's no horror. I give this a 1. I give it a
Ooh.
0. I give it like negatives in horror.
Ooh.
You didn't find anything horrible?
You gotta choose one. You gotta at least choose one.
Okay, I choose like -1.
You
All right.
You
have
should
to
be
do
afraid
a
of me.
You have a
like,
minimum
oh
of
my
1,
God.
Scott. But I will say this: it's a minimum of 1, but we get what you're saying.
Brent, you
Terrible
have
horror.
the
Can you do
camera.
a 0?
Huh?
No, I think 1's as low as it goes, but I'm good for 1.
All right, 1 it is. All right. So I in running this book, I feel like the horror element got lost in the social aspects of like 10 towns. I feel like once you go to any of these villages and you get to know the people as a character, you feel safe in those towns. And the book doesn't seem to give a lot of guidance in how to make that horror stay around over time. It's like when you first get dropped in, okay, it's a spooky place. You're in East Haven. They're burning someone at the stake. That is pretty spooky. But after you get to know the speakers, you get to know the NPCs, you get to figure out, like, hey, inside of town, you may not be able to find a lot of food. People may be dismal, but that horror is not really there. And when you go out into the Dale, I guess the horror aspect is supposed to come back, but the book doesn't give a lot of good guidance on how to create that atmosphere, and that's what I think is a failing here on the theme, is that they came out with what is it, Van Richten's guide to whatever it's called, and that book has some interesting stuff on there to how to create a good horror campaign, or how to like increase that tension. But I feel like they could have added a few paragraphs or a section explaining how the modern horror is supposed to be conveyed as you're running this book, and they left that out. And I don't know, I forget, did Van Richten's guide to whatever, Ravenloft, did that?
Van Richten's Guide to Monsters, maybe?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, whatever it's
Yep.
called. Did that come out before this or after?
It was
After.
after. It was after.
So okay, all right.
It
So
came out
like,
after.
so I feel like I shouldn't need, if you're a DM coming into this, you shouldn't need maybe a whole nother book to add, I guess, that context. I feel like they could have did a better job from a DM's perspective, saying that, hey, okay, these are the elements you want to keep in mind, and when you run this, in order to keep the horror vibe going. But they don't really give guidance for that. And I think any DM running this, you're gonna find yourself going through the towns, and that horror is going to evaporate as they get to know the NPCs. They need to know the environment and stuff. It's going to be hard to go ahead and keep that up. So yeah, I'll give it a 3. I'll give the horror aspect, the theme, a 3 on this. So all right,
Oh, wait, can I add something like real quick?
yes,
All right, okay. So horror, like another part of horror is also like isolation. There's never a point where like the party is like forcibly split up and has to like confront some like sort of evil or monster like by themselves, right?
Yeah.
That would be a
Yes.
pretty good way to add horror
I
in.
think
I
one of the
agree.
big things Alex mentioned, Dungeons and Dragons is a hard system to make horror work without a lot of effort put into it, and the effort I don't think was put in.
I
in
think
this
like you
book.
just need something like you can't win.
Oh, I know.
Like
But
you
what
can't
I'm
win
saying
against
is,
it, and you
like-
have to run away.
oh, I
Yeah,
get what you're
yeah,
saying, but
remember.
it's a system that requires a lot of extra effort to make that happen, and this book did not do that.
I think they should have
Yes.
put in the Cthulhu thing of a building kind of system of madness or a
So
team.
it looks like we give it. I'm rounding up to the nearest. So it looks like our group score is going to be a 3, for when it comes to the theme.
I'm gonna
And-
argue with you, Kevo, and say that's not true because a lot of the homebrew stuff was scary.
Yeah, the homebrew stuff was scary.
Well, that
but the
wasn't
book
was
the
wasn't
book. Well, that
scary.
wasn't the
Scary.
book. That was Brent. is
Wait,
what I'm
wait,
saying.
but wait.
But you're
can we
saying
give
that
it a
it's
quick
not
second?
possible because of 5e.
No, I'm saying it is possible. I'm saying the base book did not do that.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's what
But
I'm
wait,
saying.
real quick. Look, I want to go down real quick. If you think about it, if you gave Brent's homebrew content a score on the theme, what would you give it? Alvarian, go.
I give it like, dude, I'm just not scared of a lot of things, but I
Well,
would
Brent's
definitely give it above
just on
average.
Brent's part.
Well,
I
I
would
would
give it like,
Oh, okay, wait. It sounds like I don't want to go down because I don't want to waste time going down the list, like reevaluating the score. But I will go ahead and say that. All right, it sounds like if a DM goes in here and adds like horror elements and thinks about it a lot, then you can increase like the horror aspect. You can do that, but I would recommend if you're DMing this book, you're gonna have to really think about. You're gonna have to really keep in mind the horror aspects and really add to it. You're gonna have to add to whatever the book already has. You're gonna have to really keep that in mind. But all right, let's go to story. So when I say story, I mean like the story that was told throughout the adventure. We have a group of heroes land in the Dale, and they find themselves mixed up in 10 towns. Eventually find themselves confronting a bunch of towns that are worshiping an evil god because they don't know like what to do. Like, the evil god is pretty much taken over. It's dark. And then it gets even darker with the Dwulgar and the dragon. And that gives this sense of hopelessness. And the heroes then have to go out into the Dale, confront a bunch of other dark things, find out about Ariel, find her, defeat her, and then they end up in the city of Yithrin, and they figure out the mystery of the spindle and how that ties into Ariel. So yeah, let's think about the story in its entirety. Alvarian, Alex, go.
Wait, Brent, can we go reverse order here? Because I like us to be able to go later on.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, sure. We'll go from the bottom up.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get about it up.
Come on, man. We gotta snake it up.
Yeah, we'll snake it. We'll snake our way around this. So, I think that the story has some major failings. I think that the biggest failing was them to integrate Yithrin into this book. That and the
Yes!
Dualgar and the dragon.
True.
It was very.
True.
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel like the dragon, the Dualgar were out of place. If I have to recommend, like if you're running this book, I would almost consider leaving the Dualgar and the dragon out and make the story more about Ariel and then Yithrin at the end. It'll be a cleaner story, I think. It'll be a smoother and quicker story, because I think that it gets really bogged down once you hit Sunblight. And when I was playing in it, I felt that too. Playing through this, I felt when I got the Sunblight and I had to turn around and go fight the dragon, I was like, oh my god. You fight the dragon, and then you're like, oh, we have this whole other fortress we now have to deal with. And that really bogs down this game. I feel like
the combined Sunblight Fortress and Dragon fight was 5 months for us.
It was long. And when I played in it, Austin, the DM, you could tell he truncated it. He was like, okay, we got to get past this, because it was such a it seemed like such a divergence from what players would expect the story to go. When I played in it, we arrived to the fortress. We also expected that, hey, there'll be some way to stop the dragon in the fortress. The whole idea of turning around and going all the way back seemed like really? That's like, we gotta go then we gotta come back to this place? It felt like a lot. And I feel like that, it feels like Sunblight and the dragon, my theory is that that was made for some other book or some other campaign that was in the works but never got used, and like they decided we need something to fill the middle, so let's throw this in here, tweak it a bit, and then and then run with it. But that middle section didn't seem to fit.
I'll also make one other interjection there. Because of travel times in the Icewind Dale, if we didn't have our fast travel, we would have gotten to Bryn Shander when all the other towns were destroyed.
Oh yeah, and that's notorious. If you haven't researched on Reddit or something already for this book, you're going to find everybody complaining about this whole section with Sunblight and the dragon. That there's not enough time to save folks. There's like going back to the fortress is a slog. And the best part of the campaign, I think, is Yithrin at the end. And that seems to be like left in the dust. I feel like more should have been built up to Yithrin that would have made it a better story. So I'm going to go ahead and rate this story. I do like what they did with Yithrin at the end. I thought probably like Yithrin was maybe the best part of the book, because you have this ancient city trapped in ice. You're going through the Caves of Hunger, learning about it. You get there. You have all these different, towers you got to go through. And there's you have the king, Eriol. I feel like Yithrin should have been a more shining point in the book. And Yithrin, I thought, was amazing. I thought it was awesome. I thought the beginnings also was pretty great in this book too, where you get interactions with the cauldron, and that creates some tension between the towns. I feel like they should have built on that in this book, but they kind of just left it up to the DM to come up with whatever in the middle and glossed over it. So anyway, I'm going to give the story that they presented a 4. I want to give it a 5, but I feel like it's a 4. All right. Go ahead. Cade, Scott.
All right. So like a little timeline of like this campaign is like, you have chapter 1, you're messing around the 10 towns. You're like, oh, this place needs help. This place needs help. All right, cool. That's great. Well, let's go help them. Chapter 2, all right, let's go check out the open world. There's more stuff out here in the Dale that we need to mess with. We got to like do something here to prevent a bigger disaster, etc., etc. Then then all that, which is probably like half the game, none of that matters because a dragon shows up and kills everyone. 74% of everyone in 10 towns dies. So at first, like, your initial reaction is kind of like, oh, that's like, you get that sense of loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like the next day, you're like, what point of all the other stuff that came before it? Just like start us off at like level 6 or whatever it was, and it's all right, fight a dragon, and then like the campaign starts. But okay, so you get the connection, it's immediately cut. whatever, who cares? Minus like major points. But the worst part about it is like, well, everyone's dead. What do we do now? Let's just go kill the final boss. Let's go kill Ariel, guys. And that's what you do in the book. The next chapter is you go kill Ariel. After you kill Ariel, all right, everything's saved. But don't forget, remember that town that like they kind of talked about like a lot in like the early chapters. But you don't check that out. There's like cool stuff in there. You know, you're done with the campaign. There's a little, oh, you know, just go there, right? Just go there, because why not? So like, none of it really meshes together that well.
True.
And it's all because the stupid ass dragon is like, why Dorgar? Okay, no, before I get like too mad, I give this like a 2. I give it a 2 for the story. If you take out the dragon and incorporate Yithrin into like the main story, like better, maybe like replace the Dorgar with like, I don't know, like the cult or something. Like honestly, anything that happens in like chapter 1, chapter 2, make that a bigger deal. Incorporate that in the game. Get rid of the fucking dragon. No Dorgar ever. No Dorgar anywhere. Take all the Dorgar out. And then you can have like 7 or 8. I'll give it a 7 or 8 if they did all that. But because they did not, it gets like a 2.
All right. Give it a 2. Moving on. Genesis, Lamar.
Well, okay. I kind of have to agree with a 4. But I will say that my problem with the story is that parts of it I really like. Like, if I cut parts of this story individually, I like the dragon battle. You know, it just doesn't fit. I like the storm in the Duergar's temple. It just doesn't fit. I like the Black Cabin. And even that I like a lot of these individual. I like going underground underneath the church. That was dope. But again, it just doesn't fit. They don't, like, it would have made so much more sense to me if the Chardalian dragon was like an ice dragon construct made by Ariel to guard her item in the fortress. It could have related if you didn't. It's like you were reaching for straws to keep this story together.
True.
And a good story doesn't need grasping for straws. A good story just kind of does it just flows better. So I mean, I like you. I would like to say it was average, but honestly, again, I think without this homebrew content, this story is dead in the water for a player. So I have to give it a 3 because it really requires so much more. Like, if you weren't a good writer, if we weren't good writers, if a dungeon master isn't a good writer, you're leaving them floundering with some of this, you know. And it's almost like you're almost destination them to have something that kind of slumps on players. You know, don't like. I guess I'm saying the whole point of a guide like this is to help the player make a great campaign. If the player already knew all the elements they needed to add to do all of that, they wouldn't need your book sometime. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could have ran a whole homebrew campaign off just the stuff you put together, and it would have been equal to the whole sum of this book by itself. So I feel like not necessarily do better, but I feel like this one was just too much reaching for straws. 3.
All right, 3. All right, Stigger, Kevin, what's your rating?
I'm going to start with the score. I'm going to be a little more generous and give it a 5. Because the thing is, I will say, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said, but I did enjoy each aspect individually. The big problem is, unfortunately, the Duergar and the Dragon. Like, having some kind of force invading, like, for the Black Ice, like the Duergar, isn't a bad thing. But once it comes to invading their fortress and their entire attack on 10 towns, that's literally a separate plot to what's going on. That has we found out that had nothing to do with Ariel the Rhyme. It's a separate story entirely. And I'll also say, while I enjoyed Yithrin separately, having that after we fought Ariel kind of diminished it, because like, okay, well, we dealt with the main part of the story, and now we're kind of just doing this now because people talked about it and guess to stop it. But like, okay, it's like if Ariel had like retreated and we had to go into Yithrin where she was doing all this and then defeat her there, I think that would have made it a little better. And maybe if, like, again, the dragon was like part of her plan for the Rhyme, that would have been great, but that's not what happened. And
You know
while
what,
I
Kevo?
will give it a better score because I enjoy the individual parts, it's not a great story. It's
Yes.
piecemeal at best.
So there is an option in this book where Ariel survives in Grimscale and she goes to Yithrin and she makes her last stand there.
Yeah, I will
But-
say this, but that's optional, right?
That's if you don't kill her in Grimscale, she
Yeah,
hops on
would
her
s-
rogue and then she flies away to Yithrin and you fight her there.
Yeah, I would say that would be better if it was mandatory because
I feel like
as
it
an
almost should be, but you know
Yeah.
what? I mean, the problem as a DM is that you think about it, you're like, okay, now I got Ariel and King Eriolitharis and the Arcane Brotherhood and all this stuff happening in Yithrin at once. It's almost like too much to
Yeah.
keep up with. It's like,
it kind of is, but
but I agree
I
that
don't-
they.
I'm
Yeah.
not entirely. I would need more time to figure out like how to make that more narratively pleasing, but I think that there needed to be some kind of.
I feel like if you're
there
gonna
needs to- there definitely
bring,
needs to be some tweaks.
if you're gonna bring
And-
Ariel to Yithrin, you almost feel like you got to get rid of King Eriolitharis. He shouldn't even be
Yeah.
there. Like she should just be the final boss. You know.
I mean,
Yeah,
it would. That
they
would
would
probably be the
conflict.
best, but
They would immediately conflict, giving Eleotharis scope of the city. As soon as she arrived, he'd be like, "Hey, ain't that the broad that stole a piece of the spire? Yeah, get that broad."
or heck, you could just have much more dead in Yithrin. I mean, the king. One of the reasons everyone thinks he's alive, but we go up and there's just a corpse of a dead mage.
Got
will
it.
Who
also
locked
say-
himself in his tower and was dead all along, and the city ran into ruin because of it.
But hold on, everybody. Let's keep it moving because it's late.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to.
Yeah,
be
that's
up
pretty
here
much my
for-
piece. I don't got
Got
much
it.
more to say.
All right, you can put your score in there. So, Puddle, what is your score?
So I gave it a 5 too. I gave it a 5 because I feel like the book is a very good so let's say in just like example, like if the book was a recipe and then Brent had to make like a hero's feast, I feel like it gave you very good like references and stuff. So like for example, for photographers, sometimes we'll have to reference posing and stuff like that. I feel like it did a really good job of that. I liked the story. However, like Kevin did not like the chronological order of it. I feel like even Cade said it in game. Like I did what I was supposed to do. I'm leaving. Like after we beat Ario, like that was it. Like that's the end. Like even a character said it. And then like we went to freaking Yildirim. Like I feel like the whole time the book is like the darkness, and then we're like, okay, we take care of the darkness, and then they're like, oh, you took care of the darkness, now you gotta do this too. It's like, oh, you gave me a hand, well, I want your whole arm now.
Yeah.
So I feel like maybe if they not put like Ario in Yithrin, but if they just like moved it, like maybe if we did like Yithrin first, and then like Ario knew that we took care of it, but then we have to go take care of her because she's gonna like, I don't know, do something back or something. I feel like if they swap those two things, then it would be better. I do agree with everybody saying about the fortress. Like, honestly, when we were playing, well, I said it early. I talk about it a little bit later, but the whole time I was like, if this was a book, this is the part of the book that I would skip. Like I would just flip through those chapters and be like, okay, what happens next? Because that's what it felt like.
You hear that, people? I'm telling you, that fortress is not worth it. I agree. I'll be honest. Yeah, like in hindsight, I probably wouldn't do that.
I will jump in
It was
real
worth
quick.
it for my
It's
character.
great as a mini campaign, like a small little adventure. Like, hey, the Duergar are going in. Here's their plan, and then like it ends with maybe the dragon destroyed some things, but you rebuild. But in the middle of a campaign, it really does kind of stop the tempo and the momentum you get.
All right, so Arik, Nilzan, Ragnar.
Alright. So
Ragnar, in
okay.
this case.
Look, I agree with Stinger, Kevo, that if we had taken out the dragon and had Yithrin as the big selling point, the campaign would have been better. But I also agree with Lamar, aka Genesis, that if we had taken out Yithrin and focused on Sunblight, the campaign would have been better. If we tweaked these Durgar to be cultists of Ariel. Say, but
Oh.
I'd like to say this,
Ooh.
right? Okay, Avengers 1, Avengers Infinity War, Thor Ragnarok. What do all three of these great movies have in common? A great villain. And this book did not have a good villain.
Mm.
Ariel was so disconnected from every other minor antagonist. There were so many more better villains, some of them homebrew. Like Tessalaka was such a much more compelling villain. Mother
Yes.
was such a much more compelling villain.
Yes.
Tomas, who's the gremlin lady who was on Tomas's back? The lady who
Torga
stole all the
Icebane, kind of
Torga!
with
Torga, such a much more compelling villain. She was like keeping a village hostage with food when the village was starving. Dude, I resonated so much with that. I wanted to like smack her so hard.
no, like
Throughout
beating
this
her,
whole-
like yeah, like having the argument with her and kind of winning one over on her was like the first big victory we had in this campaign. Like
Right. Throughout this whole
Oh,
campaign,
yeah.
I felt
Closer.
being mad at
Closer.
Ariel meant being mad at the weather, but being mad at mild weather. It's not like Typhon, like the god of storms, is coming after you. No, there's like a little bit of sprinkling of rain, and it kind of ruined your day. Like Ariel was such an uncompelling villain. It's because she had no direct hand in any of the subplots. It was always she was the overarching like threat, but none of our PC characters were personally inconvenienced by Ariel, except Ragnar. He got killed by her.
Super inconvenienced. Yeah.
Yeah. So because of that, and when I think about like the book that this book is kind of trying to mimic, which is Curse of Strahd, where Strahd had his fingers on everything, and I've run Curse of Strahd as a DM, so I can kind of see where everything points back to Strahd and his shit-eating grin. I have to give this story a 1, and it's because yeah, it's because it all amounts to kind of nothing. When like I felt okay, even like the final battle, Tomas and Torga, like us fighting Tomas and Torga, was more impactful to me than fighting Ariel right after, right?
Yeah.
And
no,
then of
I
course
agree with that.
Tessalaka is like my favorite one, but like we can't count that.
I
'cause
would
it's
I would
all-
argue that Flosum was also a huge,
Bro.
Flosum
like,
was my
a
favorite.
much more
Yeah.
much more compelling
That
boss
was
than if King Eleutherus and Ariel were like the big fights. I felt more fighting Flosum than them at any
I felt
point.
like
Here's what
badass
I'll
fight.
say is they needed to do a much better job of incorporating Ariel to all the subplots, and her being she needed to show up in our dreams, fuck with us every other session, like you know what I mean.
Much
for
more
it
of her
to be much
rituals going around, much more of her
Be
like,
there with
aspirations for the
characters in near
Druids.
death. Like appear with characters in near death, like ha ha ha. I almost, shit like that. And I would say the battle with Flosum had my hair on it. I was like, that was like yes for
It
me.
was badass.
Dude,
Like-
okay, when I ran Curse of Strahd, the first time Strahd showed up, he killed a party member, straight up, just murdered her. Like, and that left a lasting impression. Um, Brent, I know that like you didn't homebrew any of that, but like, as written, the book should have had like halfway through like Act 1 or Act 2, Ariel shows up and like murks the party. Like
Mm.
somebody needs to die. Like we need to like have stakes here. So
I will say,
Got
like
That's
the
what I'll
very
give it.
first time we saw her, like aboard the ship, killing everybody, is good. But that's like the only moment you until we interacted with her until we fought her again. Like there
Yeah.
needs to be more in between.
All right.
Okay.
Those are my
He was a
thoughts.
big-
All right. Sven, Carl.
Well, much similar to like everyone else. That's like I said, it feels disjointed between the Durgar, Auril, and Yithrin.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like I said, my feelings are very similar to everyone else. It's like it doesn't really tie that well together. Like there's a huge momentum drop when the Durgar show up, essentially.
True.
So, I guess I'd give it a 4 as well.
All right.
Notice how
Alvarian.
all the good villains
Alex.
were like homebrew created.
I so
That tells you something about this book. Yeah.
I had to so I was a bit conflicted about this one because everyone's opinion I kind of share. But I want to go ahead and say that a story isn't just based on its ending, nor just its overall structure. Because to say that I didn't have fun with the story would be kind of a lie. Because there were some moments where I did enjoy myself. I think there were the whole entire thing with the Zentarum and then the Tin Town politics going with them. The Cauldron, having to designate a new speaker of 10 towns. Um, I feel like the small minor things in the story really were pretty fun for me. But me sharing my opinion with everyone else is the truth is that I think we all just kind of felt like what were we fighting for throughout the story? Because
True.
everything was kind of destroyed at the end.
Mm-hmm.
We were flying up in Yithrin at the end, but then I realized that Talton Towns is destroyed. And when you look at the book doesn't really give you any sort of indication that you could change that outcome because the majority of those towns are supposed to be destroyed.
True.
So I didn't feel I felt that I don't want to give like a revision of what people could have done or things like that. But the bottom line is that having like 3 different sets, Tardalian Dragon, Ariel, and then Yithrin, all feel kind of like distant from one another, like everyone else has said before. But I would say probably give breaks between each segment. Like if we just got done killing a Tardalian Dragon, like give it some time before Ariel starts like making it lock hole side. Give the players something to enjoy, some type of victory in between. Because I felt like we were rushing to one job to another. I felt like I was working construction. I felt like we just got done with one project, and then here comes the pickup truck. Oh, we gotta go. I'm like, oh, it wasn't. The story I would give it because of like the minor components in there throughout the story that I enjoyed before Tardalian Dragon ruined everything for me. I put like a 3. I put it like a 3. And
Got
Yithrin
it.
I feel could be like optional. Like I love Yithrin 2 as an arc, but I would say that Yithrin could be something that the adventurers get on board afterwards. Like let them enjoy the sunset. We did not get to enjoy the sunset once we got it right away. We had to enjoy it after Yithrin. And it's
Yeah.
like
Yo.
the sunset's like one of the biggest moments in the story.
Alex, I'll have to say what you brought up, like us fighting for the 10 pounds and, especially like the Cauldron subplot, bro. Like, honestly, Brent, I feel like the real villain, the real person that all of us would have loved to fight even after Yithrin is that fucking
Max
Speaker of
Aldenair.
Cargos. Yes. Like, if you'd given us an extra session of
anything, bro.
We made a
Actually,
whole
yeah.
group chat.
We
a whole
can
group
tell
chat
him now?
punch him in
talking
the
about-
face.
Yeah, if you'd given us 2 extra levels, like it's been 3 years since you guys finished the Icewind Dale. You guys are like 2 extra levels higher. Just go in and brutally murder
Find this guy.
in his home. Yeah,
Brent, I will actually tell you.
Murder
We made a separate
Murder who?
group chat that just called "Let's Bury the Speaker" of how much we didn't like this guy and earlier on like our plans to how are we going to get rid of him.
Did I make that chat? I think I did. 'cause
Yeah,
I
you
fucking
did.
hated that guy.
yes.
It was just
And-
like
Brent, I don't know. I guess you didn't maybe realize this, but organically, the way you played this dude, he was
He was
so
a dick.
villainous. The way he like came up, smooth talked his way, like all of us were trying to like speak for 10 towns, and he was like turning our words against us, and he like that's the most danger I felt in this campaign is when you were improving and you turned our words against us, and you were like almost getting
Yo,
the crowd to turn
let-
against us.
Let me tell you, Ragnar. Let me tell you, that guy essentially castrated that conversation.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was hearing it. I'm like, damn, Ragnar's being pushed over,
Like,
bro.
I don't know if you recorded that session, but you should go back and listen to that. You made a very compelling villain.
Yo, right,
Mhm.
right. I was listening. I was
Alright.
like, man,
So good.
Ragnar is
So
little
good.
B.
So let me
dude.
let me bring up one point because we don't got a lot of time, so we're not gonna do all the questions and stuff at the end. But we're just gonna do the scorecard and then we'll end it. But I just want to say this. So in the book, the major failing I think with the story is that the book tells the DM why Ariel is doing everything she's doing. But there's no good way to convey that to the party because she's a god. She doesn't need a reason to tell. Why would a god ever come down and be like, "Let me tell you why I'm fucking here"? There's no. And the book tells you that. The book says look, She's a god. She's ethereal. She's distant. She's not going to come and arrive and tell everybody why she's doing what she's doing. She has no she gives no fucks. She's going to do what she's going to do. So the reason why all this happened, and I tried to put it in the campaign in certain segments to give insight into it, was that Malar, Talos, and Umber Lee were hunting her down. They were hunting her down because she found the spindle. And they were like, this is an artifact that as gods, even we can use to be able to see insight into the future. That's something that even gods really can't do besides Ao, the overgod, and stuff like that. So they were hunting her down and looking to consume her portfolio and kill her. So she came to the material plane in that form because she knew the other gods wouldn't show up. Because if they did, then that would have made them mortal and they can be destroyed, or like, it would hurt them a lot. So she came to the Icewind Dale to hide. That's why she came here in the first place. And to hide and to protect the spindle because it had so much power. That's the only reason she showed up, was really like, and she needed, and in order for her to keep her power, she needed to get followers, which means she needed to create an environment that would drive people towards her. Hence the darkness and the cold and people worshiping her and
Create
following
a symbol
her.
of her power in the rhyme and make worshippers and power out of that.
Yeah, to keep her power going. Then there's this whole side thing they did with Sunblight, where Asmodeus gets involved. Asmodeus is like, oh, so we have a god that appears here, makes things evil and horrible. I can capitalize off of that. So, and at the same time, I maybe want the spindle for myself. So Asmodeus shows up and is like messing with the gets the dual guard to do what they do. But there's no way to convey that really as a DM. It's just too much background. But anyway, let's keep it moving.
You know, when you tried to
thing is,
convey
if that was the
to
case,
us,
I would have thought that Aura would immediately have noticed she had noticed what was going on there. She immediately interfered because the Charnelian dragon killed all her worshippers.
Yeah.
when you
Okay,
tried to convey
see,
that to us in
okay.
the inn, I literally thought that she was just she was vengeful because they bullied her.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
literally
two
what I
things-
thought when you
two
tried to
things
tell us.
about the.
So
two
I tried to
things about
convey
the-
it through the cackling chasm with the pictures on the wall of Malar
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And then there were some more narrative expositions about what happened in the past, stuff like that. But
Sometimes
hey,
you
I
gotta
know
let
everybody
people know.
has an opinion, and we could insert those opinions, but let's keep it going because I don't want to keep you guys on this forever. So let's start once again with Alex Arvarian encounters.
8.
All right.
I thought that throughout the book, the encounters were definitely something to look forward to. I felt like most of the time I was on my toes. I mean, people died in the first, within the first. I mean, Umgar died pretty early on. I think that was one of the early ones. But besides the fact that we had a Twilight Cleric giving us temp HP the whole time, I think the encounters were very well done. I felt the grittiness of Icewind Dale, so I'm gonna give the encounters an 8. I'll give it an 8.
Got it. All right.
Ariel with the 3 forms was very well done. I really enjoyed that concept because she was worshipped in different forms from the followers. So that really dealt well with the story. I'm gonna copy that probably.
Okay. All right. We could put 8 there. Sven, Carl, encounters.
For encounters, I would probably give it a 7. Like Alex said, is they're well structured, so the fights were dynamic and there was a lot going on there. If we add the homebrew stuff, it's a 10. But a book as written, it's a 7.
Got it. All right, 7. Ragnar, Nilzan, Arik, what's your encounter rating? What are you doing?
I'd give it a
to-
7. I'd give it a 7. I'll say that as written, a lot of the encounters were
I'm fidgeting.
cool. Like the statue fight where it's you're trying to kill the people, but then they're running away, and do you want to try running after them? That's pretty cool. The dragon fight is actually pretty cool. If that was the fight that ended again, I'm going back to the story, but uh, if that was the ultimate fight or penultimate fight, that's a pretty cool fight because we're putting so much into that fight. Even the Tessalaka fight, which is I guess homebrew, but the mirrors were really cool. And the last fight was really cool because it's 3 stages. I kind of wish the last fight had some narrative elements to it where she where she changed the rules of engagement a bit. The last fight did feel like we were just trying to lower the health bar until it got to a different stage of the fight.
Gotcha.
The Tessalaka fight was, I feel, much better because it gave us an alternative win con or alternative objective of we have to smash these mirrors before we can take her down. So that's why I'll give it a 7.
Got it. All right. Puddle. Cool.
What did I do? Hold on, I gotta go. I gave it a 5 because combat is half of D&D, and I feel like they. I think I've talked to you about this before. They didn't really give us a lot of elements. It was just there's a big bad, go fight it. Everybody just runs at it. There were not a lot of puzzle elements where I don't want to talk about homebrew. So the mirror room is homebrew, but that was my favorite fight because there were a lot of elements to the fight where we had to think oh, what do we need to do? We have to do this, or this is going to happen, or this is going to happen, which I feel like is a little bit more brain stimulating, which just, it makes it more fun. Out of the book though, the encounters did give you that oh, what do we do here? What do we need to do? I feel like the encounters did a really good job of doing that, which boosted the horror a bit. The only fight that didn't really do that was the last one with King Ilitharis, and I think that's because we had fucking Nilzon and Damien, and those two just fucking brute force everything. And because I feel like the portal was the element that was gonna give you that feeling oh shit, what do we do now? Everybody's getting taken. But they didn't think that we were gonna have Damien who just doesn't give a fuck and runs into everything with his face. So that took that aspect out of that fight for me, which made it kind of was My favorite fight out of the book though was the Rimaras. The initial beginning of that fight, everybody, not just me, everybody, because I could feel the heightened adrenaline. Everybody was oh shit, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, that was a good one.
And because everybody
that was
was doing that, because that fight initially it had that you guys are fucked. But then as soon as we started we started coming back from it, it kind of got it became a drag. And I feel like that's because maybe it didn't have another element to keep us stimulated. So
it's because of silvery barbs.
So I feel like even when I said it and everybody was yeah, because we all remember that heightened adrenaline rush from it. And other than that, I think they still did a good job. I can't really blame them for not adding elements like that. I don't feel like a lot of, even video games don't add elements like that to their fights. So that's why I gave it an average.
Oh, okay.
It's a 5.
5. All right, you can note it.
Lower.
Sticker, Kevin.
I think I'm gonna go and give it an 8, and with the homebrew elements, would probably a 9. I think with all the faults and complaints I've had with this module, the encounters is definitely not one of them. Even starting at the beginning with the crag cats and getting away from Ariel to Sephic to escaping from the goblin encampment even with all the complaints about the Duergar fortress and fighting the Chardalen dragon, the 3/4 Ariel, everyone's already said it, but the encounters of this book are pretty well done. They're, again, survivaling and challenge as a survival game and a gritty, hardcore challenge kind of game. They definitely fit. So I would say it's probably one of the strongest features. But but also like Ku said, while I give it an 8, combat really is half of it, and I'd say it's definitely the stronger half of this book.
All right. You can mark it yourself. Genesis, Lamar.
Okay. I'm going to be harsh and give it a 4.
Ooh. Why?
But I'm going to tell you the 2 reasons why. Well, 3. 1,
Umgar died.
NPC. No, the NPC. No, I have no problem with character depth, but I have everything with character depth being insignificant. You see, like I feel like a character only dies from a minor fight when it's them doing something absolutely stupid. A character kind of needs a heroic death in a lot of ways, not something that makes it feel like piff. And I feel like the vengeful will-o-wisp, I feel like that was just a piff death. You know what I mean? And not really like. And I feel like the reason why I
Well,
go.
the thing is, that particular encounter is built to kill a PC.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know, but that's what I say. If an encounter is going to be built to kill a PC, then let's do this with a bang and not a piff.
Right. It should have been like Torga commanding the Will-O-Wisp, right? They should have
Yeah, or
had more
something.
narrative impact.
Yeah, have more real impact on the fact that this player is being destroyed, maybe because of them being a hero, not just because it's like, oh yeah, I'm mad. Here, fuck you.
Not like, hey, you tripped over your legs and broke your neck. Kind of
Exactly.
death.
Well, that's first of all, and then that relates to my second point. Combat is not, and I know D&D is a dice roll, but to me, combat is not about luck. Combat is a combination of strategy, forethought, and then preparation, and then finally luck on the dice. I feel
Narrative
like
too, bro.
action economy is very much on our side, but the bad luck of some of this digital dice is like a bloody plague on the system. You know, there are times where you're like, okay, 5 people missed, 6 people missed, 7 people missed, 3 people failed to save, 4 people failed to save. At some point, you start looking at it like, all right, let's just go the whole round and assume that everybody failed. When we gonna get a roll above a 9? You know what I mean? And you see how the dice roll works, where it's as soon as we stop, it's critical, 18, 20, critical 20, 19, and let's play 2, 1, 9, 8, 6, 1, 4. So those two elements make me feel like they rely heavily on the system to work as it is, and they forgot about this ideal of bad luck.
Got it. So what's your rating?
4.
Ooh, 4. All right, I'll put 4 in there for you. And Stigger, what was your rating?
8.
Or 8.
Was 8.
Got it. I got it. All right.
And for the record, if it were just the homebrew, if it were the homebrew alone, I would rate the homebrew stuff an 8 because it's super consistent with the theme and challenging and fair most of the time. It at least makes your character feel like if you died here, it would be worth it.
Got it. All right, Damien, Cade, Scott, what are you doing?
Okay. Like for the most part, I thought the combat was pretty alright. Like combat when like balanced by the DM should always be like uses a certain amount of resources, a certain amount of difficulty. I think Brent did a really good job with that. But like whereas like I think most people like focused on like what the combat was. I was thinking of this as more as like how did the combats like fit the narrative. So like I went through the book and I looked at like, oh, what are all the like creatures, all the things that you fight in this book? And none of these really fit a horror theme. You have like you have some animals, like when I think horror, I mean it's like cannibals, there's like serial killers, like things are preying on people, like undead. But then like in the book you have Dorgar, sure. Dragon, whatever, sure. But you have like goblins, like I guess it's D&D, let's throw some goblins in there. Gnolls. The gnoll in the cavern, actually super great, super awesome.
I would say,
But, like,
yeah,
I
the whole
agree. That was
cavern
probably one of the
is a good
best designed fights they had in the book. But
Yeah.
continue.
But that canyon with the gnolls was really whatever. Like when you go to Yarmut, there's the invisible. I don't care. Those things are really dumb. Like you would think there'd be more ice giants, right? You're all up in the Icewind Dale. We saw ice giants like once.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I think none of the encounters really fit the theme. Where like they were good combats, but I don't know. I give it like a 4.
Yeah.
And like
All
minus
right.
4, like it would be like a 6 or a 7 without the Dorgar and the dragon.
Yeah,
That's
I
how
would-
much I dislike these Dorgar.
Yeah, I would say the fights that really fit the theme were the Knoll Vampire, and I would say the Awakened Moose, like the Awakened Moose, Awakened Deer, that was just going around killing and eating people.
I hate that thing.
Yeah, that thing was. Those 2 encounters, I think, were the only ones that probably would have fit the horror narrative. There was probably
No, there was another one. It was the crashed airship with all the cold light walkers.
Oh,
That
the
was
Cold
really
Night
good.
Walker's
Oh,
actually
I forgot
really
about
good.
that
Are
one.
they
Oh,
fit
you like that?
perfectly into the Dale?
I
That
came
was
up with
when it
that
comes-
one.
Absolutely.
I came up with
Okay,
that one.
well-
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
all right.
unreal.
Dude, okay, I dropped it at 3. Like I gave it a 4 because of the Cold Night Walkers. They were so good, plus the Vampire Knoll.
Yeah.
That's the only yeah. Okay, I gave it a 3.
I
Changed
think
my mind.
there was probably some Mind Flayer stuff because they came up at the end, but we just didn't do that. Is the problem? So
Yo, is the fun gonna be a 4? It's gonna be 1.
We
What about
we
you,
hate
Brett?
we hate
All right.
Durgard here.
So it looks like we give the story another 3. I'm just rounding down here. So this book, I think personally, like the encounters shine in this book. I think that's the best part of this entire book. Like I want to give it a 9, but I'm gonna give it an 8 because I think that the dragon encounter was really sloppy. The way it was designed and the way it interacts with people playing in it, it didn't feel as impactful as it probably should have been, and it was more annoying than anything. And plus,
The
like
fact
we've
it's
already
designed-
talked.
the fact that it's literally designed to run away until it hits all 10
Yeah.
towns from you is kind of
That's so
Exactly.
annoying.
It was, I played in it and it was annoying, and like running it, I can feel the annoyance with you guys. It was like I was definitely like not a fan of that dragon encounter. If the dragon encounter was better, I probably would give it at a 9. But all the other encounters, I thought was mwah. This book is, I think, the best part of this book is its encounters. You could take any one of these, the 10 Towns encounters, the Dale encounters, you could take those and put them in any of your campaigns. I think that they're good. They're designed well enough to where, like, if you're doing something in the snow, in the Arctic, or something like that, you really can use these encounters anywhere. So I think that they did a really great job, generally, with these encounters. My favorite encounters was Karkaloth. I thought that was awesome. You have all these goblins around.
Yeah, no, Karkaloth is super cool.
Yes.
I give it a 4 because Karkaloth.
Yeah, you're inside there, and you're trying to go ahead and like figure out how to get the fuck out once you're in there. I thought another great encounter was the Caves of Hunger with the Vampire Knoll stalking you.
Yeah.
I thought that was like an interesting element, super cool. I thought that the intro encounters with an East Haven where you go to the cave and find the hag, and even with the Will-O-Wisp killing you, it kind of like, maybe it's, a bit of a downer, but I thought that that's a great intro encounter of like, hey, this place is dangerous. This place will fucking kill you if you're not careful. I thought that place where they had the ingots and stuff, you had to go into the snow, you found the goblins with the polar bears, on the cart and stuff. I thought that was a great encounter. I think this book has a lot of really, really good encounters. And so, like, as a DM, these encounters are pretty fun. Like, I wouldn't change really much about any of these encounters. The Dualgar was a slog. I feel like that encounter there, it's hard as a player to understand what you need to do to, like, get in a good position, because you're kind of in the enemy's base, and then you have this one person that's like, hey, I can rally groups to help you. But when you get to the bottom and you have Sunblight there's so many Dualgar, you're like, is this really help? And like, I feel like the Sunblight encounter, they needed to work on that more. It feels almost like there's no way. There's just no way. That's what it feels like when I played in it, and even seeing running in it, like people running in it. But I thought that that was, I don't know, that encounter was suspect. So I give it an 8. All right, fun. So I played in it and I ran it. I would say the fun factor of this game is really its encounters. The encounters are super good. If you run this book and keep it tight, keep the encounters the focus, then this book is a lot of fun. But I feel like the RP aspects of trying to get the speakers on board, trying to figure out what is going on, how you can win, I feel like that trying to brings down the fun a bit. Also, this book is pretty lengthy. It's a huge book. They were touting when this book came out I remember them being like, yeah, this book is like 320 pages. It's huge. But in hindsight, it's like, I feel like it's too long. And even though we took a long time to run it, when I go to Reddit and I look at other people and how long it took them to run it, still 2 years. You know, there's a few like speedrunners out there who get it done in like 6 months or something, but who knows how much fun they're having.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've seen it. I was
That's
like,
impressive.
yeah, it's like, oh, we got. I was
Yeah.
like, you're obviously not. You're not really role playing at all. You're just like literally
They have-
encounter. You're done.
They
you
only
know.
have 2 players.
So the average
Yeah.
seems to be about 2 years. Even if we did run it in 2 years, that still feels way too long for what this book offers. I feel like maybe if the story was better, maybe if like like mainly if the story was better and the game design was better, then maybe the length would be worth the fun. So I think my fun factor in this book, running it and playing in it, I'm gonna say is a 6. It's the encounters make up for some of its failings, but not enough to like really make it like, oh, this is the funnest D&D adventure I've ever played or ran. Tomb of Annihilation was fun as fuck. You guys like that was a really fun book
Fully
to run.
agreed.
Super fun. Like everything about that book was really, really fun. This fails on that, I think, a bit. All right, Cade, Damien, Scott, fun factor.
Yo, all right. So this is kind of surprising because I've been like shitting on this book the entire time, but I actually had a pretty good amount of fun. For me, I think the fun doesn't really come as much from the book as it is like the players. There are like cool things that happen. So like chapter 1, chapter 2, when you're in the 10 towns and out and about in the Dale, like that would be fun if there wasn't also a massive time crunch. I
Yep.
think the Dorgar thing very unfun. But once you get to like Island Solstice and like Grimskull, with like exploring like you feel like you're intruding on the god's territory. Like that's kind of scary. That's kind of exciting. So that's pretty fun. And Yithrin was a blast. I don't know if it was because I was playing a different character or something, but Yithrin was so much fun for me. I give Yithrin a 9 or 10 in like peak fun.
I think Yithrin was probably the best part of this book, to be honest. But
Yes.
yeah. All right, what's your rating? Yeah. Oh, continue.
I gave it 2 ratings for like both characters, but I think I'll give it 1 rating. I think it's like a 7.5. I'll round down to a 7 because of like the Dwargar, yet again, and also because of the time crunch. There's just like when you're playing the first couple chapters of the game, it feels like you don't get to ever like sit down and kind of relax for like a long rest. Even a long rest feels like you're taking up too much time. You just gotta like, okay, this town's in danger, gotta go. This thing, imminent danger, we have to go. If we don't do this right now, like, oh man, all these towners are gonna starve and everything. And
True.
that takes a lot of the fun out of like
Construction workers.
it takes a lot of fun out of like the
Get in my pickup
sandbox.
truck, bro. We gotta move.
We gotta go now.
All
And
right.
I also think that the sandbox should be like the most fun part of a campaign.
I agree.
I don't know. A 7. I'll give it a 7. Not bad.
All right. Genesis Lamar, fun factor.
I'm gonna give it a 6.5 despite everything. But
It's got to be a whole number, 7 or 6.
6. But
All right.
I'm gonna say that mostly because it's the players that make it fun in any campaign, and I will give it the fact that it does kind of, whether it's the ice or the fact that we're always in these situations as a team, it does kind of make you say, hey, these are the people who are around me. I got to work with them. I got to figure it out. And if this is where 3 people are going to accomplish a mission, we all need to know what's going on to be in sync. So for creating opportunity, I'll be generous and give it a 7. For creating opportunities for players to work together and having situations that are consistent enough thematically to make them feel like they need to work together and making them, maybe time or whatever you want to say gets the better of everybody, but it really makes us all work together and work. That I would give it a 7 in that aspect.
All right, 7. You can put it in there. Stigger, Kevin,
Okay.
what's your fun factor?
I think I'm gonna say 6 again with the asterisk that if you play with the right group or a group of friends, anything can be fun. But I'm gonna go in and say like all the individual like instances like on the ship, in each town, even in the Duogar Fortress, in Karkaloth, those were all fun by themselves. But once you add the travel everywhere and going back and forth and here and there, as well as as well as the time crunch. The time crunch really started bogging down on us, especially like near the end of 10 Towns and especially with the Duergar. It's really and that really kind of like when you have the wind on your back and you can't really when you're on the treadmill and aren't allowed to stop, it's like, okay, this is starting to get to you. So if we had a little more like, and the thing is, the book is super long, but the speed it asks you to do things while still taking that length and what it has you do in that time, it doesn't feel warranted.
True.
We're running at our fastest pace and it took us 3 years to get there still.
Yeah, true. All right.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
also
So
put on top
So I would say
I
like
can look at
6.
6. Got it. You can put it in.
It's definitely above average, but there's just too much bogging down to at times where it's like, okay, I really kind of feeling it that I can't give it a higher number.
All right. Puddle, Koo.
Oh no. Okay, so initially I gave it a 10 because I don't have anything in a reference, like anything to compare it to. And then 2, I think this is subjective to the person. D&D is as fun as you want it to be. You, the player, like what you bring. I feel like our table and Brent is amazing. I had a shit ton of fun, and I feel like even though I heard a lot of complaints, every single session I can think of something that was highlighted. Like there like either like it was Sticker or Encade arguing, or it was like Ragnar being lifted and throwing his stupid sword into the cavern, or like there's things that were memorable and there were things that like made it fun. And like I feel like that's subjective. So that's why I gave it a 10. I will, after hearing Kevo, I'm gonna make it a 9 though, because I do agree with the time crunch. I feel like RP is such a big part of D&D. Like this is a tabletop RPG. So like a combat is half, RP is half. And because we didn't have time to literally just sit down and take a breath and just talk to each other, and even as I was actively seeking RP, like I was actively trying to harass everybody to talk to Puddle, it was still hard. I felt like I couldn't RP, if that makes sense, unless it was forced. And every time I did it, I would be like, sorry, Brett. Like, I felt bad for it because it felt like that big of a time crunch. So I give it a 9.
All right. 9 it is. Ragnar, Nozant, Arik. Fun factor.
If we're talking about our table, I'll give it a 10. And it's been a pleasure. One of the best things about my life in the last 3 years. Mwah! Chef's kiss to all you guys.
Yay.
Aww.
Now,
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
the book. If we're talking about the book,
You guys are tickets.
Yeah, all right, get Chris Perkins, get him.
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna, bro. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, Yithrin. Brent,
I
you and Scott
can't.
said Yithrin was the best part. And Scott specifically said because he was playing a new character. Me being the dumbest that I am, I thought, oh, we killed Ariel. Like, oh, we're just about to fight Ariel. Okay, let me just roll up a half-assed character, and let's get through this fight. It's gonna be over. I didn't know Yithrin was a whole mini campaign. And honestly, I feel like I did Nilzana a disservice. Like I made her just like the wife of Ragnar, and
And you made her
like,
Shadowheart.
dude, I made such a shallow character who had no connection to anything, anywhere. That the whole Yithrin campaign or mini campaign, I felt like I was so checked out. I was like, oh wait, oh what, Brent? Oh, you want me to roll initiative? Cool. All right, I guess I'll like sharpshooter crossbow something, right? I feel like if I had known that this was a whole like dungeon crawl that like was its own ecosystem, I might have rolled up like a Netherese artifact researcher who's really interested in finding out the secrets of what happened to the floating cities. and that would have made me so much more invested and have so much more fun in the final act of the story. So because like all's well that ends well, because like the last few sessions I was just like in like, when is this gonna end, like, type deal. I'm gonna give it a 5, and specifically because the book made it so where it's like you have this whole arc with Auril, and then you have like a separate dungeon afterwards.
True.
And if somebody happens to die in the Auril fight, and they don't know that they need to create a
Yeah.
well-balanced
Multiple
character,
separate dungeons afterwards.
yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5.
All right, 5 it is.
That's
Sven,
fucking
Carl.
hilarious.
I will also be giving it a 7. And because, like I said, it's like the players are with, the game masters are part of the ones that makes it fun. But I will also bring up the time crunch thing. I feel bad for Alex and anyone else who plays a wizard in this. You're almost never adding spells to your spellbook
Oh yeah.
No
because you
downtime.
never have the time to do so.
No downtime.
True.
I some parts of my character I built specifically so that I could make scrolls. I made a single scroll over the entire 2 years and 9 months.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. You're
I
right.
have had scroll making materials on my character sheet since like session 4.
All right.
I dumped a ton of money on it, and like I said, I made 1 scroll over the entire campaign.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happens in this book that like back to back to you rarely get any down at least from a DM's perspective. It seems like when I've read it, there was a lot of triggers of like, once this happens, this next thing happens. Once it's out, this next thing happens. And you just gotta keep going. But anyway, all right. Anything else, Carl?
Nope, that's pretty much it. It's like reinforcing other people and the time crunch.
Got it. All right, Alvarian Alex, fun factor.
I mean, having played in other Wizard of the Coast modules with you, Brent, I'd say like in that comparison with the book itself, I give this one probably a 4. I mean,
Ooh.
and the main reason why is because I go back to like, I don't know, I hate that Tardalan Dragon, Brent. I hate it so much, dude. You have no idea, dude. Halfway through, I'm here like, we're here like dealing with the Raimundo ass looking motherfucker. I don't know.
Because another dragon costed 2 points on my score.
Everard of Tempest or something. He's like, you can take a long rest. I'm like, oh, thank God. Maybe we did something for like East Haven. We go back and thing's blowing the hell up. It's like, nothing we fucking did mattered. I'm like, man, fuck this dragon, dude. I was sitting down. I was like, man, it's been 2 months without a long rest. Of God, I'm just here like using. I'm just telling you, I hate that Tardalan dragon so much. The fact that it destroyed everything we were working for, and then at the end, even at the Rising City, realizing that everything we worked for was still kind of gone, and we had to suffer through additional stuff that had nothing to do with saving 10 towns because it was already fucked. So no, I mean, with the players and everything, obviously that's a great thing. But we're talking about this book. All right, this is a 4.
All right, 4 it is. Go ahead and type it in. All right.
I like the dragon.
And you're up next for the length.
Well, may I? I think at the risk of sounding sappy, may I jump in at one moment?
Go for it.
So we've all agreed that those are the ratings for the books. However, even if we don't record it, I want to asterisk a 10 for fun playing with you guys because you guys are awesome.
Absolutely.
Just fun of playing with again. We kind of all asterisk like it depends on the group, but this group has been amazing. So I do want to bring that up.
100%. Like
This
I
book
couldn't
would have
imagine
it would
going
have been
through
more of a
this
slog without you guys.
100%. 100%. All right, Alvarian Alex, we're talking about the length of the adventure. Now remember, like I want to point out that a good, I want to say almost like 9 months of this campaign was really from homebrew stuff. So
It was 9 months.
that's a guesstimation. Yeah. I mean,
No.
we talk about Sven's like village. That took a long time.
Yeah,
We
3
talk
to 4 sessions in Sven's village. 4 to 5
Tessalaka's
sessions in
mansion.
Tessalaka's mansion.
Those two ate up a lot of time. I would even say the deep spawn at Bremen ate up a lot of time.
Yes.
4 to 5 sessions there.
Yeah.
Sure.
So there was a lot of homebrew stuff here that like role playing in between and all that type of stuff that took up a large segment. Even at the very end with the spindle and stuff like that, that was a whole like session and even in itself. So if you take out like the homebrew stuff and you think about that, the average time most people played this campaign is like a 2 years. You know, this is a long book. What is your rating for the length?
You better like the people you play with.
For real.
Honestly, I think even though, I guess because you have like 10 talents and exploring outside of it, I would say maybe the length of itself is a little bit above average because I think most campaign books can be done within a year and a half usually. But I would say the length of itself for what it has to do, I put it like, I would say average. I'll put a 5. I mean,
Okay.
it's a sandbox. Sandboxes are supposed to take a lot of time. Like, it's just how they're designed, you know.
Yeah,
So I'll
this
say
box,
average.
this book has a really big sandbox. The
Yeah, it's
first
supposed to.
it's pretty huge. Okay, 5. Write it down. All right, Carl, Sven.
I'm probably gonna put a 4 down for this because I do feel like this went a bit long, especially with some of the aspects. I'm also like, yeah, it's like year to a year and a half is usually feels like a good campaign length to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Depending on, especially for like something that goes like levels 1 to 11, 1 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
And this, and some of these sections were a slog. The Duergar Fortress and the Shardala Dragon, like I said, that was like 5 months alone on just
100%.
those parts.
I agree.
So
I feel like
4.
this book, like the ratings will instantly go up if they just never included the Duergar or the dragon. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Or
like,
even if they were related in a major way, like I said, the
Yeah.
Duergar could have been clerics of Ariel. The dragon could have been guarding something important to her, or that location could have been important to her, or even if she would have made an appearance, like, yeah, this is my house, my second house, or my former church, and
Or heck,
you know
we
what?
can't get to the
The
island
dragon-
until we deal with the dragon and what it's guarding.
You know what, viewers? Just don't put that thing in there.
I'm telling you, hey, if
But
you're
wait,
watching, I'm telling you, leave the Duergar Fortress out, retool it.
Hold on.
But anyway, let's let's keep going so we're not on to. And when we come to your turn, then you can say everything you want to say, Lamar. All right, Ragnar, Nozan, Arik, length.
All right. Honestly, a 1. Why?
Ooh.
Because if we're taking 3 years to finish this campaign, we should be level 20. I feel like, this campaign for how long it is, book wise. Okay, we're level 11. How long it is, just by the book, we should have been like level 15. And you know, with the homebrews, we should have been like at least level 17. I know that because we did so many backstories, we got waylaid a bit. And you know, I can't expect you, Brent, to like then have to level up every encounter and then, you know, give us extra levels. But there were some times where it felt painful how long we had gone without any kind of meaningful character progression, either through extra magic items, cool like game-breaking lore drops, or level ups. So
I agree.
that's where I would like the length.
All right.
As written, I would give it a 1.
1. You can mark it down. Puddle, Koo.
Oh no! Okay, so I would like to reiterate, I have nothing to compare this to. I did give it a 10, but I'm gonna give it.
Well, you showed up.
it's
You
not long
showed
enough.
up 2/3 into it. That's
No,
why.
actually, I wrote that. I wrote that it wasn't long enough, and I've actually talked to Brent about this before. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
Like, I could keep playing with you guys for the next 10 years, and I wouldn't care as long as we kept having like plot hooks and things that made sense.
Yeah.
So that's why I took off the 2, was because the book was so shuffled and I was like, huh? But like honestly, I feel like this is a very subjective thing too, and it plays into the fun aspect of it. But yeah, so I would give it like an 8.
All right, 8 it is.
Yeah.
Kevin, Stigger, what's your rating?
I'll give it just an average. I'll give it a 5. Again, if the book was structured, it's asking a lot for a quick period of time and a lot of rush. especially since we got to level 12 in that guard. Like 3 years, you could easily, for most campaigns in 3 years, you can do a level 20 campaign. Like,
True.
but I will say this: if it was structured a little better, if all the stuff was structured a little better and the story didn't like stutter as it did, the length probably wouldn't have been as much as a problem in the feeling wise, because it would have felt like a more smooth ride. So it's definitely too long, but it's at the same time with some refinement. The length is subjectively could not be as much of a problem. So I'm just gonna go split the middle and go with average.
Got it. All right.
Oh,
5 it is.
Point of reference: the Dragonlance game I'm in on Wednesdays started a little after this game. We are currently level 17.
Yeah, I'll also throw in. I'm in a homebrew campaign with a different group of friends. Started a little before this. We are level 19.
Ooh.
Like,
Yeah, that tells you a
yeah.
lot. All right.
Jesus.
Genesis, Lamar, length.
We were like molasses.
Okay. So I'm gonna be generous and I'm gonna give the length an 8. But I'm gonna only give it an 8 under a couple of conditions and understandings. Number one, it's kind of up to the DM to decide what to put in, put out, blend up and down. We did a lot of extra backstory that factored in that made it worthwhile doing. So I would say all of that counted, I would say 8. I will say, even though the dragon fight, I know everybody hates the dragon fight, but the actual fight itself to me was great.
I
You know,
like
like,
it.
once we actually caught up to the Bastion and was like, all right, let's go toe to toe. Let's do this. Even then in that fight, it was still running and not being as intimidating as it could. But I'm going to give that fight a good score because Stinger showed his butt on that dragon. It was like, and that made it worthwhile watching. The butt almost died. So, like, the epicness of this coming down to, this monk fight, like, against the dragon, that was actually worth seeing. But other than that, length-wise, I say it's an 8 because you can kind of do it up more, you could do less. You kind of in control of that, and if you have a good group, it's worthwhile doing.
All right. 8 it is.
Real quick, I think just because we're not going to have a question session later, the problem with the dragon, I think, like when we got to fight it, it wasn't as much a problem. The problem is all the extra stuff and the fact it kept running away and we had to fight it like 5 separate times, I think, was the problem.
I think that was up to the players to figure out how to fix it, though.
And also only Duergar ambushes while dealing with the dragon.
Yeah, like...
Yeah, I think the book wanted you to realize you can't save really any of the towns, really. And go to Bryn Shander immediately and set up defenses and fight it there. I think that's what the book intended,
I get that, but at the same time, if you get invested in this place, you're gonna try, and trying just leads to so much.
We spent 2 months saving East Haven. We didn't save East Haven. They're not a damn thing.
True, I agree. All right, Damien, Cade, Scott, length.
I could have had a kid, and that kid would know how to, like, walk. Like...
Oh, no!
He's not wrong.
True.
Sure, I mean, it's not terrible, right? So it was really long, but like, I feel like the pacing was pretty good, so it didn't feel... Pacing was pretty good for the most part. So it didn't feel like absolutely terrible, like playing through this, even though it did take like 3 years or so. I think the number of players also affected how long we spent at like a lot of different areas, because if everyone's talking about one thing, that's like maybe an hour gone from like a 3.5 hour session. I don't know. I give it like a 4. It's okay.
Okay.
Take out some fight, maybe a 6. You know, just no dragon, no Dwargar, perfect. Maybe even a 10. Maybe an 11. Who knows? Anything could happen.
Scott really hates the Durgar.
All right. So
there's anything to take from this book.
So for the length of it, from a DM's perspective, this book does a really bad job of allowing the DM to predict how long this adventure is going to take. It could be just me. When I first read through the book and I looked at the chapter 1 encounters, each one of the encounters around 10 towns, it seemed on the front end that, oh, this would be simple. You go ahead and go to the town, you have an encounter, you come back, you move on to the next town. But the book doesn't seem to account for, or maybe maybe as a DM is you don't recognize immediately that, hey, after each encounter, players are going to want to role play what they just experienced. So you have 10 towns, and you're expected to go to at least half of them in the book. And after each encounter, you're going to have a role play session generally with that. And that role play session easily could eat up a couple hours. So I would say that, like, this book seems to think that you can do the encounter, have the role play all in one session. And the first chapter, you can get done in 5 sessions. But that's not realistic, not even close to being realistic. Then you have chapter 2, a whole section with I think at least 12 other encounters out in the Dale that they can go to. And while going there, there's role play. Then you get there, there's the encounter. Then there's role play after that. And so the first 2, the sandbox in chapter 2 and the first encounters in chapter 1, it's almost too much. It's like it's good that there's so many options, but it's almost too much as a DM. It's like there's 10 different towns, encounters for each one. There's the Dale, encounters all out in the Dale, and then you have the dragon and the Dulgar Fortress after that. So it's like it's almost an overload of too many things to do, and the book structure doesn't seem to give an indication that you probably shouldn't do a lot of this stuff. Actually, the book is more like, I think the book actually says is that they should at least visit 5 towns before they go on to the Dale. In hindsight, I would say 3. Like you visit 3 locations and then boom, you're out into the Dale. And then in the Dale, maybe you do 3 more encounters. Then boom, you move on to Sunblight and the Dragon and stuff. But the book doesn't really give you an indication of that. And the game design is structured so that the players can kind of have a choice of where they go. And since the first 2 chapters are don't really move in a direction, the players they're just gonna go to every town. They're just gonna be like, I'm gonna go to this town, I'm gonna go to that town, I'm just gonna go to a town until something tells me not to do otherwise. And the book, I think, lets that linger way too long as from a DM's perspective. So I think that the first 2 chapters really is almost too expansive, and is not. And that's the thing. You can have an adventure that has a lot of these encounters, and it's great, but in this environment of just the Icewind Dale, there's not too much to see, to be honest. I mean, like, yeah, you have the gnolls, you have the goblins and stuff like that, but it's still a snowy winter landscape. There's not, like, much difference or change in it. So I feel like the first 2 chapters, great encounters, but they extend the length of this game way too much. And I feel like maybe if you're DMing this book, I would say that after the 3rd town, you probably should send them out into the Dale. Then after 3 more encounters in the Dale, the dragon shows up, if you're even going to do that. If you take out the dragon and the Dulgar entirely, then I would say, 5 of the encounters in 10 towns, and then more encounters in the Dale. Also, the Dulgar Fortress is so complicated and so, like, nuanced that it takes a lot of time to go through that. When I'm on forums and stuff, there's a Facebook Icewind Dale DM group. Check it out. I post in there to give advice, and a lot of people there will be like, okay, they're heading to the Sunblight and stuff. What to go ahead and expect? Like, how long is it gonna be? And most people are like, bro, this shit is gonna be a minute. they're gonna be in Sunblight a minute, trying to go ahead and make their ass all the way down to Sunblight. Then they gotta fight it and then get out, And then if you're a DM that likes to, like, do random encounters, well, then they have a whole series of random encounters back to 10 towns. So I feel like the sandbox is a little bit too open for this game. It makes the game a lot longer than it should be. And that's not even bringing in Yithrin, which has 8 towers, 8 school of... Like, that in itself is a long-ass period. Then you have the Caves of Hunger, which is a long-ass, like, dungeon crawl down there. Like, there's a lot in this book, and I think there's almost too much. I feel like a lot of the problems will be solved if just the Dwulgar and the dragon were removed entirely. Then it'll be okay. I feel like that segment in the middle really takes up so much time. It's not that fulfilling, and yeah, it's bad. So I'm gonna say the length of this book, I'm gonna give it a 5. I think that if you're a DM, you're pretty creative. You can make it interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5. All right. Game design. So when I say game design, I mean like all these elements put together. The encounters, the story, all of that stuff put together to make an entire adventure. I'm going to say that the game design of this book is lacking. The Dwulgar and the Chardalian Dragon, and in the book, they make it so Elaine Harpel just randomly shows up. She's just like, hey, you want to go to Yithrin? But there's no compelling reason for the players to ever really want to go there. And so you have to, as a DM, fill in that gap. And that's a hard gap to fill in. It's like the Chardalian Dragon just destroyed all these towns and all these people we knew. And now you want me to go off into this fucking city in the glacier? Why? What's the fucking point?
I would have just killed Elaine. No,
I had to... Like, Elaine Harpel is not introduced in this book until after Sunblight. Like, I had to introduce her earlier for it to ever make sense. Because if you do it how the book is, you just randomly meet a woman, she's just like, yeah, bro, I'm trying to get to fucking Nithyan. You want to come? It's like, why? Why would I give a shit? Why would I care? You know, the whole, like, everything I worked to save just got destroyed. That is a major failing in the design of this. Is the organization of this book is awful, and it makes it hard to run, and it makes it hard to be interesting unless you do a lot of work. If I spend $50 on a fucking adventure book, I don't want to have to do this much work, you know. And I had to do this much work. That the game design, unfortunately, is lacking in how it's organized. And I'm sorry, Chris Perkins or anybody else who views this, but that needs to be corrected. Take out the Dwulgar, take out the dragon, retool it to be either towards Ariel or Yithrin, and keep it going. It's just way too much. So the game design in this book, I'm going to give a 3. I think that the design of this book needs a lot of work. I don't know what happened. Maybe they were just trying to get it out as quick as possible. Maybe it was COVID, whatever it was. But I feel like the design of everything coming together was pretty sucky. And the only thing that saves it is the encounters are really good. This book has some awesome encounters, hands down. But anyway, all right. Kate, Damien, Scott, game design.
I think they definitely designed a game here. So okay, I give it a 2 for like you wrote a lot. Good job, and like, you know, that's you for your effort. You get a 2. But so like, why do people play like D&D? Like, first, like, yeah, it's for fun, but also like people want to be heroes, right? And I think some of you kind of see where this is going. You want to save the 10 towns, you want to do the people good. And then it doesn't matter because they're all dead.
Bro.
Yeah, and then they're all dead. And what are you the hero of? Like some burn ass buildings? Some like the like not millions, like thousands of refugees all like eating all of Bryn Chander's food? Like you're not the heroes of anything.
Yeah.
So like it starts off as a neat concept, as like, oh, you're visiting all these like cool new places, you know, you're saving them, you're helping them, cool. And then it's like, all right, the scale increases into chapter 2, sure. And then none of that matters. So like pre-dragon, I'd give it like a 8, and then the dragon just like -10.
Yeah.
All right. Yithrin, really well made. I really like the themes in the Caves of Hunger, and the boss fight was pretty neat. So I'll like that'll boost it back up to a 2. But all in all, like it just like finishing this campaign felt so whatever.
Yeah.
Like when I was writing my epilogue, I was like, just make some stuff up, go. Throw shit at the wall because like there's nothing left in 10 towns. Like you can help rebuild, but that's your only option. I'm like rambling. It gets a 2. I'm not a fan.
All right. Genesis Lamar.
Okay, so you beat me to it. You really beat me to it. I'm gonna give this a 5, and I'm only gonna say a 5 because it does have cool boss fights. Like the boss fights, despite the fact that they're sometimes out of sync with the theme, they make good twists and they are challenging. And I will say that you do at least finish a boss fight and feel like, whoo, I fucking survived. At least I did that, you know? But then there is this aspect that even in the most hopeless situation, you're supposed to play the role of a hero. At best, all we did in this place was stave off a different type of evil, which in a way is realistic. You know, the heroes are always kind of stopping one evil for another evil to rise. But in this case, we kind of played the active role in giving the villains everything every time. We've never managed to actually be heroes.
Mm.
And so, in that aspect, the whole campaign between the dragon wiping out any hard work we did and destroying everything, and then we coming out as basically we bought sunlight back. And what did we illuminate? We illuminated how fucked up this place is now. So it's kind of like waiting all year. It's kind of like waiting on a birthday present and you open it and what is it? A big fat turd. And you're like, oh, thanks, you know. I got some shit for my
Thanks,
birthday.
Mom.
Yeah. So I just feel like in that aspect, it sucked. So I'm only going to give it a 5 as average. And the only reason, once again, is ironically because the boss battles themselves, again, not their consistency, not their matching with the theme, just the choice of good, different creatures, the variety, and the challenges that they pose will make for it. And again, if this were the homebrew content, I would rate that at least an 8. But their content alone, you're lucky to get a 5 from me. A 5 is me being generous, and I'm only generous because as a DM, I do understand the challenge of putting together a variety of creatures.
All right. So what was your rating? One more time.
5.
5. Got it. All
Put it
right.
in
Moving
there,
on. Stigger, Kevin.
I would say, based solely on their content, I would say a 4. Because you also, like, you mentioned the whole thing with Villain Harpel, and I'll say this, like, even with her coming in, there felt like this book is again, I've mentioned it, the instances of the individual quest lines and some of the individual stuff, the individual fights are fine, but the connecting lines are just zigzagging, loop-de-looping all over the place. Like you do the stuff at the beginning, and yeah, it takes a bit, but you go to each town, cool. You try to make a rapport with people and try to figure things out, but you don't really. But like with Proven in Targos and even in Caer Dineval, you don't really have much ability to sometimes change things if you do it unless you want to just go in and start killing who's are basically government officials.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Chardalen Dragon, the Duergar happen, which on their own fine, but really stop the campaign. You go over and do you go over and fight Ariel at her island, cool. You can then you have to go to Yithrin. Like I'll say this, Stigger went to Yithrin because like a Valvarian and the people at his party and stopping the Spindle. I think he, if you listen to the recordings, made it clear doesn't really care about anything in this place. Like probably thought it was better off staying buried.
Mm.
And again, and mentioning it, actively helping a lot of villains. Like the Speaker of Targos got away with the Cauldron, which is a huge loss.
Mm.
We apparently actively helped out the Levistus cultists, so we have to figure that out.
Sacred
And the
flame.
thing is, because there's just not enough time to do everything, like the Cobalt thing happened, and now they're taking over the town. The Mind Flayer ship happened. There's just there's too much to do. There's not enough time, and it's not put together in a way that's satisfying.
All right.
Exactly.
What's your
I
rating?
would say, like, you also mentioned, like, things like the Prince of the Apocalypse and even like Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat. I would go as far to say, like, the Rise of Tiamat game has a better game design, because at least there's a more narrative through line from the beginning to end and in the final goal. Even if
Alright.
you could argue it's not as fun.
Got it. What's your rating?
I'd say a 4, just because, again, like, the individual bits are fine, the encounters are great, but the game design is putting it all together, and it's like putting together. It's like bad Tetris. It's not fitting well together, and it looks like it's gonna just fall over and collapse if you push on it wrong.
All right, mark it down. Puddle, Koo.
Okay, so how I did this was I said combat is 5, RP is 5, that equals 10. So I took off 2 points because I felt like the combats were all really similar, but that's still, like, I still gave it 3, which is more than average. And then I took off a point because of what I talked about earlier about the chronologic of how they put everything together. And then you actually just said something that made 100% sense to me, was that you paid for this book. Why do you have to do so much extra work? So I'm taking 2 off for that.
True.
So it's a 5 for me. I will say that I feel like the game design as a book is really good. It's a really good basis for the DM to build something out of. I feel like I did a really good job of that, of having, like, hey, you have this, this, and this, and you can put these things in. So yeah, it's a 5.
All right, 5.
Okay.
Mark it down. All right, we're getting there. We're almost done. Ragnar
Oh,
Nils on.
Wrong place.
All
right. So, hey kids, do y'all want a cool campaign where y'all are stuck in a place with a evil overlord who's constantly messing with you, with a horror theme that really chills you to the bone, where the characters go through trials and tribulations, meet compelling characters, try to rid this world of this evil character? I have just the campaign for you. It's called Curse Estrad.
Oh!
I'm so fucking done.
Damn.
He went there, ladies and gentlemen. He went there.
If you can't play Curse Estrad, and you have to play Rime with the Frost Maiden, I would give it a 3.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a 1.
All right, 3. Mark it down. Sven.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go for it.
The combats were fun. So yeah, it's a...
All right, Sven, Carl.
My commentary is very similar to everyone else's. Like you said, it's like you spent money on this. It's like the amount of work you have to put into this to get it all cohesive. I'd also give it a 3.
My man.
All right, Alvarian, Alex, we got a sad face. Like, what's your rating? Game design.
You know, when you come home with your report card, you got all S pluses, perfect attendance. But then you forget to flush the toilet, so your mom beats your ass.
I don't think I've ever had that, bro.
I will say that it's not happened to me personally, but I think I get what you're going for.
I know those feels.
I'm gonna so because of that, I'm giving this a sad face, because like it felt like everything, no matter what we did, we were just always gonna get slapped with consequences every single time, and that belonged, like you guys said, there's not enough to do everything. And even if you did have enough time to everything, a dragon blows it up. And if a dragon doesn't blow it up, then apparently something else happened because you weren't there in time. You know what, Chris Perkins, I don't know why you made this, alright?
You couldn't be there in time.
It all comes back to
Okay.
bro.
I'm gonna
What's
give it a 1.
A 1. Ooh.
No,
All
I'm just
right.
saying, it's
Spicy.
three. It's
Three. All right.
Wow.
three. I'll give
Well,
it
you're
three.
starting
Count
with replay value. When I say replay, what I mean is not like imagine you're a DM, not necessarily a player. Because when you're a player, you play through a game once, you're not going to return to it ever, really. But if you're like, imagine yourself running this game for different groups of people. Like, would this be a book you would pick up after you running it one time and present it to people? That's what I mean by like replay.
It's a
Okay,
for
can I
everybody
go
here.
first?
Oh, well, we're gonna go down the list. We're gonna go down the list.
Honestly,
Alvarian, Alex,
one.
yes,
One.
one. Ain't this is not even close to be the
Let, let,
first book.
let me
Yeah.
tell you. Let me tell you. Now, I'll make it quick. Um, if it all ends in Tin Towns being destroyed, and like the book itself says that the dragon is too fast for anyone, then what's the replay value in that? You know the dragon's gonna destroy everything, unless you meta it and you're like, I know this dragon here before. Then maybe, but even then, like you're not supposed to know that. So the dragon just destroys everything. It's a one for me. I don't want to replay
Ooh.
this ever.
I'm done. All right, Sven, Carl.
Brutal but fair.
For like replayability, it's like it's like either side of the table, playing or game mastering. It's like even then, it's like okay, be able to do different things with some of the 10 Towns quests, do something different with some of the Axel Dale quests, but you still have Sunblight, Dragon, Grimskull, Case of Hunger, Yithrin. It's like 70% of this is already set in stone, so I don't really see much replayability. So I give it like a 2.
Ooh. Ragnar, Nilzan, Arik.
All right, hot take here. This is either gonna be a 9 or a 10 for me.
Really?
Why?
Really?
Yes.
What
As a
the
DM,
fuck?
think about this.
My
The
God.
bones on this game are so good. It's got such good like parts. But the first time you DM this, it's gonna be a shit show. But then you're gonna realize,
Yes, that's
oh,
what I said.
either I need to retool the dragon to be an oral thing, or I need to have Yithrin be Aurel's last stand. Like, there's so many lessons learned here. The bones are good. The encounters are good. It's the story that you need to retool. And if you've run through this as a DM once, you're gonna have ideas on how to fix this on your second run through. So that's why I'm gonna give this a really high score for replayability. Maybe a 7, 8.
Ooh.
I'll give it an 8.
You giving me, you changed my score. I think that's a good point. All right, put it down. Puddle, Koo.
I actually gave it an 8 for the same reason. So
Really?
yeah, because like what did I say? Hold on. So like different okay, so I did it as a player, but thinking it objectively as a DM too, even though I only never DM before, but like you can add different things, change different things, move different things around, so that gives us so much replay value. I think I heard Josie saying that they were playing it, and then I had brought up like, oh, did you guys fight Mother yet? And he's like, who's that? And then like just that alone, I was like, my mind was blown, because like it's like Icewind Dale is a strawberry cake. You can have strawberry cake with vanilla frosting. You can have strawberry cake with strawberry frosting. You can have strawberries in it. You could take the strawberries out. You could put like lemons in it. Like I feel like there's so many different ways that you can make it, and you can still make it good, if that makes sense. And that's what I feel like what Arik was saying and what I have been saying is I feel like the basis of the story is good. It's just how you execute it. So that's why I gave it an 8.
All right, 8 it is. Stigger, Kevin.
All right, now it's time for my hot take. I'm going to start with this. Puddle, Koo and Arik, Puddle and Ragnar. I fully agree with your opinion. I think that gets too much into the homebrew territory, though. Because Koo kind of brought it up. She brought the whole thing with Mother, and that was a great encounter. But that was Brent's. Like,
Yeah, you're
the
telling
bones are
her.
there. We've been talking kind of like how we could retool some things. The bones are there. You can fix the dragon. You can add the little character beats like Flowsome, Mother, Sven's village, the Alvarian plotline. but that really kind of depend. But you could also say that for a lot of other different games too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with this. So I will agree with you on that, but I think it's kind of the wrong thought process when it comes to this book. So when it comes to just this book, I'm gonna give it a 2. The 10 town stuff does technically invite replayability, but kind of going what was said earlier, you still have to fight the dragon. You still have the dragon fight. You still have the Grimscale fight. You still have Yithrin. All roads lead to the same end result. So I feel like in that regard, and even then, all the people you save can either get destroyed anyway. This book really depends on the DM putting a lot of the legwork, and I think
True.
that for replay wise, that's an active problem. So I
Yeah.
agree with what you said.
Ooh.
I think it's just the wrong way to look about it.
Yeah, I was like,
Ooh.
in my case, I was treating the book as is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
But-
give me more to think about there, Kevin.
But
That's
you
some
could,
good
like,
points.
You could rotate the parts in the book, though. Nothing
I'm
says
not
you
taking
It's
away
like
your
if you're
opinion.
replaying it as a DM, it's like as is. Are you like you've already run it as
as
is, right?
is.
Like
You don't
No,
want to
I-
do that again.
I'm not taking away
Yeah.
your opinion. I just think it's just I'm just answering the question. It's not how I'm going to answer the question. I
I want to
think.
jump in
sure,
here
for
real quick. Baldur's Gate 3 and other games have really good value because different decisions impact them, regardless of what is written. But the Jardalian Dragon fucks up everything regardless of what you do.
No,
Regardless of what you
honestly, like bro, like if you've played
That's it for me.
Waterdeep Dragon Heist, there's this whole cool scenario where somebody throws a fireball into
True.
a crowded street, and then the players have to deal with the repercussions.
Yeah.
Like instead of trying to fight the dragon, if they had to deal with the repercussions of the dragon just coming in and just blasting a whole town, I feel like that would have made for a more compelling story.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, this NPC's house is burning down, help them. Like that would have been a cooler way than like fight this unbeatable dragon.
All right.
Again, I think you have a good opinion. I'm just choosing to answer in a different way because I just think I have a different thought process. That's all I'm
All right.
saying.
Let's finish this
Again,
up.
Probably a hot take.
Genesis, Lamar, replay value.
I'm gonna give it a 7, but I'm
Ooh.
only gonna give it a 7 with the understanding that, to me, the way that I go about preparing for a game is to read everything. Like I probably would have spent 2-3 months just reading the book by itself, everything to figure it out, and I feel like, yes, the replay value is there, but only if you took the time to say, I homebrewed X amount, I rearranged. Like, I feel like you said, the bones are there. If I had just these bones and an understanding from the beginning that I can customize this to all be Cult of Levistus towards Arya, or all be a war between A and B, if I knew from the beginning that I could do that, then as a DM, I wouldn't mind rerunning it because then I would have a little bit more control over the time and have a little bit more control over the consistency of the theme and building that hopelessness. I would also limit the number of players because I feel like if it were limited to 4, I love everybody. I think we did a great job. I wouldn't change it. Think about what we did. But like you said earlier, if it were only 4 players and you couldn't look for that 5th, 6th extra hand in combat, and you couldn't look for that 5th, 6th extra person to solve a problem, that makes it more desperate. That adds to the theme. And then lastly, I will also say, as far as replayability, again, the dragon is the biggest problem. If the dragon destroys everything you built in the first 2 halves, no matter what decisions those were, you could have started this campaign after the dragon attack and the results would have been the same no matter what. That's bad writing. And I'm not gonna hopefully spoil anything for anybody, but that's the damn Dark Tower kind of ending to me.
Okay,
That's a
yeah, I
dark.
get what you're going with that.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable. It ends this way. There's nothing your characters can do about it, and even the end results were all going to be nothing like what you wanted. So I feel like that's bad writing that can be corrected through DM power, and that makes it a 7 if you catch up on that from the beginning and go and learn and redo it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like what if you know that the dragon is unbeatable and it's flying towards 10 towns, and the only way you can stop it is invading the citadel and finding the stop button. You know?
That's
Now
what I
that's a
would have
cool
added
story.
to this game. Is like there's some way inside of Sunblight to stop it. That's one
Yeah.
thing. But all right, 7.
Yeah.
All right, Cade, Damien, Scott.
All right, if this campaign was a strawberry cake, I'm fucking allergic to strawberries. Like the purpose of replay, like Genesis, like Lamar literally just said this, but like the purpose of replaying something is for a different outcome, like an alternate outcome. But like since like is pretty much linear, playing it as is, that's just like a zero of replayability. It's nothing. The only way I'd replay this campaign is if like I'm evil and I will destroy 10 towns even better than this fucking dragon. I guarantee you. I hate everyone.
Wait. Well, how about if you were DMing this?
If I was DMing it,
would you rerun this for a different group?
Have you ever like read like a article, like a news article, or like a mediocre book?
No, never. Fox
Okay,
News all the way.
yeah. It's like even if you read through it again, it's the same shit. Nothing different's gonna change. Like maybe you'll be like, oh, I can do this better, but that applies to like any other campaign that you'll run. Like the end results are always gonna be the same, and your players are gonna be pissed off.
I don't know
like,
if that's true
for
though.
a pretty decent.
All right, I'll let you continue though. All right, continue.
I don't know, cause like the outcome's always gonna be the same. Like unless you die, unless the entire party TPKs. But I mean that's more or less. I want to hear why you don't agree. That's what I'm more curious about.
Well, what's your rating? 2, 1.
No. Oh, you wish I gave it a 2. Chris Perkins wish I gave it a 2.
Yo.
Damn.
One squad.
So all right, we're about done here. So
Gators United.
running this and playing this, I was gonna give it a 2. I was gonna give it a 2 for replay value, but I think Auric and I think that Toto, you good points about I think the fundamentals of like the structure, like you could do a lot with this book and run it in different ways. Like I could see myself running this as a very deep survival horror. Like what's the name of the movie where they're trapped? I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember right now.
The Thing.
The Thing. You can run it like The Thing, and like that could create a completely different experience. Maybe you cut out some parts, add some parts, or you could run it even more high fantasy. Well, add the dragon. There's different ways you can run this book. There's many more ways you can run this book, I think, than some other books. And so I think
the best way you can run this book is 30 Days of Night.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, this book has like, it's so disorganized that you can organize it any way you want. You could organize it multiple ways, and come out with different outcomes with a party that may make it interesting. So I was gonna give it a 2, but I'm thinking I'm gonna give it a 4. So I would say that Tomb of Annihilation, that book is, I think, structured so well, I wouldn't run it again. Like, once I ran that and played through it at the same time, there could be something that's structured so good that you just don't return to it. It's like there's nothing else left to really see. Maybe I would take Tomb of the Nine Gods and run that by itself. But I would never really revisit Tomb of Annihilation because I think I got everything I could out of it as a DM and as a player because the form of it is so good. But because this is so disorganized, I feel like I could return to this and like maybe make something better, if I had the appropriate party. But I can tell you this much. It's not going to be 4 is the limit because there's so much with this book that requires so much work as a DM that it's daunting. Like anybody coming into, if you ran this before and you open this book again, you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to change I have to change so much. It feels like a drag because there's so much stuff wrong, I think, with the game design of this book. So I feel like I would return to this before I would return to Tomb of Annihilation, just because it's more moldable. And Tomb of Annihilation is such a good run that I don't think it was so fun. I got everything I needed the first time around. You know, I don't need any more. Um, this book though, I feel like I need a second. If I had a second chance, I would run it completely different. And I think I would have more fun. You know.
I would say this. Have you considered one useful aspect of it is that because it's so modular, you could damn near run this story backwards. You could damn near start in year 3 and go all the way backwards from year 3 all the way down to 10.
That's a great point. You literally, I think you could do that with this book. You could be like, you know, you find yourself trapped in a glacier. You have to get outside of the caves of hunger. You come back.
It was it's like people like popping out of stasis pods from Ithrin. So these are like these people who have never been to 10 towns before.
Yeah, and you could do that with this book, but Tomb of Annihilation, I don't think you could do it with that. You can't. No, it's impossible to do it with the structure of that book. But this you can. It's modular and chaotic enough to where you can create a lot of different interesting stuff. So I like if I had to rate Tomb of Annihilation, I would say that I would give that a 2, just because it's so good from the front run, in the front play that you know. I don't need to do it again. But this book is fucked up enough to where like I can come back.
Brett,
I can come back.
That's the definition of you can't satisfy people. If it's not good enough, they're not happy. If it's too good, they're not happy.
All right. I'm gonna just. I will say I understand where you're coming from, but I don't fully agree. But that's.
I get it. I get it. No. I get it. Yeah, that's.
Everybody. I have to put into it. It's like I'm already like halfway into homebrew at this point.
You're right. You're right. Like
I mean, at this point, it sounds like it's better just to abandon this and just make your own game.
You're right. If I was to rerun this, if I was to rerun this,
I would pull encounters and maybe sections I would reuse, but the actual book itself.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would end up doing. I would pull the encounters out and do something different. But So hold on. So let's go ahead and tally our group score. So we got 3.3. Let's go ahead and put it all together. 3.3 plus 3.4 plus 6.3 plus 6.4 plus 5 plus 3.5 plus 4.1. And let's go ahead and divide that. 1, 2, but so divided by 7. And we have our final score of
it's a 1.
4.5. Did I do that right? Somebody double check me.
Yep.
All right, what's the letter grade there?
So
F,
well, a C is average. So this is like a C minus. A C minus. We give it.
Here's the thing, considering how I would say if we're gonna go like that with how I would say DD plus then based on just
because
an
A is 9, a B is 8,
so D
C is 7.
A D plus.
Well, I would say
Yeah,
based
like
on the
a
idea that a
C
C
is
is slightly above average.
Ooh.
Low.
D
B
plus.
is a 5, and F is a 4.
Jesus, no, don't put an F. It's not an F.
It's a D plus. I would give it a D plus.
I don't know if people heard me, but I'll say it like this: if we're going to go with D&D, I'd say C being slightly above average is probably what you want to aim for. So I would say this is probably closer to D.
So I would say that.
No, I'd say D plus, being like D range.
I think me personally, I think a C minus is fair. And I would say that if you're gonna run this book, if you want to make it an A plus, you got to put a lot of fucking work into this book. You gotta you gotta sit down and spend a good couple months, like really thinking about everything that you will need to do in order to make this an amazing event. And that's the thing, though. Is it worth it after you spend $50 on a book, or is it not? You know, part of me feels like when I spend $50 on a book. You know, I don't want to have to spend that much work, you know,
Wait,
to go
I
ahead
have
and
a
make
question
it.
for you, Brent. So, what you just said, you spent $50 on this book, right? Was this campaign worth it? Like, like everything, like the book,
So-
the
Now that you
homebrew,
are at the
everything.
end.
You know
the
what?
players.
So technically I spent like $35 on Amazon or some shit like that. So was it worth like 30 like
No, Brett,
35
you
bucks?
spent $50 at a local game store and you supported local businesses. Okay.
True. And oh wait.
That's what we're gonna go with, okay?
And we can include the Roll20 module. So I spent a little bit over $50 to put it all together. I would say that at the end of the day that it was only worth it because of all of you guys, because the people you play with. If I had a shitty party, I'm not sure I would. Bro.
You
when
probably
we hit
would have
the,
stopped.
I'll probably be like, you know what? Yeah, we're done. Let's play
He
something
would
else.
have did
Yeah,
that
I would've been
ghosting
in.
thing.
Yo, Armaturus shows up. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, everybody
Remember
died.
me?
You know.
So wait, Brett, how many campaigns have you finished? You've done Tomb of Annihilation.
So
this. Have
in
you
fifth
done any other?
edition, this is the only finished 2 books, Tomb of Annihilation and this one, in like fifth edition. I've ran like a bunch of Adventures League modules and stuff like that, but these are the only 2 books I've like ran from start to finish.
Okay, so like maybe just fifth edition. I think you've run what 4 campaigns? This, Tomb of Annihilation, Ultramodern 5e, and then
Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
I
right?
then did a bunch of Adventures League modules. I ran a few sessions of fucking before it was Rise of Tiamat, whatever the
Horde of the Dragon Queen.
Yeah, Horde of the Dragon Queen. And
Where would you rank this?
I would still rank this above Horde of the Dragon King. I would say that this book, for me, from what I've read, and I played in a couple sessions of what is it, Elemental Evil, whatever it's called, Prince of the Apocalypse, that was not fun. And when I read the book, it was not even fun reading it. I think Horde of the Dragon Queen, Rise of Tiamat probably fixed a lot of those problems, but from what I ran and what I've seen, I wasn't impressed. I would still, if I had a choice between Prince of the Apocalypse, Horde of the Dragon Queen, and this, I would probably go ahead and pick this. But I would say that Rime of the Frost Maiden is probably, third from the bottom, and everything else is on top. Like, I would pick definitely what is it? With the Giants, Storm King's Thunder. I would definitely run that before this. Strahd 100%. I would run before the
Tomb of Annihilation.
Even what I've read from Out of the Abyss, I would definitely run that before this.
Yeah, I will say, as someone who has actually played part of Out of the Abyss before life kind of kicked me in the teeth for a bit. It was fun while I was running it. Like
I'm playing.
I would pick that over this.
I'm playing the Witchlight book right now. We're at the last session. I would run that before this. That's a really good role play book. I have problems with that adventure too. I think that there's some deep failures in that one personally. But
Water Dragon Heist and Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Yeah, definitely. I would run both of those before this. There's another book out there. I feel like I'm forgetting.
There's Descendant of Avernus.
Santa and Avernus, 100%. I would run that before this.
Fandelver.
Fandelver? No. I would put that below this. If I had a choice. I wouldn't do. Yeah.
Zero.
His reaction was so good.
You know what's funny?
Fandelver, the basic mod. It's okay. Look.
Dude, Fandelver is so good. It's like the ABCs of D&D, and it's such a well and concise.
No, I give that adventure a 1.
Look, I feel like it is so basic that with you guys, maybe I would go ahead and I would run that before Rime of the Frost Maiden. But like, I feel like in general, it's so basic, it's so whatever that I don't know. I'm just not impressed.
You run Fandelver for people who haven't played D&D. Look, I've run Fandelver for two groups that have never played D&D before. So that's why I love Fandelver.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Groups that never played D&D before.
Yeah,
That's
for
why
like
I
really,
put
yeah.
Fandelver so high up because it's such a good
Exactly.
onboarding
If somebody's
experience.
for somebody who's never played D&D before, 100%. But like an experienced group of players, we're not choosing that. If you bring out the box, and if there's I think a lot of people would choose like even freaking Horde of the Dragon Queen before they would choose like Vandevler.
Yeah.
If you're an
When it comes to
experienced
the
player.
starter boxes, I would much rather do the Icefire Peak or
There
Stormlight
you
Isle
go.
versus over Fandelver.
Yeah, either one of
Because it
those
brings
two,
some fresh
100%.
ideas to the table.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ark, I actually never played the module before. I'm just like.
Fandover? Okay. You're just
I never
hating?
played it. Yeah, I'm just hating.
I mean, well, hey, the Broken Obelisk has it embedded. It has it all in it and everything. And
Oh no, fuck
I
that
actually,
one.
I actually saw that part of the game.
Obelisk.
before I looked
Obelisk.
at it. It looks
Yeah,
pretty
fuck
cool.
that one.
Also, I think it's important that you do make a distinction between experienced and non-experienced, though, because all of us, except for Puddle, really have experienced campaigns before or ran a campaign before. And it's interesting to note because I've never ran a whole book campaign. Every campaign I've run so far has been pretty much homebrew from scratch, whether I finished it or not. So I think that's actually something for me to think about too, because I'll steal elements from campaigns and things, but I've never actually ran a whole book, so that does make a difference.
It does. So, to end this stream, there you have it. At the end here, we give it a D plus, C minus, not C minus, but just C minus. Somewhere in there, that's where we think this adventure lies. Overall, the best aspect of this book is the encounters, 100%, I think.
And the friends we made along the way.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Find a good party, or you'll regret your life choices.
True. But the
Don't play the book.
encounters
says
shine
something
in this
about
book, but everything else is kind of lackluster. It's
Me
like
and Scott advise you to not play this book.
Don't
yeah,
play this book with a significant other, because who knows if that relationship's gonna
Oh
last
yeah,
for years.
if you're a DM that's gonna run this book, prepare to like edit a ton of shit. Prepare to spend a large portion of your life trying to make this shit work. So like beware. It's on shaky ground. And with that,
Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and end the stream. And see ya.
That
That is it.
Bye-bye forever.
See ya for the
Thanks
next
for
one.
joining us through this adventure, and if you somehow started here, go listen to what all the hubbub was about.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Dungeons of
It's been a pleasure.
Dragonheim is next, and
been
we'll
a
see
fun
what
ride.
happens.